This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They're going to run a play. 4th and 4. Back to throw it out to the left all alone. Caught at the 2. And a walk-in touchdown for CeeDee Lamb. How did you not cover the second team All-Pro?
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ. It is a Tolo Tuesday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and enjoy it. It doesn't get much better than this. In our 12 years, thinking of the playoff wins, some of the regular season wins, that was euphoria last night as the Dallas Cowboys win their first road playoff game in 30 years, 31-14 choppy, and I don't even think it felt that close.
No, it didn't. I suppose the score could have been. There was like 2 or 3 plays in every game that changed things. If Brady didn't throw the pick to Curse in the end zone, and then he connects with Mike Evans on the right sideline, there's 14 points. Now it's 31-28. Like, it's a different game. So every game can be decided by like 2 or 3 plays, even in blowouts. But yeah, it didn't feel like that was even a game. That was. Man, I wish Joe Buck would have said, I feel like Al Michaels tonight. That'd have been great. That'd have been great if he went down that road.
What, that I feel bored?
Yeah. Like, he's like, we got a crap game. We got the bad one.
The early mystery is the whereabouts of Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, for the second time in however long Bobby's been here, a mystery as to when he's walking in. I was under the impression Cowboys plane was landing at 3:30 in the morning. Bobby was coming straight to the station to crash on the couch. Choppy and I just meet up in the garage about 30 minutes ago, and RJ goes, I don't think Bobby's car is here. I don't think he's here. I would have thought he sent the text message. Plane landed early, going home to sleep, coming in at 6. Heard nothing, seen nothing. No Bobby Belt.
Nah, I don't know where he is. Maybe the plane got delayed. Maybe they partied. Maybe they went to Ybor City last night. And he's just like, I'll get there when I get there. My phone died. What was he going to do?
All right, if Jerry joins us, which I have not heard anything different at 8:30, will Jerry have slept? How much sleep will Jerry Jones have had by 8:30 this morning after that celebration in his box with the playmaker Michael Irvin?
I would guess. All right, so I would guess he stayed there last night.
Oh,
because he probably didn't fly the team plane.
Yeah,
he's too good for that. So my guess is he probably stayed there last night, and he'll wake up this morning and fly back. That's my guess.
Okay.
I have no way of.
We'll ask him, where are you?
That's what I would do, right? If you were him,
Hell
I would
yeah.
just stay there.
Hell yeah. I'm not flying back and sleeping for 2 hours and then getting on a radio phone call with a bunch of schlubs. Although he will be on.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Jerry on to party. Dak Prescott, 25 of 33 for 305. He played turnover-free football for the first time in 8 games, and Choppy accounting for a record for a Cowboy quarterback, 5 total touchdowns. And I came up with my new term. I need Texas William to produce the meme for me, or Aaron, or Big E. Everyone over my funeral proceedings with my in-laws over the past 2 days, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? I said, you got a coin? Dak press coin. That's it. Because if it comes up heads, this team can make it to the Super Bowl. Last night was heads, that type of play. Were you going to get last year's opener against Tampa or this year's opener? The Commanders game was this year's opener. So on one side of the coin, I need Dak maybe with that fist pump that he always gives. That's for the success. And then on the other side of the coin, I need maybe that Dak daze on the sidelines. You know the cameras always go to him, and he's like this. He's just all wide-eyed. Yep. So that's what it comes down to for the Cowboys' ultimate success. Dak press coin, and he was unbelievably in control last night.
I'm surprised you went heads as the good game, not tails.
Okay.
Do you call heads normally?
No, didn't you say call tails? It's heavier.
The head's heavier. So
tails never fails, though, right?
Tails, what you call? You call tails because the head is heavier. So you have like a 50.6% chance if you do. You know what I mean? So you slightly come out on top. He was tremendous.
Wow.
And here's the thing. The first he was 0 for 3.
Yes.
And he hit the receiver in the hands 3 times. Now I think. Yeah, the second one was, Troy thought it was a bad pass, but I mean the receivers still got their hands on the ball 3 times.
A lot of resiliency from playoff quarterbacks this weekend. Like Trevor Lawrence, you pointed it out in the prep over the weekend. The resiliency to come back from that. Josh Allen could have gotten scared. Daniel Jones' resiliency from everyone wanting to kick him off of that football team, including people in his own city. Tyler Huntley could have folded quickly in Baltimore. And then Dak last night, now that's nothing compared to Trevor's resiliency, but you could start feeling the pressure build after that first series. After that first series, we were like, okay, I wasn't terrified. We were on the group chain, and Bobby is freaking out and panicking. I said, Tampa Bay cannot score. This is the benefit of playing fantasy football when you have the quarterback on your team, and every week Tom Brady is screwing you over and over. And with the fluke of that one Mike Evans game against the Panthers, would that win out? And the Brady mystique. Oh, y'all told me about the Brady mystique. It magically will flip on the light switch. Or was it going to be what you always preach? Would you give me over 17 games? That's the truth. That's the reality. And Tom Brady threw it 66 times last night. 66. He was. I like for ESPN to calculate. When a quarterback scrambles, like Kyler Murray goes up and then he comes back, like the amount of yards. I'd like to get the small amount of yards that Tom Brady ran scrambling and resetting in the pocket for his life. He was off platform all night.
Yeah, and he can't play like that. He can't play at that style.
Dion was on the Manning cast, and he was basically saying before the Cowboys did this, that's what he would do against them. That's the best chance you have.
Yeah, I was not really allowed to watch that. I had that on for a second. She was like, "Turn this off."
Why?
She goes, "I can't. I have 2 ADD. I can't watch the game and watch that." She goes, "This is awful." I was like, all right. She goes, either you get out or you change the channel.
She didn't care about your Peyton Man crush?
Doesn't care. She doesn't care about anything. She was like, no, I can't. I want to watch the game. I want to focus on the game. She makes more noise during the game than I do.
Really?
When I watch sports, I am in total silence.
Yeah.
I say absolutely nothing. I just watch the game emotionless. I don't cheer. I don't get mad. I don't yell. I don't, every once in a while, I'll do a clap.
Right.
Very, very rarely. But no, she'll talk way more than me.
A 53 total QBR is the lowest in a season for Tom since 2006. 6 multiple touchdown games, fewest in the season since his rookie year, and the 31 incompletions in last night's game are the most incompletions in a playoff game in his career. But it's about praising number 4. Here's Dak on how he reset after the 0-for-3 start.
Preparation and easy, just knowing what this group's capable of doing, not getting frustrated within, and I can't say that I didn't do that last week. There was a little bit of frustration, but this week, knowing that I couldn't allow that to get in my head, I couldn't allow me to change the way that I played this game. I obviously credit the defense for, as I said, getting us the ball right back after those 2 possessions, and just told the offense in the huddle, hey, we get 1 first down and this thing's going to roll. And that's exactly what happened. So, we just got to continue to do that.
Boy, did it ever. Couldn't move the ball. Neither team. They got and both teams, the first down they got, they marched down the field. And then, the Cowboys were able to score and Tampa threw the interception. But once they got moving, it was like Tampa just quit. They were like, all right, we're done. We see the throws he's making today. We see how wide open these receivers are. We're just gonna go home.
All they had to do was settle down a little bit, and it happened with a drive to Michael Gallup and Dalton Schultz. Man, Dalton Schultz was huge for the Cowboys. Michael Gallup came up big. The Tony Pollard involvement. Kellen Moore, humongous star up. What a perfect night for America's team and the Tolos, and we're celebrating throughout the entire show at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Here's Mike McCarthy on his QB's performance.
I mean, as good as I've seen, that's for sure. I think just like anything, he's so consistent in everything he does, and like you said, we had a couple plays there early, but I mean, he was on it the rest of the evening. I thought he was, Kellen and the play calling. We just really stayed true to what we wanted to do in here, and like I said, I thought he played extremely well and stayed aggressive, took the check downs. I thought he had great command of the offense and excellent presence in the pocket.
So Troy Aikman said that was Dak Prescott's best game ever, the best game that he's ever seen him play. Let's go inside the locker room for the Cowboys celebration. What did Mike McCarthy, probably off the hot seat for this year?
Yeah.
What did Mike McCarthy have to say to his team? And who got McCarthy to wear the playoff chain to celebrate? It's a Tolo Celebration Tuesday with Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt nowhere to be found. Nope. Stay tuned on The Fan.
Poor Brett.
Maher has been standing out there.
It is 24-0 right now. Come on, Brett.
Come on, Brett, you can do it.
Here's the snap. It's good. The extra point kick is up. It kicked off the right upright and went out.
My goodness. Now this snap was low. It bounced
down
on the ground, but you can't miss a fourth. Bounced on the ground. Anger got it. Back down in front of Maher. That's just crazy.
I've never seen anything like it.
Nobody has, because it's never happened in the history of the National Football League. Brett Maher becomes the first kicker to miss 3 in a playoff game, and as soon as I tweeted that out, it felt like the 4th came. Maher misses 4 extra points after missing 3 all year. This will be a fascinating subject throughout the entire week. Jerry Jones did tell reporters after the game that they're sticking with Brett. We'll press Jerry on it more at 8:30, but obviously this is the humongous star down from last night. Unreal. Unbelievable. Did this cost the spread?
Well, I mean, you could blame it on that, but you could also blame it on Brady's interception in the end zone or not getting any points there. You could blame it on, any number of factors.
Yeah, but I wait. Extra points are supposed to be the biggest gimme.
But
the spread was
the over/under. It was the total. It was 45.5, 46 in places. So yeah, it would have. It did cost it that. Look, it was a terrible game from him. I am not in the. I do not understand the camp of, is this a question about getting rid of him? Like you're allowed to have bad days. Okay, you have bad days. In the middle of a game, we was talking last night with Sarah. You look at it like from a golf perspective, right? You only tee off with the driver like 10 times around. You can't fix your swing on the drive, which is a difference in the middle of the round.
Yeah, but
you just got to fight through it.
Yeah, but guys go away from drivers.
Well, you can't go away from your foot. You could kick lefty.
Well, that's the point. That's the point for getting rid of him. That's the point for getting.
He goes back to he can go back. He can go back to the driving range now. Got a week to reset. You know what I mean? It's like you can't. You don't get rid of somebody who's been great all year because they have a bad day. It's not even a question. It's not even a question. You don't remotely even consider. These NFL players, athletes, they understand you have bad days. You have days that you want to forget. It doesn't mean that your job is in jeopardy. That is lunacy and results oriented, in my opinion.
877-881-1053. So I thought this was fake. I was like, is someone setting up a fake Christy Scales report? I was about to tell Elon. Elon, check this out. But Peyton sent this to us, and here was Christy Scales last night on the station that broadcasts all the Cowboy games.
Okay, so Maher's missed the 4 extra points.
And some of those misses have been so far wide they have not hit the net. They've gone into the stands down here on the sideline trying to make sure we have enough K-balls to get through the game.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That is really
running out of footballs.
Running out of footballs.
Like training camp, what we saw when Maher was not there this year in Oxnard.
Yeah. Now, the side of this is if he gets to the facility today and he can't figure it out.
His key card? He can't figure out his key card? Jamal Adams?
No, because the yips are very real.
Yeah.
Those are things you don't speak of.
But that's why I would counter argue what he does throughout the week won't matter until all that will matter mentally even is the first kick in San Francisco.
Yeah, you're right.
This week may not matter. You can go out on the range and be money, and then the first real tee shot in front of people, that's what matters. And then you're sitting here against the best defense in the league, maybe nasty weather, tightly contested game, and you're screwed. You're in a bind. Those are my counterpoints.
If you have the yips, you have the yips on the range. You have the yips. If you have the yips, it doesn't. I shouldn't even be saying that word. We don't talk about that.
Oh, we?
Yes.
You guys on the tour?
On the tour in general, we don't talk. We don't mention that. You don't talk about it. But if you have them, you don't escape them. You don't escape them on the range. You don't escape them in a practice round. You don't escape them anywhere. And if he's got them, he will not be able to hide from them at the start.
So then, are you telling me that he was awful last week in practice after he missed the extra point in the Washington game? Now, that doesn't qualify as a lot of mistakes, but he missed an extra point against the Commanders. Or do you think it just happened? We need to find out. We need to figure out if he had a bad week of practice. But at the very least, I would bring in a second kicker. I would waste a roster spot just in case. Right now, my overall feeling is go into the game with him, keep him. I'm not cutting him either right now. I can't be held hostage, though, because we were all thinking last night it's the Dallas Cowboys, and it's 25 years, and it's 30 years since a road playoff win, and this will come back to beat them. Dak pulled a Joey Bosa, throwing the helmet through the bench. At the very least, go get your boy Jeff Heath. Go get a second kicker just in case you start off the game with him. But we got the rest of the show and all week long to figure that out. So that obviously is the humongous concern going to the 49ers, who have opened up as 3.5-point favorites.
Oh.
What?
We said 4, right? We said 4 over the weekend. We Cowboys, Niners by 4. And I think that game last night moved it another half point. And this is, this is money in the bank. Free cash. That's what that is.
The Fraudy Niners, you said?
The Fraudy Niners.
Here's Mike McCarthy in the locker room afterwards.
Yeah, I tell you, I mean, you got to just really feel great about the whole week and leading in there. I mean, the confidence you had in there, we did exactly what we had to do. And I love what J.K. said at the beginning. There ain't nothing else to say. Let's just keep doing it. All right, great job. We got a wonderful plane ride home, but when we touch down, we're on the 49ers. Okay? We're on the 49ers. So great job. So proud of you. Outstanding. All right, let's enjoy this. Enjoy this plane ride. Let's celebrate one another. Love one another. Outstanding.
Hey, let's go. Be great on 3. 1, 2, 3. Be great.
There it is from DallasCowboys.com. Oh, yeah.
Oh, short and sweet.
Turn it up. I asked Peyton, just give me jam and give me bangers, as Choppy would say. Coming back from every commercial. I just want to dance. I want to see Bobby Belt showing off the rhythm. If Bobby is alive, he's waving in the hallway right now. Ryan, nice job getting McCarthy in the fan cam. Oh, my.
Oh, my. He's got a white T-shirt on.
Oh, my. Bobby Belt rolling in fresh off the plane from Tampa Bay.
He's early.
You didn't
I am early.
You didn't sleep up here?
No, I went home. I slept about 90 minutes.
Oh. What time did you land?
We got here a little early. It was like 2:55. So I went home.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have come here. I mean, you get more sleep probably.
I slept in this and rolled right in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I'm imagining them armpits right now.
Yeah.
There's a big old fat whiff.
Some onions. You got some onions.
Big old whiff. As we are celebrating this morning. You doubling up on the Addies? Where are we at with the Addy intake?
Oh, yeah. Well, it'll take about 45 minutes to kick in, and it was only 30 minutes ago I woke up. So we got about another 15 more minutes. This is a great day, though. It's a great day.
It is a great day.
Did you go to the game in that?
No, I changed before we got on the bus.
All right. Okay.
Why you asked that?
Well, because you said he slept in this. I'm like, wait, so you were wearing that on the plane?
I did wear it on the plane.
Okay.
But I didn't go to the game.
All right.
What was the plane like? Everyone,
it was great. I
imagine you didn't get much sleep on the plane. Everybody a little loud. How far away are you from everyone else?
There's only so much I can say about the play, but basically it's like staff up front, media in the next section, and then it's players in the back. So we're not sitting with the players or anything. But
but if they had an all-out party, you could easily hear it.
Yeah, which they didn't.
Right.
I think there's still, everybody was clearly thrilled. Everybody was in a great mood, but there was definitely we got unfinished business sense to it.
Unfinished
business. We ain't done yet.
3 more, baby. 3 more.
7.
We're all hungover on Dan Orlovsky tears this morning.
Oh, my God.
You're going to read your DM on the air since I had to.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Star up, star down to celebrate the special night next on Sean and RJ, 1053, The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 10. Elliott's back in the game. Prescott in the gun. Back to throw. Well protected, going to the end zone. Schultz at the goal line, and he's in for the touchdown.
Man, and it felt like you could breathe. Fist pump whenever you want, Bobby Belt.
Damn right.
Bobby, waiting for the Adderall to kick in on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we got you celebrating. What time did everyone go to bed last night, by the way, on the truckwreck.com text line? Not you, Bobby. 877-881-105. 3:30 in the morning. Brad Sham said, whenever you want. I said, you want to come on at 7:20? I said, I'll give you 9:20. He's like, whenever. I said, go sleep. Go sleep for a little bit. 9:20. And what is Jerry going to sound like at 8:30 this morning as he looked giddy afterwards? This is Star Up, Star Down. Who did you speak with, or what was it like in the locker room afterwards? Was it crazy as Mike McCarthy was wearing the Trayvon Diggs chain?
we didn't get they weren't wearing the chain and dancing like McCarthy
I wasn't even
was.
aware of a chain.
Is that gonna be like a new Cowboys social media fan thing? Are we gonna see them all trying to recreate McCarthy's dance on social media this week?
Oh, okay.
I think that's
we
what we
can
need.
do that in here.
That's the first time I've ever seen the chain. I saw Trayvon Diggs walking into the locker with it, and I was like, oh, okay, are we the University of Miami now?
So that must not be the tackle chain.
No, I don't know what.
Okay.
It's not that because he wouldn't be wearing it. That's for sure. And
Come on, Chop.
I'm Trayvon Diggs' biggest defender.
Get the early snark. But as someone tweeted, and we'll get to it in Star Up, Star Down, we ain't paying him to tackle. We do have to talk about Mike Evans. But let's go Star Up, Star Down with you all at 877-881-1053. Early on, as you said, RJ, it was 0 for 3. Oh, yeah. My gosh, the carryover taking place from the Commanders game, and then the Cowboys settle down as Dak Prescott finds Dalton Schultz, who had a humongous game, and I just felt like we could breathe a little bit after that, even though Maher missed the extra point.
Which one?
The one to make it 7-0 when it was 6-0. But Michael Gallup came up big on that drive. Yesterday, you said, where's Gallup going to be? Is Gallup going to be there? And Michael Gallup, he comes up with big catches. He's not going to have 11. He's not going to have 9 catches. He's going to have 4 for 63. He's going to have those huge plays. He was big on that drive, and Dalton Schultz ends up in the end zone to finally put the Cowboys up.
Yeah, and Schultz had a really nice day. I mean, just about everybody on offense, for the most part, on offense had a really good evening. And it starts with the quarterback. Nobody on that team can have a good day on offense without the quarterback being what he was. He was as good as it gets. And for Schultz to have that kind of game, and for him to come up with those kind of plays, and he made big plays, and he had a ton of catches on the night. He had a ton of catches. And the thing I loved about this was one of those games where receivers get like 6-7 targets in one catch. I mean, everyone who got targets was getting 7 of 8, 4 of 5, 3 of 4. I mean, they were on target throws. And like you mentioned, he started off 0 of 3, and all 3 hit the receivers somewhere in the hands. Now, that doesn't mean they were easy catches, but they were in his hands. And he could have had even a better night.
Dalton Schultz didn't want to talk afterwards. I saw Newey Scruggs tweet.
No, he didn't, which was a little interesting.
We can get Mrs. Schultz on. She's a Tolo.
She is a Tolo. I don't know what that was. I guess he must be frustrated with the way we were talking about the team after Washington or something. It's all speculative. I don't know, but he turned down several people who wanted to talk to him after the game, just shutting it down.
Schultz then scores a second one, becoming the first tight end in team history with multiple receiving touchdowns in a postseason game. He had a catch on a gorgeous throw from Dak that Schultz kind of bobbled a little bit on the sideline. So that early combination, Dak to Dalton, which, remember, we thought of as that was Dak's safety net for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
That was his safety net, and he came up big last night.
Yeah, Schultz was tremendous last night. The connection that the two of them had, Dak and Dalton, it's so obvious. Like if you're somebody who is just a weirdo like me and, who feels like going back and watching like the Cincinnati game or something from earlier this year, just watch how little chemistry there is between Cooper Rush and Dalton Schultz. Like it's non-existent. And then as soon as Dak gets back in the lineup, it's clicking. You can see why he trusts Dalton Schultz so much. There's just a reliability there. And man, he really found his comfort on that drive because it was not just 0 for 3. It was 0 for 3. And then the fourth drop back, nobody was open and he got sacked to end a drive. And then the fourth throw damn near sailed out of bounds except for Michael Gallup jumping up and catching it. And it felt like these first 5 dropbacks are going really bad.
Yeah, and Gallup didn't even high point that. I mean, he cut that on the way down. It was like, everything was off on that one. The throw was bad. He missed time to jump.
It was very awkward. Now, have you guys...
They had 6 plays to start, 1 yard gained. 6 plays, 1 yard gained. It was a Tony Pollard run.
Have you guys checked the QBR numbers for Dak?
But I'm getting... I have it for Dak, but I'm getting ready to write down all the QBRs for the wild card weekend and send them to a certain somebody.
So you have seen Dak's number.
96.5.
All right, put that in context.
It means you will win 96.5% of the games that you play with that game. That was incredible. I had to look up the highest single game QBR of all time. Do you know who it was?
Tony Romo.
No.
Oh.
Charlie Batch.
No.
Yeah, 99.9.
Oh, yeah, but didn't he he attempted like 14 passes or something.
He threw for like 186 yards, but he ran
was a weird game.
A very weird game.
Yeah.
Because QBR also takes into account like time of game and when the throws are. So like they'll weight fourth quarter throws in a close game a little bit higher.
And for the first
what a day.
And for the first time in 8 games, clean football. No turnovers. Dak, is there a little sense of relief to finally get that stat off your back?
I've had confidence all along. And some of them have been aggression. Last week was just a credit to the defense, as I told you, I got jumped it. But yeah, I mean, sure. I'm sure it makes other people feel better. Yeah, it's good. It's good to finish the game without one. But I had no doubt that we're going to have a game like this and that we could be clean with the ball and I could be clean with the ball, obviously.
Dak's a politician, and so he can sit there and say, "Sure, I'm sure it makes other people feel better." Trust me, that was a relief to him. Or not necessarily relief.
The game or no turnovers?
The fact that he didn't turn the ball over. I think it was a confidence boost because we're talking about 2 starts he's had this year where he didn't throw an interception.
Well, there wasn't even really any kind of plays that were even close.
Right.
It was like the receivers were open for one, but
and
the line was giving him all kinds of time. And like, there was not even a play that was remotely close to that I could think of that was even remotely close to getting picked off.
So I know you were watching Choppy along with me, all the Dak breakdowns in the pregame coverage. I can't stand pregame coverage anymore. I agree. Just a bunch of fluff pieces where Amazon does not show our faces when they come in studio. But
unless we're doing the pregame. Then I'll listen to it. But if we're not.
But I thought there were some really good breakdowns. Like Steve Young was breaking at his tape. Eli, you had Peyton on the Tom Brady side.
Orlovsky.
And everyone's just talking about rhythm, right? When Dak Prescott drops back and it's bam, 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 gone. 1, 2, 3, out. Like you can see his rhythm in the games when he's on. And that's what he looked like in the opener last year against Tampa. When he hesitates, when there's a hitch, when there's a pump, when there's a delay, it feels like it's going to be an off night. And last night, just 1, 2, 3, out. You could see it in his body language. I know it gets dangerous reading body language like that, but he was in total. Every time he dropped back, when he got in rhythm, you felt like it was going to be a big gain, and it was.
Derek Klassen, who does a lot of quarterback study and quarterback work for Football Outsiders, New York Times, Bleacher Report, stuff like that, he had a tweet last night that I thought nailed it, which is, we of course get frustrated with some of the inconsistencies at times when Dak plays, but as Derek wrote last night, he said, not many quarterbacks play a prettier game when they're in the zone than Dak Prescott. The ball just magnetizes to the right player in the right spot over and over. And that's the thing. When it's clicking for Dak, you genuinely look at it and go, he can match up against any other quarterback in the NFL. The problem obviously is just, you don't know sometimes what it's going to look like.
No, you don't know. I mean, and there are guys that have stronger arms or are faster. or have better footwork. But yeah, when he's on time, and really when just about any quarterback in the league is on time with everything, I mean they look good. And the difference between starters and backups is the starters can do it every day, and the backups can do it every month.
This is by far, it's not just like that's the best game he's ever played of his career. Like this is to this
Do
point
you
of his
think
career.
it's his best game?
Close. He played really well against the Giants opening night a couple years ago, where he had a perfect passer rating. He was just dropping it in the bucket.
The Eagles game was special.
It was great. What this is though is this is his signature game.
Yes.
Like if you look at over his entire 7-year career, when Nick Wright last week is laughing, going, "What's DeMar DeRozan's legacy?" That's the same question. Okay, like these are like legacy building type of games.
Yes.
You go into Tampa with your organization that hasn't won a road playoff game in 30 years. You dominate the football field,
and you maybe end Tom Brady.
Exactly.
Tom Brady. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Prescott joins Aikman and Roger, only Cowboy quarterbacks with 4 touchdown passes in a playoff game. Troy did it against the Bills in Super Bowl 27. Roger did it in the 75 championship game. Dak is the second player with 300 passing yards, 4 touchdown passes, and 0 interceptions, along with a rushing touchdown in a playoff game. He's the second one in postseason history. Matt Ryan was the other one to do it. And what I also loved last night was his legs.
Oh, yeah.
I love Dak's legs.
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
We've been trying to figure this out since his injury. Does Jerry not want him to run? McCarthy last week said, I've never told him not to run. And Dak's willingness to run, his instinct for it, and Kellen Moore setting him up for success with that, it felt perfect. There's nothing that rips your heart out more when the quarterback has all his receivers covered. You got him. Here it is, 3rd and 6. They're gonna punt it back to you. And the Jalen Hurts or the Kyler Murray or the Russell Wilson back in the day rips your heart out by just Josh Allen, by breaking the pocket and going to run for that first down. And it feels like that is finally back for Dak Prescott. And last night, I just felt like every single running situation for him was absolutely perfect with his decision-making and the instincts. He only ended up with 7 for 24 yards. You don't have to have a lot of yards. It's the moment. It is the elusiveness. When he faded left for the touchdown pass, was that to Lamb?
That was to Schultz, the one where he was going to the sideline, looked like he was going to run, came back to the side. That was the best play he had of the night.
They ran a QB option with him in the red zone.
I mean that's a play. That's a classic play. You'll see that run every so often.
I honestly didn't know if this fast side of his game would ever come back. I didn't know whether he would want to do it. I didn't know whether they would want him to do it. I didn't know if he would have the physical ability, as he looked like he was lumbering over the past year and a half.
Yeah.
I kept calling him Jalen Prescott with Jalen Smith trying to run around.
Or Ezekiel Prescott.
Or
there you go.
Ezekiel Prescott. I didn't know if this would ever return, but man, it did last night, Choppy.
It did. And if I was Dak, I was like, I don't care if they want me to run or not. If I have to run to get a first down and be a better quarterback, I'm going to do that. But maybe it's just they don't want him to run during the regular season and they'll let him run in the postseason.
He's definitely ratcheted up the mobility in the last 6 weeks, though. I feel like he's running more lately, and I think that's because he spoke about that, I think, recently, where he was kind of talking about, it reached a point where it's like I've just gotta play my game. I can't overthink it. But he's that fake last night on the touchdown. I like the whole stadium thought Zeke had the ball.
So here's his rush attempts the last few games. Houston 6 carries for 23, Jacksonville 5 for 20, Philly 6 for 41, 3 for 11 against Tennessee, 6 for 16 against Washington, and then of course last night.
How about the touchdown pass to Gallup? It goes through the defender's hands. They rule that they can't overturn Gallup's feet in the back of the end zone.
He was not the first one to touch it. He reestablished position in the field, and since it went into and out of the hands of the DB,
that's the closest Dak came to an interception.
Yes,
was that one?
Yeah, you're right. And that was good. I mean, look, that was a perfectly placed throw. I mean, obviously, perfect would have been maybe another 4 inches to the left, so he wouldn't have gotten his hands on it. But I mean, that was almost a really nice play by the DB.
If it's 4 inches to the left, it's incomplete.
That's right.
Because nobody would have touched it, and Gallup would have stepped out of bounds. That's how much everything was working in their favor last night.
Let's give props to the other side of the football as well. The leader of this football team, at least the leader of the defense, makes history intercepting Tom Brady, and the game wrecker, the MVP, the Micah Parsons problem, stalking Giselle's ex all night long. Plus, what the hell are we going to do at kicker? It's a Tolo Tuesday, just getting started with the 6 a.m. club on the Fan. But you know what I would love?
Lawyers Frankel & Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers to put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
In the shotgun, Brady with a play fake, and he throws it in the end zone. And it is intercepted in the back of the end zone. Picked off by J-Ron Curse on a ball that went a little too high of the target.
How huge was that? Tom Brady's first red zone interception as a Buccaneer. Not even a tip.
Yeah.
Not a deflection, not off someone's hands. It was Tom Brady's first red zone pick as a member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it was the defensive leader, J-Ron Curse, who came up with it. J-Ron almost had another one later on in the game. The Bucs are on the 5-yard line. Hankins had some pressure. Tampa Bay had a 14-play, 70-yard drive. They had eaten up 6 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock, and the first Tom Brady red zone pick since 2019. The longest streak in NFL history without a red zone interception, 410 attempts. J-Ron got him, and there was almost another one in the third for Curse.
Yeah, I think that may have been in the Titans game that he had, the playoff game, where they ran it back. It's like he doesn't throw red zone picks. He never has. He's been nails in the red zone. And in this one, I don't know what he was doing on that play. I don't know if Godwin was supposed to go back there. I have no idea if the ball just slipped out of his hands and he didn't throw it hard enough. Like, that was one of the worst. That was a play a high school kid would make. Not Tom Brady. Not an NFL quarterback. That made absolutely no sense to me.
Star up to Micah freaking Parsons. Micah, idolized Kobe Bryant, and all week long he just kept saying, look, I'm trying to become a legend now. All this all-pro stuff, it irritated him that the players didn't vote him on ahead of Myles Garrett or Bosa. But he is one of these playoffs are going to define your legacy type guys. He absolutely believes in it, and he tormented Tom Brady and the Buccaneers last night. It started early on Donovan Smith, and they had no answer for him, Bobby. He was everywhere. Number 11 was wreaking havoc.
I'm excited at the idea that he might just tap into some other level of motivation or whatever else, because that was a different player than I think we saw over the last month of the season.
Yes.
Other than for you, the Doncic moments.
Man, I was so proud of the Tolos last night. When he got banged up at the end of the first half, they said, hopefully that's Micah Doncic. Hopefully that's just Micah. Now, in seeing the video review, you could see how that hurt.
Oh, yeah.
That one definitely hurt, but I also knew he was going to be good to go in the second half.
That's probably the most complete game I've seen from him this season. Just in terms of
almost had a couple picks off of
off the throw, right at the line of scrimmage where he jumped.
Yes.
He had a sack, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback hits, 2 passes defended. He was making stops in the running game. Donovan Smith could not block him. That whole first half, Brady was having to maneuver around the pocket. I would love to see the GPS tracking on Tom Brady and how much he had to move around the pocket.
That's what I said to start the show.
I mean, honestly, the one play where he was able to escape and do the Patrick Mahomes thing, that may be more than Brady's ever run in his life on that play.
I still can't believe he accomplished that feat.
That
is a feat of athleticism for that man.
I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Maybe Brady mystique, just the ability to turn that on is what you saw there, I think, Sean. But in general, Micah Parsons was incredibly dominant. It shows up as 1 sack, which, by the way, he did get the full sack. It was not just the split with Dorrance Armstrong, which is the right call, because Brady was going down whether Dorrance Armstrong put his hand on him or not.
So here's Micah after this game. Did this game meet your Dallas Cowboys standards?
Oh, yeah, we moved the steps closer. I mean, when you talk about standard, I think that's the type of standard that we have approached, that we have to have that approach almost every time. And we got to continue that. We can't off the gas. Everyone was locked in, disappointed about that Washington loss. We need that same focus, that same attention to detail, that same execution going into this week too. Not get too high, just because you win that one game doesn't take you off that We got to stay under the mud and stay hungry.
All right, so my other star-ups on defense, Bobby, I saw you tweet about Donovan Wilson. Israel Mukuamu. All the fear over the second corner. We saw why with Xavier Rhodes. Brian brought us in the postgame saying, yeah, running an issue, as you mentioned last week, Bobby, as Mike Evans. I can't really blame Mike Evans. That ball was like on the edge of his fingers after Noah Brown butchered the onside kick.
Oh, did he ever?
I wrote down Hankins. I wrote down Golston, Osa, and I was not expecting to write down those guys, Bobby, after the injury designation came out with the D tackles that were inactive for this game. So you were reading into the Cowboys. They made some major adjustments before this game.
Oh, yeah.
No Nashawn Wright. Just take us through the different adjustments. You were even saying what they were going to do with Dak throwing the football with the tackles. They made major changes.
Yeah, so there was starting to be some, just on the personnel front, there was starting to be some buzz. We all, I think, assumed, okay, this is going back to the normal offensive line now that Tyler Biadasz is back. But then we started hearing some buzz that, no, this is Jason Peters is starting at left tackle tonight. And that means Tyler Smith's bumping inside the guard, McGovern's going to the bench, and that they're going to use him more for their Hulk package, where he's in there as an extra blocker. Which, by the way, he had a
McCarthy loves using those terms. And Hulk was there.
Yes, he was.
Not wearing a white mask. Not wearing a white pillowcase last night.
It's Florida. They didn't do masks in Florida. But I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing.
Tom Cruise was there too.
Yeah,
I don't understand that. Why was Tom Cruise? Does Tom Cruise? I've never heard of. Don't think I've ever seen Tom Cruise at a sporting event.
I don't think
Wimbledon. I saw him at Wimbledon.
You did?
I saw him at Wimbledon.
Here's what I was told yesterday when I brought it up to somebody who was there from the Tampa area said Tampa has a low-key, very large Scientology community. Dead serious.
That's why we send Bobby on these trips.
Dead serious. That's why.
He gets behind all the stories.
I did walk right by him, though. That was
You
that
did?
Was cool. Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering, there was this SUV that was backing up as we were walking the locker, and they were just blowing us off walking behind him. I was like, who is this that thinks they can just do this? And I realized it was them getting the car ready for Tom, because as we're walking, me and Jose Gant from WFAA are walking by, and he walks right by us. I just have my phone out like this, like looking at it, and security sees me holding my phone, that the security group that's around Tom Cruise, and they already start to kind of like fan out towards me, and one of them's already kind of got their hand out, and I'm like, I'm not putting my phone up. Like, I would have tried to take a picture, but just seeing how they were reacting to me walking my phone. But he was being like, everybody that was talking to him, he was like being nice and waving and going like, hey, how you doing? Like he wasn't being a jerk to anybody. He was
did he jump out as being abnormally short?
Yeah, he's short. He's short. Like, I mean, it definitely makes sense why he's got a security team around him. You cannot see him inside when they do that.
Yeah,
and so
5'4".
He's small.
The other D line moves.
Yes. Anyway, back to that.
Yeah.
The fact that they switched up the offensive line, and talking to some people before the game about, hey, what's the reason for this? It was they're gonna put a lot of this game on Dak, and what they want is they want the best possible pass blocking line out there tonight, and they feel like that's it. And so that was one of the adjustments they made. On defense, you mentioned they had Nashawn Wright inactive. They go ahead and roll with Israel Mukuamu. Dan Quinn said, we figured that out. I feel good about our option, but I don't want to reveal that. And we were all just thinking, okay, he doesn't want to tip who he's picked. I don't think we were thinking that, no, he's just going to flat out move Mukuamu to corner and play that. But this is something, you remember, we talked about this right after Anthony Brown went down. We asked Sham about Mukuamu. You remember that, where we said, like, hey, Mukuamu played corner in college. He played it during training camp, did it well against CeeDee Lamb. And I guess they've just been, they've been figuring the position out and resting on it. But he was really, really good.
Yes.
Jaron Kearse playing in the slot, having to play some corner, unlike he has typically in the past, because he was lined up. Typically, when you get Kearse out there, he's lined up against a tight end if he's in the slot or something like that. He was on Russell Gage, like all the way to the outside at times. So that's kind of their solution. And then, like you mentioned, Neville Gallimore inactive. I don't know if that has to do with the fact that he was wearing a Hot Boys chain on the plane.
I mean, that could have been it.
That should be enough to get you deactivated.
Yeah, but in general, it's funny you mentioned that, though, that the guys that stood out to you, Hankins, Golston, Odigizua, who are they? They're interior defensive linemen. And we talked all week about that's where you're going to have to get Tampa Bay is on the interior.
Mike McCarthy, on what stood out to him about his defense that shut down and maybe sent Tom Brady into retirement.
Well, I just think the biggest thing, it starts up front, getting off blocks, rallying to the football, we just really emphasized the finish and squeezing their perimeters. I mean, you look at the passing game, we anticipated them to throw the ball a lot. A lot of the underneath completions, I thought our underneath coverage components were intact, aggressive, we got our hands on a number of balls today. I know we didn't get the takeaways that we normally get, but, most important, we were in position for takeaways, and we were all over the football. Had the pressure. You had excellent pressure, particularly at key parts in the game, the third and fourth downs. So I thought the defense played extremely well throughout all three levels.
I got to start down.
Hey, we're not supposed to be having any of those today except for one.
There are three.
There's one, and it's Maher. There's another one.
We'll get to Maher, yeah.
And it's on. I'm not even going to go with the player because you can't blame the player for just being bad because you're just bad at some point. At some point in your career, this is for anybody who thinks that they need to restructure this fool and bring him back next year.
I love it, Choppy. I love it.
All right, is the only thing good. You know what? I'm not even going to say good because this dude's making my kid want one of these helmets. All right.
Even Zeke's going to cost you money.
Zeke's going to cost me $1,000. Those are $1,000 helmets. That's $1,000 helmet that he's rocking. Hey, Zeke gets a star down, and I mean, like that. He was bad. You can't roll him out. You want to put him out there against San Francisco? You kidding me?
Man, it's any time. I texted you guys this last night. Anytime you put the ball in his hands, it feels like you're giving up on the down. Not on the series, but it just feels like. Okay, this is sort of a give up. As somebody last night had said, the best. Somebody in the press box told me the best thing Zeke did tonight was sell the fake on Dak's touchdown run. That was the most effective he was all night. Here's the reality. He's not an effective football player anymore.
Well, I still need him, and I still take him for my 1 and 2 yard gains for my goal line carries. All right, so San Francisco, we're going to hear a lot about Zeke and the physicality of San Francisco, but just thank God that the Dallas Cowboys and Kellen Moore, I don't know whether they were saving it, I don't know whether this was the plan the whole time, but they said we're riding with Tony Pollard. We talked about him yesterday as the offensive X factor, and it was clear. Even, you want a summary of the running back situation, Choppy? Even Troy Aikman admitted he was one of the last Zeke defenders left, and Aikman multiple times on TV saying, just give it to Pollard more often than Zeke. If you watch any of the games, it's clear as day, it's obvious, and Tony Pollard is just exciting. This has been the case for 2 years. Again, just use your eyes. He's got the juice. He's got the burst, and Tony Pollard's involvement, star up, and props to Kellen Moore for that. Woo! Man. Kellen unloaded everything. I got Kellen in my Cowboy receipts a little bit later on. I got a Cowboys receipts segment.
They did a lot that was very different with their personnel and stuff. Not just Kellen, but the special teams, the defense. Early on in that game, I don't know how obvious it was on TV. They were doing a ton of late switching. So they'd have like McGovern off to the sideline, and then with 15 seconds left on the play clock, they do a switch, or they jump the receivers all to one side, and then the referees are declaring 66 is eligible. Special teams, on the first punt return, they had the two gunners outside. They then, right before the snap, had one of them run to the other side and had somebody from the line of scrimmage run out to be a gunner. And then 2 seconds later, had the other gunner do the same thing, and then Washington scrambling around. They definitely had stuff in their bag that they were pulling out last night that they haven't done all year.
Let's officially take Mike McCarthy off the hot seat, give him his props, talk about his in-game decisions, including whether to keep putting Brett Maher out there and what are they going to do at kicker for round 2. That's next. It's a Tolo Tuesday, 6 a.m. club with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on.
Yeah, going left, throwing back right in the end zone. Oh my God.
You've got to be kidding me.
I've never seen anything like it.
Why are we kicking it? Why are we kicking it?
What is going on? He can't believe it. Talk about a buzzkill. No one's ever missed three extra points in a row. That's got to be a record.
Cut a guy at halftime of a playoff game?
Got to be a record.
That was Vanderjack 2.0 for Peyton.
Oh, yeah.
Peyton Manning hates kickers. Absolutely disgusted. He has the feeling of, I do all this damn work. I do all the hard stuff. I get killed. I got all the pressure. And you go out there and screw this up. And Dak Prescott showed that last night when he slammed the helmet on the ground. And then after the game, the reporters were asking Dak, was he screaming go for two at one point?
Yeah, he very clearly slammed his helmet down and said go for effing two.
Well, that was on the second one, which they should have done anyway.
Okay.
Dak, big analytics guy.
So the philosophy of chasing points, just get the one and then go for two later on, or make up early analytically?
Well, analytically, you should go for two every time because you convert the 2-point conversion like 60% of the time, whatever more.
Yeah.
So if you go for two every time, you'll actually come out away with more points over the course of a year than you will simply by going for one, because you are going to miss X amount of kicks, extra points anyway throughout the course. When it was at the 2-yard line, it was different because those were automatic.
Yeah.
Now that it's back, if you go for two every time, on average around the NFL, you're going to make more points.
It's so funny. DallasCowboys.com interviewed Tom Robinson a couple years back, and Tom is the Cowboys football analytics guy. And they asked him a question. They're like, let me get an honest answer from you. They said, should you ever kick an extra point? And he just got this big smile on his face, and he said, I'm not going to answer that.
Wow.
And they asked him, should you ever punt on 4th and 1? He said, I'm not going to answer that either.
Yeah, the numbers show there is not a position on the field that you should punt on 4th and 1.
I'm guessing he would say, no, you shouldn't punt, and no, you shouldn't kick the extra point, and he just didn't want to say that.
Here's Dak on his Maher reaction after one of the misses.
I'm Money Maher's biggest fan. Obviously, I've been shown the video of me, and that's just emotion. That's part of it. But Yeah, I mean, I talked to him individually, told him after the game, hey, let that go. We're going to need it. I just played like shit a week ago, so I mean, that happens. But when you believe in each other and you believe in what we're capable of doing and knowing what that guy's done, what resiliency he's shown throughout his career personally, no doubt that he'll come back next week and be perfect and help us win.
Missed 4 last night, missed 3 all year. People tweeting. I mean, he was the number one topic on social media. Give Micah your leg after Parsons got hurt. I think Morton Anderson was looking for work last night on social media. You had Christy Scales saying they were running out of kicking balls on the sideline because he was missing so badly. This guy who had a phenomenal year, maybe the biggest surprise of the Cowboys season, 91% on field goals, 9 of 11 on 50+, 50 of 53 on extra points. Jeff Heath was trending last night to bring in. Dez was talking about coming out there and kicking. Here's Mike McCarthy. What was the issue and what's the solution?
No, yeah, I mean, we need Brett. He understands that. So, we need to get back on it this week and, get him ready to go. Obviously, we're kicking out, an outdoor stadium out there in Santa Clara. So, he's disappointed, but, we need him. We need him to focus in. And, he's been super clutch for us all year. So, but that's the plan.
All right, Chop, you have no hesitation in this.
No, I mean, he's been fantastic all year. Like, you have bad days. People have bad days. It's okay to have bad. You shouldn't lose your job because you have a bad day. When you boot 3 ground balls to third base, but they don't bench you. They don't cut you. These days will happen. Dak just had an awful game last week. Wide receivers will drop passes and have, and they'll come right back the following week and they'll be okay. Yeah, that's never even would cross my mind.
All right, let me use a Chop point against you as a counter argument. You've said that one kicker to the next does not matter. It's overrated.
Exactly.
It just got proven.
Even more of a reason not to do anything.
No, I can go ahead and bring in another guy and not have to worry about the yips. I can bring in another guy. They're interchangeable. I can just bring in the next one.
Sure, you can. You can. But you have to. This guy, he doesn't have the yips. We don't know that he has the yips. He had a bad day. Everybody has a bad day at what they do somewhere along the line. It's not a big deal. Like this is a non-starter.
Wow.
It would not even. You are the fans, the people that want to do that, man. I am damn glad I'm not a friend of yours. Like that, they would be just the most annoying people in the world.
Isn't Chuck Knobloch and Rick Ankiel proof against what you're saying?
No, because they had it done to them. They could not get. They had it done to them for years.
It was sustained.
It was sustained. This is a one-time thing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they can't afford for this to be sustained. They can't gamble on it being sustained. I'm bringing up the counter,
but it's not predictive. Him missing 4 kicks is not predictive of next week.
Was Rick Ankiel or Knobloch predictive to week 2? Or game 2 when it happened to them? If that happens to them again, they could be eliminated because of it.
I understand that, but it's not. What I'm saying is, like, a kicker that kicks that makes 90% of his extra point or whatever. The thing is, you have no idea when the kickers are going to miss. None. You can't plan for that. So kicking is not a predictive position anyway.
Could be Nick Anderson.
I see it both ways in the sense that I agree that I don't think his job should be on the line at all. Because, we were talking about the fact that he very easily could have been a Pro Bowler this year. He's provided stability at a spot that you just had not seen in several years here in Dallas. But also at the same time, man, that's such a mental position.
Yeah.
Kicking that I'm not going to go replace him. I'm concerned what it's going to look like next week. Pat McAfee had tweeted last night. He said, man, the ball is just not going where it's supposed to be going for old Maher. This is a nightmare, obviously. Can't even fathom the flight home. You might win a playoff game on the road here. Should be a fantastic time, but also the worst night of your professional career. He missed, going back to Washington, he missed 5 straight extra points. Because he missed the only one in Washington, and then he missed the first 4 last night. And
what was he like in the locker room?
He was depressed, because that's the thing, is that it's not just if you end out winning, if they ended out winning the game where Noah Brown,
props to him for talking, by the way, instead of being Noah Brown fumbling onside kicks and post game interviews where Noah ran and hid. Props to Maher because I see him on TV talking.
Brett has consistently over the years when he's had a bad game has stood right up there and not just like willing to do it, like stands at his locker waiting for people to like show up because he knows he needs to answer for it. And I really respect that about him. It's very admirable. And that's why I also feel like I think he's going to get this righted, but it's very much like a Major League Baseball bullpen. When it starts kind of going sideways, it's like it tough
goes quick.
to
There's one thing. If they find out,
we'll find out
that there is he's got some kind of issue where he can't kick on grass, and all their remaining playoff games are on grass because Washington was a grass field.
Right.
Now that is something where you've got to make a change then.
Why was he? Did you guys notice? And I don't think he got asked about this. He was when the very first extra point he lined up for. I was like, why is he on the left hash? Like he normally kicks dead center. I feel like, and he was on the left hash, hooking everything right, and he kicked from the left hash all night. And I wondered what that was. In fact, that he was pushing all right. It made me wonder was he pushing things right in pregame so that he was like, I've got to adjust and kick left.
This is what I'm doing. He's my kicker against San Francisco. But I'm using a roster spot I have to bring in another kicker to have there on the sideline. I have to have a backup in case there's a meltdown in the first half, and we're taking this into the second half with a tie or 3-point game. You're still my guy, but you got to understand we have to have insurance. And I don't care who it is. It's just got to be a kicker. And can we compromise there? Is that fine? Bringing in one to have on the sideline.
Now, look, if you believe in the mental side of things, that will be way worse.
Well,
if you believe in the mental side of things, because you might as well just cut him.
No,
you might as well just cut him now. If you're going to have somebody looking over his shoulder like that, you might as well just cut him.
I cannot go in with one option. I'd be terrified. I got his mental state versus being held hostage if this is a 2-week meltdown. What do? As Broad said in the post, this is a bind. This is a bind, and Jerry Jones was asked about it afterwards.
Will you look at some kickers this week?
No, we won't. We just he's done enough good ones.
Okay, so that's Jerry saying
he's done enough good ones.
He's done enough good ones. He's judging Maher like McCarthy. I've seen the regular season.
I'm gonna look this up now. I'll have an answer for us by the time the next segment's around. What he does on grass versus turf for his career.
All right, what do you think of RJ's rejecting it, signing another kicker to have for Sunday?
I would not, but I'm
because of his confidence.
I don't want to mess with the mentals there at all. And he's been good. I think that you give him the vote of confidence like everybody gave him last night. But I'm also not
giving him the
great.
I'm giving him the vote of confidence. You're still our guy, but you got to and unless it's got to be a meltdown. But I got to have a little insurance. You got to have a little bit of insurance. And I'm not pulling you after your first miss. You can miss 2. You can miss multiple. I'm not pulling you, but if something crazy, you got to understand that, and hopefully he would. I'm not giving you the quick hook after your first miss, but my gosh, what do y'all think on the truckwreck.com text line? This is a poll question. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
People were saying he always kicks from the left hash.
I hadn't noticed that before.
I haven't either, but I don't really pay attention to where he gets it. Where he lines up from.
Because it's money. You didn't worry about it before.
That's right. I agree with both of you guys, but bringing in an extra kicker will mind F him.
Mm-hmm.
If you bring in another kicker, you could say he's your guy, but it tells him he is not.
Right.
Don't bring in an extra kicker and waste a roster spot. Just go for 2 on 4th down anyway, or on after a touchdown.
How about that last night from McCarthy? Slapping Kellen on the ass. And Joe Buck said this is a clear analytics green light, 4th and goal from the 2. You know what? I'm sorry. That was the first 4th down we got to give Mike McCarthy props for. This was 4th and 4. This was 4th and 4 when they were in 2-down mode. 3rd and 9 on the 24 with 11 minutes left. They threw the little short pass to Pollard to set up 4th and 4. CeeDee Lamb wide open. And then Maher made the kick with the sarcastic cheers from the Cowboy fans in the Tampa crowd.
Tampa fans, too, were doing it. They were all just trolling him.
Can the punter kick? You want to grab all those mentally tough street free agents and throw them in a playoff game.
Good point.
Let's see. Stick with Maher. Blankenship's available.
Stop that.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. He had a bad game. Move on.
877-881-1053. More Cowboy. We're going to go headlines and then headlines. The Totals want us to bring back headlines. Then your internet or newspaper, if you know what that is. Headlines. To recap, the Cowboys win. Tom and his little perfect record. Summarize your Cowboy headlines for 7:20. But we'll take you through every facet, including J-Ron Curse and the injury to Jason Peters as well in your Cowboy headlines, and then Cowboy Buccaneers headlines, all back-to-back headlines is what I'm saying next.
But I hope you watched the game last night at Boomer.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They're going to run a play. 4th and 4. Back to throw it out to the left. All alone. Caught at the 2. And a walk-in touchdown for CeeDee Lamb. How did you not cover the second team All-Pro?
Brad Sham, the voice of America's team, on the call. This is the first edition of back-to-back headlines here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt fresh off the plane, landing at 3:30 in the morning, and you, the Tolos, with Jerry Jones live at 8:30. CeeDee Lamb had his first catch at the 2-minute warning, and I didn't even care. Why? Because Dak Prescott, after starting off 0 for 3, hit 11 straight, breaking a Cowboys franchise record that Aikman had set back in the day. Dak caught fire 11 straight to 7 different guys. Totally in rhythm. He finished the first half 15-20 for 189 yards and 3 total touchdowns. He got it going with the legs as well. Here's Dak on 10-plus yard downfield throws, right? That's a big boy stat. When you're throwing it 10 yards or more down the field, at one point he was 7-7 for $140 and 2 touchdowns. One of them went to CeeDee Lamb, as you just heard right here on The Fan. And CeeDee talked about the statement win after.
Most definitely felt like a statement. We were up 31-6, going into 2 minutes in the fourth. So very good of us. It proves that we're a pretty good football team, especially when we hitting on all cylinders. Defense doing their job, special teams doing their job, and of course offense putting up points. So you get that type of game. That's going to be the result.
How about the bounce back for number 4? Were you just giddy? Were you melting in the press box there, watching your boy have his signature game?
What I was sitting there thinking was, man, Choppy's lucky he didn't take me up yesterday when I tried to bet him that Dak would put up better numbers than Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
you were lucky. Now I told John Machota and Todd Archer, both of them, before the game. I was like, Dak's passer rating will be 120 or higher. Watch. They're like, okay, all right, we'll see. I said, remembered after the game.
And then you changed that 5 minutes in on our group text when you said, okay, Dallas is losing.
Yes.
And I had to settle you down a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because honestly, after those first 2 drives, I think it was like, well, this offense is broken. But never a doubt. Never a doubt.
Week 1 playoff QBRs. We'll get into this more in my receipts segment coming up. Remember, we all ranked them. We got to re-rank the playoff QBs later on this week. I'll go from bottom to top. Skylar Thompson, 12th. Orlovsky got that right. Brady, 11th. 24.1 QBR last night.
Tom Brady.
Threw it 66 times. Ugh. Josh Allen, 10. T-Law, 9. Burrow, 8. Herbert, 7. Geno, 6. Tyler Huntley, 5. Daniel Jones, 4th with an 81.2. Kirk Cousins, 3rd. Brock Purdy, 2nd. And the best QBR from Wild Card Weekend, Dak Prescott, 96.5, coming in at 12 originally on Orlovsky's list.
That is, 96.5. I mean, to even remotely try to duplicate that game. I mean, if he has another game like that this postseason, they're obviously going to win the game.
Yeah.
And when your quarterback plays like that, you win. Football is not complicated. I'm not going to sit here and give credit to Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore's plays looked good last night because Dak Prescott looked amazing. That's just the reality of it. And when Kellen Moore looks bad, it's because Dak is bad on that day. It's the same with any other team.
I'm going to give props to Kellen. He got Pollard involved. He deserves a ton of credit for that. And I got a bunch of other things. Kellen, that's in Cowboys receipts as well. But Jerry Jones had to talk about his franchise QB and overall thoughts after the game.
Thought he was outstanding. Before the game, I was talking with Coach Mike, and we both agreed Dak was going to have to be the one that won it. Not necessarily the defense, although he'd be the first to tell you I would too. It's a team game. But the defense, when you get in a game like this, you've got to have a great, really outstanding quarterback play. And boy, he met the mark in every way. And I told him right before the game, we were talking, I said, don't you be anything but aggressive. No conservative, be aggressive. Not that made any difference at all, but boy, he was. And it made the difference out there tonight. It lifted not only on the plays he made, but it lifted spirit of the team, and it's got us lifted now in a position to go play a really great team and a really outstanding team. I'm going to use that word, G word. They're an outstanding team.
So that throw he made.
Real quick, because Bobby's got to go downstairs. Give us the update on Jason Peters and J-Ron Kearse injury-wise.
J-Ron Kearse said he's fine. His knee is fine, is what he said. He's like, it's all right. It's all right. It's fine. It'll be good to go. He says he's going to be good to go. He was limping a little bit, but he said he'll be fine. Jason Peters obviously missed the rest of the game with a hip injury, but watching him walk out of the locker room last night, I didn't notice any limp or hobble. He looked okay, so I'm imagining they'll get a chance to look at it this morning and hopefully have more of an update.
All right, Chop.
So perfect example of Jerry talking about it being aggressive. That pass to Schultz on the left side, he was not open.
The touch ball that Schultz like kind of
He bobbled it?
Yeah.
I mean, he was not open. That was a I'm going to be aggressive here kind of pass. And it was a great throw. He was on. Like everything he did last night was perfect. It was one of those games that you have that are just nothing you do can be stopped at any point. The receivers were largely wide open, and when they weren't, he was so precise with his passes. So precise.
Yes.
And no fear of getting picked off. And I love that because you start getting.
That's hard to do too after you've had these 8 straight weeks with a pick.
Well, you got to just continue to be aggressive. Kurt Warner talked about this. He said, "I would rather throw interceptions, knowing that I'm going to make more good plays over the course of the day than bad ones. That I'm going to keep being aggressive, and I'm not going to worry about the picks." And that's exactly the mindset you have to have. All right, okay, so I throw an interception. No big deal. If I make 2 or 3 bad throws, I know I'm going to make 4 or 5 great ones. And at the end of the day, I'm going to come out on top.
Here's Dak on how he keeps this confidence level up for San Francisco, where the Cowboys are already 3.5-point dogs.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I talked to Kurt before the game, and he was saying something about the interceptions. He's like, each one has their story, and I'm like, hey, you only know that if you've thrown the ball. So appreciate that, and just that's, as I said, the confidence that I've gotten myself, that I've gained over the years, the confidence I've gotten these receivers and the guys I'm throwing it to. I'm not going to allow that to change the way that I play this game and the way that we stay aggressive on offense, and simple as that.
So that's the Cowboys side of things.
9 of 10, like you said, beyond 10 yards. Against Washington, 1 of 8. Against Indianapolis, 1 of 6. This was. I'm looking at this throw chart. Like this throw chart is really, it's a thing of beauty. But everything is spaced out. He didn't sit there and just kind of chuck the ball in the same direction all the time. A lot of times you'll see quarterbacks have those days where everything is going basically the same spot. I mean, this thing looks like a butterfly. It looks like a gorgeous butterfly out there.
Yes.
This throw chart. I mean, I am.
That's a signature game. I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
We know he's a great dude. We've been defending him against some unfair criticism from the media and Tolos over the course of the past month. And last night you saw why. Last night you saw exactly why we were saying, don't be lazy with the turnover judgment. Seriously. And get off your point that you're stuck on. If one person's got confidential files, point out that the other person's got confidential files. All right? Make sure you got your Corvette in your garage cleaned. Or your
my Corvette's in my garage.
Or your Mar-a-Lago estate. Just point out both. Just be able to change. Be able to go ahead and say, okay, I may have been wrong on this, and I'm right on this. That's Dak Prescott's argument throughout his entire career, but especially here over the course of the past month. And now you're going to get a lot of focus on Tom Brady and what is he going to do as, man, his post game on the field that I saw was just with Van Der Esch. I'm like, is Leighton Van Der Esch this important for Tom Brady to go up? And he told Van Der Esch, the microphones picked it up, catch those interceptions next week. We got to give Van Der Esch his big fat star up as well. Who would have thought that he would be that important? He was physical.
Played well.
He had a couple of near interceptions as well. Thank goodness for Leighton Vander Esch's return. But then Tom does a quick run off the field, the wave, the hat tip to the crowd, and then, of course, in the post, he said, day by day.
Day by day. Look, he was awful. I mean, he looked so washed last night. So washed.
He's looked like that all year. That's why I told y'all. He's not going to flip some switch. Maybe if it's tied in the fourth.
He looked jittery. Like, I don't remember him looking like so jittery where he couldn't even complete a drop back without being worried about guys hitting him. He looked so bad. And the Cowboys had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
Their front had a lot to do with that. He had no time to throw. And when he did, I mean, he had nothing on the ball. He was short. It was such an awful night. It was ugly to watch. I don't like watching bad quarterback. I feel like Peyton Manning out there. Watch, it's like anytime there's bad quarterback play, he gets all upset in his field. I can't stand it. You give me a bet, I don't care. It will ruin any game for me. If one of the quarterbacks is bad, it will completely ruin the game for me.
CeeDee Lamb was asked if beating Brady has added significance to this win after he came in 7-0 against the Star.
Not necessarily. It gives you a couple bragging rights that you beat Tom Brady in the playoffs, but it don't really do anything going forward. So just take it, enjoy it right now, and as soon as we touch down, it's on the same car.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, our second version of headlines is coming up at 7:20. Write the headline article. Write the lead. Well, the lead, I guess, would be the first paragraph. Give us your headline. Eliminating the Buccaneers. You got playoff Lenny. You got Chris Godwin in his stupid Dwayne Wade jersey from 2006. You got all the smack talk that you want to rain down upon the Buccaneers, the fan base, whoever you want it to be. 7:20 this morning. Jerry Jones is going to call us at 8:30, and we're going to have your phone calls at 8 to celebrate what happened last night. My coffee just kicked in. I could go. I'm going to crash at some point, but I could. Yeah. I feel like I could go for about four more hours. Maybe an extra hour into the KMC masterpiece.
Let's make it 2:47. Let's do 2 hours 47.
Chops against it.
2 hours and 47 more minutes. Hey, how about the NFC East? For the first time since realignment in 2002, 3 teams from the same division have advanced to the divisional round with Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants. Just the 4th time since the merger. 97 it happened with Green Bay, Vikings and Bucks. 92, Cowboys, Eagles, and Redskins at the time. 85, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets. And it has now happened with the divisional round set. Many people think the best sports weekend of the entire year, the Cowboys and the 49ers, the late game on Sunday.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the best football weekend of the year. That's for sure. The divisional round is without question, and it's the easiest one to bet on. It is historically the easiest round of the NFL playoffs to bet on.
Cowboys open up 3.5-point dogs.
Yep, and with that was about to be expected. Computer had it at 4. Wonder if last night moved it a little bit, or the computer was just off by a half point, which is possible. But this is not a stunning point spread at all. San Francisco, obviously the home team. They've had a great year. They've won 10 in a row now. They've been tremendous. So. Not a surprising line.
All right, so here's the schedule. Saturday, 3:30, Jacksonville at KC. At night, Giants at Eagles. Sunday at 2, Bengals at Bills. 5:30, Cowboys at San Francisco. And now I'm seeing the line up to 4. All right, so that's headlines number 1. Let's bring back a staple from back in the day, your Cowboys, Buccaneers headlines number 2 to celebrate the win last night after this.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell, located between I-20 and Highway 80. It is a...
I am praying.
Hold your breath.
Praying for Brett Maher to make this extra point. 27 seconds left in the half. This extra point.
He missed it. He pulled it.
He pulled it right to the left.
Yeah, that may be the inspiration for some of your headlines. This shows off, Bobby. This will be, I believe, your first experience with it. We did this back in the day after humongous wins, and this certainly qualifies. I don't know, Chop, what do you think in our 12 years together?
In terms of the biggest win?
Yeah. What were the wins before they lost with the Dez catch that year?
Detroit.
Okay, this is bigger than that.
And then the previous year was Seattle. I'm sorry, the next time was Seattle.
Yeah.
Before the Rams game.
I mean,
that was big because Seattle, Russ was still in his prime.
That was a regular season game.
No, it was a playoff game. That was when Dak toppled over.
When they won in Arlington.
They won in Arlington, yeah. It was the wild card weekend. Then they went to the Rams the next week.
I was at that Seattle game. Clearly not of sound mind. This is bigger than that, in my opinion.
Well, it's bigger because it's Brady, even though he's not Brady anymore.
Yeah. And they played better. This is the best they've played in any playoff game. It's not even close in our 12 years. 12 years, 3 playoff wins now? Is that what it is?
20, let's see.
Detroit?
Detroit.
14
Seattle.
and 18. Yeah.
And this?
Yeah.
Yep.
3. My God.
Yeah. Because you missed 09.
I wouldn't have come here if you told me it was 3 playoff wins in 12 years. I'm like, that's it? Because your success, a lot of times, is determined by the success of the teams. 3 playoff wins. This is by far the number one playoff moment. That Seahawks game on the road, I'll never forget where I was when I was at Kelvin Joseph's area of town watching that game.
You know the vibe.
Watching that game at the OT Tavern in that area on Greenville. This may be one. This may be it. And headlines is basically coming up with that newspaper topic. Those magical words that quickly, succinctly summarize what happened, and we have music for it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's make Mac Engel proud at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Choppy, what do you got?
All right, let's do this. Buck yes.
Like it.
Of course. Not Tampa's Day.
I liked it. 2 for 2. Unlike Maher.
Oh. That's some good Dak right there.
Oh, my. That's a little graphic. A lot of graphic.
Can't buck with Dak.
I'll take it.
Unbelievable.
Bay?
Tampa Bay.
Oh, and going to the Bay next.
A Star Reborn.
4.
Dak.
Tell me something good.
I like that movie.
We got a Dak to ride.
Good God.
Hey, here's one for you.
What'd you do after writing these last night? What was the inspiration?
I wrote this morning. I didn't realize I wrote this morning.
Oh, you can wake up with it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one's for you Trey Lewis fans out there. Getting Dak down in Dallas.
It's good.
Yeah. Yep.
Dak does Dallas.
Yep. And then the final one, for you Gucci Mane out there. Girl he dacked up.
My
That's
Lord.
good.
You like that?
Yeah,
There you go.
I do like that.
Play the music. No, the hub. The hub. Did you work the game last night?
No.
No, I didn't.
Okay. That was your excuse.
He worked Molly.
That was your pass.
Not the pill either.
not the pill.
No, he'd be more on his game if he did that.
He'd be more on his game.
He'd be touching the board.
He'd be talking about that sunrise like you guys were.
All right. Any other headlines coming in from the Tolos, Twitter, truckwreck.com, text line? As I don't think you'll see a lot of RJs in the papers this morning, but maybe the internet.
Well, there's someone out here that we can't even say either.
Yeah.
Let's see. Finkel and Maher and Finkel. It's a good Ace Ventura.
Ace
pet
Ventura.
detector.
It is.
Big Dak energy.
That's good.
Yes. Let's see. Big Dak vibes. Let's see. Boys go buck wild. Tomfoolery.
All right. Look at the creativity.
Dallas passed the Bucks.
Oh.
The Bucks.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
Let's see. Goodbye, East Coast. Hello, West Coast. Let's see. That was Dalton Schultz on Tampa. What?
Jared Sandler sent me one. Jared, I can't read this. I'm not trying to get dumped like you on Rangers broadcasts. Sitting there sending me this about. Well, I can't. Even
Where did you play
it.
Major League Baseball?
Here we go. This one. I like this one.
Give us up. We need a good walk-off.
Legend killer.
Legend killer.
So, but the way they say it, you've got a picture of Brady there, but you also have a picture of Romo because he killed them both.
Oh.
God, baby.
But one's not a legend. All right, it's Sean and RJ along with Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan here on a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. I have my own piece of paper here.
Very Letterman of you.
It's not.
What do we got here?
It's not newspaper headlines on my piece of paper. It's receipts. I've been keeping them. When you're a petty individual like me and Bobby, I even think Bobby may be more petty than Choppy. I don't even think there's a contest.
I've lost my pettiness. I'm too old to be petty.
Okay.
When did you lose it? What age?
I mean, I've been slowly losing it, but I don't know. I'm just too old to be petty.
Okay, congrats.
I still like other people's pettiness.
Just trying to figure out how long I have left of this because I enjoy it.
Oh, your tank is more than you're at 3/4. You got a ways to go. I'm happy. I need someone else to be petty with me. But I kept the receipts for Tolos and media members over the past month and over the past few weeks. Let us start off with Stephen A. Smith.
I don't give a damn what Jerry Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout America, Jerry Jones is lying to you. He's lying. Mike McCarthy lose this game. Mike McCarthy gonna get fired. I don't give a damn what anybody says. We know how I feel about Jerry Jones, but let me be very, very clear. I'm gonna say it again. I don't mean to be offensive.
Okay.
He's lying. If the Dallas Cowboys lose this weekend, Mike McCarthy's job ain't the only one in trouble. I don't give a damn what Jerry Jones is telling y'all. He's lying. Mike McCarthy's job is on the line this weekend. He better not lose this game. He better not lose this game.
Now, look, he's not technically wrong because they didn't lose. But Stephen A. Smith yesterday on First Take, Bobby was looking at it from his hotel window in Tampa, showed up in a dumb Ric Flair outfit and was doing the Nature Boy intro with Michael Irvin. He was crapping on the Cowboys family. They brought out Dak and Zeke's father, and Stephen A. sitting there with his cowboy hat and a cigar talking about how this would happen. You know it's going to happen. It's inevitable. This is what the Cowboys are going to do. And then last night, conveniently, that little coward runs and hides on social media. I didn't see a late video. Maybe I missed it. I stayed up till about midnight. Nobody sent it to me. No tweets except for, I'm going to be on Good Morning America. I'm going to be on GMA. That's it. Nothing during the game. No video as he does when the Cowboys lose. So there's my receipt for Stephen A. Smith. And we are now 2 steps closer.
2 steps closer to being on First Take?
To being on First Take with the bet that we made with Stephen A. That
2 steps closer.
That could be fun.
Yep.
We lost our dinner. We lost, well, I mean, it was really going to be a win for us, even though we're going to have to pay for Stephen A. Take him out to dinner. So that got taken off the table, and now we need 2 more wins to have our segment on national TV.
Yeah, I was really disappointed I couldn't get down there and hold up a whale behind him yesterday because he got down. Man, it was.
Was it crazy?
Yeah, it was packed because I walked down for lunch with Nick Eatman and Patrick Walker after the show, and the show had been over for a while, and we went over there to get food, and it was still just like super crowded.
Do you think in that type of setup, Stephen A. gets a bigger reaction than Michael Irvin? Probably not even a doubt, right? Stephen A. is like the bigger star in that in that environment.
Yeah, because he's you show up to see the heel.
There's a lot. There were a ton of Cowboys fans there though, so I'm sure there was a bunch of Michael Irvin love.
What was the stadium breakdown?
Oh, there wasn't a big Cowboys takeover. I'd guess, I don't know, maybe 10%.
What?
They all matriculated to one area in the postgame show. You can see them on the rafters.
Yeah, so typically
only 10.
Yeah, the way you can tell if there's any sort of a takeover is look outside of the Cowboys sideline. So if you're behind the Cowboys sideline, fans are going to try to buy tickets behind there typically. So it'll look like, oh wow, they've got a decent mix up there. But if you then look in the end zones or behind the Bucs, if there's no blue, which there wasn't, then I don't think they had much of a takeover.
You know, you could tell when I was at the Rams playoff game, Sean, at the Coliseum. And then you could tell, like, before the game. Before the game is when you can really tell the amount of road fans. Before the game.
It was painfully obvious the day before the 49ers game last year that San Francisco was going to travel well to Dallas.
Trayvon Diggs.
They didn't travel well. They just moved here.
Trayvon Diggs kept a receipt for Screaming A.
We just won. What was the score? 31-14. Stephen A. Watch your mouth.
Woof! Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Then he gave the playoff chain to Mike McCarthy. We're going to have to recreate that dance here on the fan cam. And then I kept a receipt for Bobby's colleague, Jane Slater, who took a backhanded shot at me last week asking Jerry about McCarthy's job status. Took a little shot saying that the NFL Network, this was beneath them for them to talk about this topic. And then yesterday, lo and behold, in the Post, who's talking to Jerry about McCarthy's job? When she asked him, can this go ahead and put it to rest? Can we put the Sean Payton? Here's Jane. Can we put the Sean Payton rumors to rest?
Let's don't go there, but let's don't let me, because I said don't go there, imply that I'm leaving it open.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm real hard.
I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
I'm real hard. I haven't equivocated since last night in saying that Mike McCarthy I'm satisfied with. Okay. Nothing of the last 12 hours has changed my mind.
All right.
That's my new favorite drop.
Peyton's up. Peyton's awake now. All right. Next receipt, Kellen Moore. All y'all wanted him fired last week. One of the top offenses in the league. 1-3 in points scored over the past 2 years. Please, someone take him off our hands with the job interviews. This is what the text line was. This is what Twitter was. Dan Quinn, by the way, telling Joe Buck and Aikman he's got a second team involved. He's going to interview with the Broncos Friday, and there's a second team in the mix, according to Joe Buck, for Dan Quinn. You have any idea who that is?
Let's see here. What are the jobs? I don't think it would be Arizona.
Brandon Staley's still in the building there.
Maybe that's why he says a second team in the mix. Maybe it's a team that
has a coach
is going to have a coach gone that does not have their coach gone right now.
So I kept receipts. Kellen Moore. What else could you have wanted the Cowboys to do last night? Involvement from everybody. Tony Pollard, clearly the number one back over Zeke. Dak Prescott, use of the legs. At one point in the third, 23 passes, 23 runs. It didn't feel like we were ramming our head into the wall with first and second down, Zeke rushes. It was all there. It was all on full display. That was a masterclass from Kellen Moore, who, yes, had his quarterback playing very, very well, but these Kellen Moore receipts need to be brought up.
Yeah, and I think generally we've been pretty level-headed about Kellen Moore here on this show.
Actually, I shouldn't have gone to you because you've been the biggest critic. You and Broadus have been the biggest Kellen Moore critics. So maybe I should go to you and apologize first, or Choppy, who probably had more of a sane Kellen take.
Hold on, I dispute this. I just was criticizing the first down runs in the last month of the season. I have consistently said
receivers getting open.
That's I think a receiver issue.
I thought he could scheme them open.
I've consistently said Kellen Moore is a better than league average coordinator, and I would not want to have I would not want to move on from him and go with whatever Dallas may go find on the open market. So
I never heard that.
Apology accepted, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, he is a better than league average OC. But also, like every other OC,
better than league average, by the way, with the numbers they put up the past 2 years, is an insult. You realize that, right? You're not giving him a compliment when you're 1-3 in points and you say you're better than league average. That's an insult.
Well, the fact that it's with Dak. Like, I think Dak is a top 10 quarterback paired with a better than league average OC, and it creates a top offense. I think that's what you have.
Yeah, I mean, they have good players too on the offense, and that will help elevate everything. But Kellen's not unlike any other OC. If you are at some point at the mercy of your quarterback, if they play great, you're going to look like a genius, and if they play bad, you're going to look like you're a moron. But at the end of the day, they have to figure out things to do together, and he has to pair it up with the best possible place to go. Dak was so good last night, and he was making the right reads, and he was being aggressive, and he was throwing downfield.
What's NGS?
Next gen stats.
Okay, Dak earned a season high 94 in the next gen passing system. Season high. Most games with 90 plus next gen passing score. Mahomes 7, Dak 6, Josh Allen 5.
Ooh.
Last night was number 1. I
don't know what that score is. I've not seen that.
I'm not familiar with it, but I do generally. I've not ever found next gen stats to have something that I thought was flawed. I'd still have to look at it, but generally they're pretty good. I by the way, I got to shout out my favorite headline that I've seen come in so far from 972, bucking the trend. I like that one.
And now, my biggest receipt, because it's on now. I've gone full Bobby Belt.
Yeah.
I've turned, and I'm not going back unless I get a sincere apology.
The power of the dark side.
From this guy.
That's the worst game I've ever seen Dak Prescott play. And candidly, this is the worst season I've ever seen Dak Prescott play. The consistency with where the football goes into the wrong place has to be disturbing and alarming. I think we've talked about that a little bit this year, like depressing. The trying to feel, and I feel like he thinks my offensive line's not great in protection, so I have to get the ball to my hands so quickly. The only guy that I really think is going to do something outside is CeeDee Lamb. So there's this feeling of trying to almost be perfect on every single play. But RC, the ball goes to the wrong place way too much for a guy who's too proven as Dak Prescott.
All right, so since the middle of December. Now, remember, what he did last night with the QBR rating is like...
Doesn't happen. I mean, that's 96.5.
Okay, so just keep that number in your head, 96.5. From mid-December, these are his QBRs. A 74.
Very good.
Against Jacksonville, which a lot of people listening criticized him for. You were wrong about that game. 86.4 against Philly. No one could dispute that he won that. He had a 78.2 against Tennessee. And then he had the horrific stinker against the Commanders. So I've been defending him. We've been defending him over the past month. The lazy interception narratives. Dan Orlovsky.
And by the way, QBR won't. So the Hendershot interception in Tennessee, where he was wide open by 5 yards and hit off his chest, that won't be a part of QBR. That won't dock him for that.
So Orlovsky, with his playoff quarterback ratings, put Dak at 12 out of 14. I was arguing with Dan all last week on direct message, and I'm like, how are you going to have Tom Brady over Dak?
Brother.
How are you going to have Daniel Jones over Dak? You know, I had to believe that Bobby was right, that he was doing this just to troll and get clicks and for attention. And Orlovsky also had a clip when they were discussing the Cowboys saying, someone says, if the Cowboys dominate this game, he goes, they won't. And then at the end, he goes, all Tampa has to do, if they run a good amount of play action, they win the game. So last night, he tweeted, Tampa Bay play calling sucks. And I wrote back, you said all they had to do was run some play action and they'll win. And then he wrote back to me and said, don't be a liar. And I was like, okay, that's overboard. That's overboard. So I just start kind of blasting him on social media. I'm just sending out I can't tell you how early in this game I was just ready to unleash on everybody, but I didn't want to jinx it because of these crazy comebacks that happened. Wild card. I was telling you all in the text chain, be quiet.
Yeah, you got burned with Jacksonville. And so you had to...
But I thought Buffalo was over early. I thought
all these games were over early at some point, and they get, what happened there?
Walchuk. I was calling Walchuk as I was getting on the plane, and I hadn't seen the Buffalo score yet. And he's like, "Well, you won't have to watch it on the plane. It's over." He's like, "Buffalo's up 17. They're not gonna." Okay.
Atolo got involved in this and absolutely nailed it. He called Orlovsky the hedger. He called Orlovsky the hedger. I said, you said that Dallas wouldn't dominate. You said play action passes is all Tampa needed. And you've also been insulting Dak. You've been crapping all over him, so own it. He goes, oh, I guess you didn't see me yesterday morning when I actually picked the Cowboys to win the game.
Boom.
And I said Dak would improve. And I told him, I can't keep up with your flip-flopping. You are a freaking hedger. You say 12 different things. Your quarterback list is inconsistent. You have Brady higher than Dak because of the mystique. Oh, y'all told me the mystique was going to haunt the Cowboys. Michael Irvin, by the way, deserves the most props. He actually asked for Tom. He said, this is the matchup we want. Playmaker, nailed that. And then you have Daniel Jones ahead of Dak because of the way he's been playing. And I was like, you have to be consistent with your list. And I'm like, you're a flip-flopper. I can't keep up with you. I'm done. You're taking away. You're giving too much negative energy during this amazing moment. And then I got the direct message.
Have you read it yet?
No, and I'm not going to read it.
Why?
I got the DM, and it just starts with this. You know how you click on your DMs?
Yeah.
And it just starts with seriously question mark. And I haven't opened it, and I'm not going to open it. It just
let me read it.
You made me open the DM that I never wanted to open. That's only fair.
It may just be seriously. I don't know.
If that's all, well, let's find out.
All right,
we'll find out.
Choppy, here's my computer, and
I want to see it too. Hold on.
I can't see this white screen.
All
Good
right.
gosh.
I need to wipe the screen.
No. You don't have dark mode on.
He wants you to be on Twitter dark mode.
Okay.
I think this is just seriously. I think that's all it is.
Well, click on it. There may be double messages.
Because you see how it's bold? I didn't click it.
Yeah.
I left it unclicked.
Click on it.
Because I'm done with this guy.
Oh, seriously. Hang on. Let's see if I can mark it as unread.
No, you can't.
Dadgummit.
Yes, seriously. That's all it says.
That's all it says. So I'm done now.
Seriously?
Bobby, you're right. You just throw out opinions against the wall, and then you point to, I was right at this point in time, and I'm like, man, I liked the guy personally. I tried to defend him against Bobby, but after he did the kids thing with Peyton, making me and Peyton seem like we need to be on Chris Hansen's show, and then he insults Dak throughout the entire week. He's got an excuse for everything. Oh, they asked me to do those rankings, Sean, before the playoffs started. And then I said the day before that Dak would actually play well. So here's one more clip of Dan that he says he didn't say. He called me a liar for playing this audio of him on TV.
But they have to make it happen on the field. Super quick.
I'd be shocked if they got to the Super Bowl. Simply put, if the Tampa Bay offense lives in play action pass, they will beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Now, look, maybe they didn't live in play action pass.
It's not a 30-point difference, though.
Yeah, maybe they didn't live in play action pass, but I was like, you said play action, Tampa wins. And he goes, no, you're a liar. So he called me a liar on it. So done with him. And I'm just going to tweet him the QBR numbers where he had Dak Prescott number 12 and Dak ended up number 1 after the playoff week.
Say, hey, here's your employer's formula. Tell me what you think of this.
So
there's one flaw in this, and that is he got attention. They all did. They all get attention.
But me and you were trying to hold out belief that he wasn't trying to do it for attention.
Oh, no, I don't believe
that he was actually genuine.
I do believe he's genuine with it. I think he's an idiot, but we're giving him attention, which is ultimately what they want.
I will say, I was talking to somebody yesterday who knows Orlovsky and was trying to defend him and saying like, hey, he's a good guy. Like, he blah, blah, blah. But they were saying he's a good guy. But yeah, he just he believe that. He just throws that stuff out there. And that's what he does. Like anytime I've ever
flopping. And then to say, I said this at this point in time. I'm not keeping track of what you said yesterday morning. I assumed last week when you said, when you called out Dak, this tweet is perfect.
What about your DMs? What did he say about Dak in your DMs about the way he played? Like, Daniel Jones has been better. Fact.
And Tom Brady has been better. Here's his tweet last night. Simply put, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Down to the last minute detail.
Wait a second. He said something. He paraphrased it like, credit Credit where credit is due from Dak. He did last night what he hasn't done all year long. So it's like a backhanded compliment. I can't find it. I don't know.
Simply put, Dak was fantastic tonight. He was everything he hasn't been all season tonight. Decisive, aggressive, confident, convicted, free. One of the best games I've seen him play. Credit where it's due. This is why I hate, and he uses this phrase a lot. And I'm glad you're coming over to my side on this, Sean, just like Brock Purdy and several other things that I've educated you on, is that when he says, I've always said, or no, you have lost the right to ever say, I've always said, because you've never always said anything.
Yes.
It always changes.
It always changes. And people, I reserve the right, not from day to day. If you change day to day, you're a flip-flopper and you're just hoping that we're not watching you every single day to hold you to the fire. So those are my receipts. And then the Tolos at 8 o'clock. I hope that y'all own some of the Dak and Kellen receipts. I don't know whether you will, but I didn't get any. I was wrong about Prescott over the past month. I didn't get any of that in my mentions. I want to see what happens with the phone calls at 8.
This is my favorite. This is the most Dan Orlovsky tweet from last night. He quote tweets somebody who wrote, Kellen has the hand signals for Tampa Bay's defense. It's why they're going no huddle, get to the line of scrimmage, force defense at home to communicate non-verbally, and get into perfect calls on offense. And Dan Orlovsky quoted that and said, this is 100% spot on. Do you know who he's quote tweeting? Himself.
No.
Yes.
Really? You can't quote tweet yourself.
It's right there. This is 100% spot on.
Yeah, you can quote tweet yourself and write something else, like an addition to it, but not just confirming what you said.
What he did in terms of trying to come on the show and dodging and then spinning that on us and saying they're trying to interrupt my time with my children.
Yeah,
I should have learned from that. And that carried over to his Dak and Cowboy take. So those are my receipts. I don't know if I have any others. I want to talk about Trayvon Diggs. Did Diggs have a good, great, or bad game? I want to get the Diggs verse. Change up this music. I want club music. I want to start partying. No more of this lollygag. I told you, hip-hop, club music, bangers. Get RJ Spotify if you need to. And just go ahead. Yeah, just keep it on.
Man, you want I will give you some good stuff.
I don't think he has enough time to edit. You got to get all the edited versions of the stuff that.
Well, I'll tell you what. It'll be new. It'll be new stuff.
It'll be new stuff.
Little Latino trap. You want some of that?
I just want all this throughout the remainder of the show. I want to party it up with the Mike McCarthy chain. So we were killing Diggs for his tackling last night. I was taking some cheap shot. I took a cheap shot on social media when Diggs gave McCarthy the necklace. I said that can't be the tackle chain. But Atolo may have been correct and said we don't pay him to tackle. Mike Evans, 6 for 74. Was that primarily Diggs in coverage? Because that is what matters the most.
Primarily, but he was also, I saw he was on Godwin occasionally. Here's what I did notice. I noticed there were times where Diggs was getting beat in coverage and Diggs was making missing tackles, or there were a few times where it's not going to show up as a missed tackle, but he just was doing the old Olay bit a little bit, in traffic.
He was kind of running parallel to them down the sideline.
Yeah, just they're like, okay, let me just
there was a third down. It wasn't like a missed tackle. I didn't want to get too harsh with it because I couldn't tell whether it was an angle, but there was a third down where the Bucs receiver caught it short of the first, and Diggs completely wrong on the angle, gave the Buccaneers momentum. Mike Evans with a third down catch. And then there was another Diggs tackling incident, which the Tolos pointed out. But if he limited Mike Evans to this, there was a point in this game till the very end, I forgot Mike Evans was on the field. And a lot of that credit goes to Micah and the pass rush because Tom Brady could never set his feet. But I want to give Diggs coverage props if needed.
I had Diggs star down. Like not just for the tackling. I thought there were times where he wasn't great in coverage yesterday. And so, in fact, I got to go back and actually watch it. Got to watch the tape, Chop. I got to go back and check that. But just a first viewing, I felt like Bland and Mukwamu were better in coverage than Diggs yesterday.
Evans was it looked like him and Brady just had no idea what the other one was doing. And Troy was talking about how on one play where Brady threw an in and Evans ran like a weird slant up, out, up again. It was like, what is he doing?
Bobby, you also have a star for the offensive line. Let's talk about that. You know, we've been worried. Flex can be a good and a bad thing, right? Position flex. They always talk about this with the O-line.
Yeah.
You want someone to have the most reps possible at the position that they're going to play, right? You don't want to take away from that. And Mike McCarthy has changed his tune on this, right? Switching guys around the line 2 years ago was a bad thing.
Switching up positions for you.
And now it's a good thing. So when Jason Peters starts at left tackle, gets hurt, and then Tyler Smith can just slide over there, and Connor McGovern is in the backfield, it feels like that position flex that you had established throughout the entire season was a gift.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm still a little leery of
Ron Leary?
rotating. Yes, Tolo, Ron Leary, by the way.
Is he?
He is.
Really?
The rotation, I still think I want stability. I want consistency. I think that matters. But, you know, it's played out well for them in terms of it's given Jason Peters reps and kept him fresh, and you've been able to do those things. But yeah, a big star up to the entire offensive line that I thought was really, really good. Tyler Biotish working his ass off to get back in time to be able to play in this game. That was great. And Tyler Smith, especially with a star up because of what they're asking him to do as a rookie. You got to think about what they're asking Deron Bland and Tyler Smith to do every week, where it's play tackle, play guard, play tackle, play guard. Deron Bland, you need to play nickel. You need to play outside. We need you to do that. Like, they are asking so much of them. And you don't just, they clearly have so much trust in those two guys as rookies, because that's some stuff you won't ask veterans to do sometimes. And I just think it speaks to their, not only who they are as players, but their football IQ and their football character.
How about Leighton Vander Esch? Star up.
He was good. He had 9 tackles. He had 2 passes defended. There was that one blitz he had on Brady where he lit him up. I don't know why he's not credited with a quarterback hit. He lit him up on one play that I remember.
Not?
No,
All right.
he doesn't.
Let's get to y'all star. I want to celebrate with the Tolos. Star up, star down. What do you do about Maher? The Dak praise, Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy. What do you do with the Maher situation? How you feeling about San Francisco? Take it wherever you want with Cowboy calls at 877-881-1053. Jerry Jones at 8:30. It's all next with Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, zero res way.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pollard's come into the lineup. It's 4th and goal. They're going to pass up the 3.
What they're going to do is play action.
4th and goal. Man in motion left to right. Inside, a play action, bootleg to the left. Prescott all the way. Runs it in for the touchdown. And he's fired up.
Yes, sir, Brad Sham at 9:20. We may have Jerry at 9. We're trying to locate JJ to see what's going on with the post-game celebration. Did he stay in Tampa? Did he fly back on Bobby Belt's plane, landing at 3:30 in the morning?
That's right, it's my plane.
So Jerry Jones at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. It is now time for Cowboy calls for y'all to celebrate at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's do it up here on Sean and RJ. 31-14. Bye-bye, Tom Brady. Start us off, Ray in Dallas. You're live on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What up?
What's up?
Hey, well, look, star up to the entire Cowboys, man. You know what I mean? Everybody gets a star up except Maher, all right? Everybody did their part. Even Zeke. I heard Bobby talking about that fake out was the best thing. Zeke, man, what about the blocking, the pass blocking, man? Pollard can't do that as effective as Zeke. Hey, man, I can't wait for the 49ers, man. Brock Purdy hasn't had a faithful defense like us, and I just can't wait for that, man. And one big star down, man, to Gavin Dawson, man. I was listening to the G-Bag Nation yesterday, man, and he was already trying to get rid of Dak before the game even started, man. Like, I had to make sure I was on the right station.
What did he say?
You know what I mean?
What did he say?
Man, he was saying that, the Dak isn't good, that we might be thinking about trading him, that Trash and Jerry Jones, I ain't trying to be no snitch or nothing, man, but that's just what happened, man. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Hey, we're going to the Super Bowl, man. We're going to line it up with the 49ers. We're going to beat them because they haven't faced us. We're the best matchup for them. So they're nervous. Just as much as we are, they're nervous too. So it's going to go down next Sunday.
Thank you for the call, Ray. Enjoy it. Look, Dak press coin. That's what this is. If it comes up tails, you can be in the Super Bowl and win it. Last night was tails. If it comes up heads, Commanders game, or even a little bit better than that, you can lose to anyone. That's what we've been saying. But he's capable of it. It's in there when he's in rhythm and he's on. Dak press coin. William, get it on a meme.
You know, he had to be that good. He had to be that good last night to overcome the blue jersey curse.
Oh, God.
First playoff win.
Reverse the curse,
in 5
baby.
tries. First playoff win in 5 tries in those hideous, ridiculous blue jerseys.
Well, you beat the blue jersey curse. You beat Brady. You snap the road.
Yeah, I mean,
Super Bowl,
they did it
baby.
all. Like, this is
Let's get all the streaks out of the way.
all the streaks are out of the way. McCarthy without a beard, very odd.
Boone in Dallas. Boone, you're next up on the Fan. Go ahead.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah!
Woo! Tuesday. Yes, sir. I feel good. Hey, look, first off, I want to give a congratulations to Mike McCarthy from getting his team ready to play.
Yeah. Yes.
I want to let y'all know, Tyrus Smith, lead the Smiths at the tackles. You see how the Smiths was getting at it moving? Definitely a stars up. To the defense, I love to see defense win. There's the things called coverage sacks, and there's the things called defensive pressure. And, the Cowboys, we showed up, we showed out. I'm excited for what the future holds. It reminds me of that Mavericks run. We knocking off those Giants like Tom Brady. The Lakers are something like the San Francisco. And then the Thunder's going to be whoever the Giants or the Eagles winners, because, that's the inside Oklahoma-Texas similarities. And, hey, turn it on, leave it on. Bobby, way to come back and get in the clutch with the team. Yeah. Y'all have a great week, man. Let's go.
Thank you, bro.
Dallas. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
There we go, Boone.
Boone in Dallas. Man, that was hard for me to go to sleep last night. I just stayed out in the living room. Wifey crashed out, and I was just wired.
Really? Yeah?
Look how rare this is.
It's rare.
Boston gets this. They got this for 20 years.
They get this every other season. Not year season. I mean, like fall and spring.
Yeah. It just guarantees a great week. It guarantees a great week, and we get another weekend of playoff action. I'm in heaven. I'm gonna be in a fantastic
Guarantees
mood.
2 extra weeks.
Why?
Fraudy Niners.
Oh, gosh.
I'm not scared of Brock Purdy. Sorry.
Danny in
18-year-old face.
Danny in Mesquite. Danny, you're live on the Diamond Factory hotline. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. Hey, I just want to talk about the beginning of the game and how shaky it was. You know, Dallas, we couldn't run, we couldn't pass. That Tampa front was really stout. I was really worried about Vita Vea coming back, and it seemed like he was winning. But props to Parsons and Pollard for giving Dak a little bit of time to get his bearings straight. Pollard was the only one who could actually get some yardage, and Micah Parsons was everywhere, man.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think Tom Brady would have been surprised at halftime when he went in and opened up his locker and Parsons was in there, you know. I mean, he was fresh, he was everywhere, and clearly in the mind of Brady the entire game.
Yeah, he was all over the place. He was stalking him, and he backed up the talk. He backed up the talk over this past week of going into playoff mode.
Yeah, if there's a playoff Micah, unlike playoff Lenny, as Leonard Fournette was trying to claim.
I wrote down the douchiness of the Buccaneers.
Yeah,
last
playoff
night.
Lenny. Did you see it? Did they show on the broadcast his jacket?
Yeah, his sweatshirt.
Yeah, or whatever he was wearing. 5 carries, 11 yards. So that's playoff Lenny. For
Said
you.
playoff Lenny on the back, and then, man, I heard Chris Godwin is a good dude, but I the hatred that ran through all of our veins when he wore that D Wade jersey. 06. I heard it was 06 jersey.
Yeah.
For D Wade out there.
What did he finish with? 11 catches for like 37 yards or something?
Godwin?
Yeah.
10 for 85.
I'm kidding.
It was a good night.
Did he have 10?
10 for 85.
He plays everything underneath. It's all 4 yards at a time.
Yeah, I think he has the most catches in terms of that yardage on the season. Screens. Like he was the most targeted, most receptions for a screen receiver.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, he had one last night that was caught like 4 yards right on the line of scrimmage.
John and McKinney. John, you're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Tuesday.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Hey, look, I was watching the game last night with my boys, and I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting us to win. And as far as apologies go, no, I'm not apologizing to Dak or Kellen yet. You know, yes, I'm glad we won. I give 2 claps for that. Just like I told my boys this morning, we're gonna give them 2 claps for that win. Those come few and far in between for us. But I'm gonna say this, fellas, if y'all listening, Cowboys, if y'all listening, listen, guys. Last year, Frisco came in with that gremlin mentality, kicking down our doors, came in our house. You know what I'm saying? And put a whipping on us. Now it's time for us to be on the exact same gremlin energy. Give them a little taste of their own medicine. You know what I'm saying? And sitting their ass on. Let's go, Cowboy.
Thank you for the call. Let's see. Red Army on Twitter said, I told you, he tweeted me last night, Jerry calling into KNC instead. Just get ready for that. Y'all show going to be way too damn early for all the Johnny Blue he's going to be sipping on. And then he tweeted me right now and said, Jerry's still trying to get those over-salted McGriddles in his system. So we'll see if Jerry joins us at 8:39, or maybe he'll be on the KMC Masterpiece. Hit us up, y'all. 877-881-1053. Have you heard back?
Nothing yet. I think she's still trying to wake him up.
All right, let's just do a regular segment then. We're not going to change the clock like we normally do for Jerry. He can call in, and if things go to hell, they all go to hell. Bennett, you're up next. Bennett, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Guys, I didn't even know that Leonard Fournette played last night until you mentioned it.
You're right.
Totally was irrelevant during the game.
How many rushing attempts did you say?
5.
And 6. What about as a team total? And 66 pass attempts.
12 for a team.
12.
But, you know, when they were down so fast, I mean, they couldn't throw. When they're down 18, they couldn't run like that.
No. All right, go ahead, Bennett.
No, I was going to say, I was looking forward to next week. You know, as dangerous as Brock Purdy and the 49ers look, at some point that inner Iowa State's going to come out, and they're going to have a crap game, and the Cyclone in him will come out eventually, and I look forward to whenever he throws about 3 picks by the third quarter next week.
You know, he should have had 2 early picks in their game. That is the fine line of luck. He threw 2 balls that could have been picked off against Seattle. They didn't come up with them, and then Purdy's the great legendary storyline Jerry just called. He wants the same time.
All right.
Let's go.
We'll continue with a few more Tolo calls. If y'all want to hit us up, go ahead. And no one has brought up Maher. That's how good of a mood we're in. No one has brought up what to do with the Brett Maher situation. And Brian Broaddus has just chimed in on it. We'll ask Jerry about it. More Tolo calls and texts to celebrate next.
Well, let's get you over to Q.
state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Snap back, they blitz everybody. Pollard, great pickup. Here's a deep pass to the left side, caught by Lamb, down at the 30. Oh, that was one of those big, deep overs that takes forever. You got to protect forever.
Here are the receiving numbers with how this thing got distributed throughout the night from Dak Prescott. Dalton Schultz had 7 for 95 and 2 scores. CD had 4 for 68. Didn't even seem like that much.
No, it didn't.
That was the one where it looked like it was a little bit too much to the left for Lamb, going right to left, but he was wide open. I mean, a lot of criticism from the Tolos before this Cowboys game from Wildcard Weekend. Look how open the San Fran receivers are. Look how open these other receivers are. Why can't we scheme these guys? It happened last night. I don't know how much is scheme, and I don't know how much is Tampa Bay busts and breakdowns and coverage. Lamb's touchdown, wide open. CD with that over route Brad Sham just talked about, wide open. I don't know whether it's coordinator or breakdowns. I don't know.
I mean, look, they were more open last night than I can think they've been all year. Now, they have GPS tracking to really tell how accurate that is. But I mean, maybe Tampa had a lot of miscommunication. I know on the Lamb touchdown, there was clearly miscommunication. The safety was supposed to keep him, and he didn't. So there were breakdowns. There were definite breakdowns on Tampa's part defensively.
Gallup 5 for 46. Ferguson had that big play, 1 for 34. Ty 2 for 23. Noah Brown 2 for 18. What they also did in clock killing situations, and this is credit to Kellen Moore. When they're trying to kill some clock and keep it moving, Bobby, they just didn't run into a brick wall with the first and second down runs. They threw the quick little screens. It was an extension of the running game. One of those was to Noah Brown in order to keep that clock rolling. And I felt like that was a nice little small adjustment they made.
Yeah, that was what they did week 1 last year. You remember they were worried they couldn't run the ball against Tampa when they went to Raymond James. And so what they did was Dak threw it 58 times or whatever. And a lot of it was, all right, little quick dump offs because we don't trust that we're going to be able to run the ball into Vita Vea. And man, you saw it last night. Vita Vea was wrecking shop early in that game. And it was clear like, okay, we got to make sure that we manufacture this somehow.
Jerry Jones is going to be on in 10 minutes at 8:30. I got to give some shout outs because I always hear KMC talk about their kids have no idea what this feels like. So I got a couple Tolos, a couple young Tolos, Lucia, Lupita going to school. Their mom said, no, they want to hear Cowboys. They want to hear the party. They want to hear the celebration from mom and dad's friends. So what's it like with the young kids? You can reminisce back in the day. Talking about Steve Young versus Aikman like they were showing last night with Cowboys 49ers because there's a certain age that doesn't know what any of this feels like or the hype that's about to be in the city for the entire week.
I had to have a talk with my kids last night. I had to remind my youngest.
You had the talk?
You owe me 50. I said, you owe me money.
Well, all those Dak down headlines, he getting dacked down. He had to have some talk.
My 10-year-old told me what bricked up meant. I think he understands plenty. But I had to remind him, you got to pay your debts.
You collected.
He placed a bet with me. He goes, I want to bet you $100.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the Cowboys and perseverance and struggling and earning.
They don't care about any of that stuff.
No, he taught him the value of a busted kneecap.
I thought you were teaching him a life lesson.
There is a life lesson here.
Okay.
He bet me, he goes, I want to bet you $100 that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the Cowboys. And I was like, okay, I'll take that bet. All right. But I said, you're going to pay up. And the life lesson here is never bet on your team. Never bet on them to win. Never bet on them to lose.
A degenerate lesson.
The life lesson here is there is but one team in every sport you cannot place a wager on of any kind, and it is the team that you root for. You cannot do it.
It's like that old line about your own supply.
Exactly. Like your own supply.
All right, let's get back to the Tolos before Jerry. Aaron, you're up on a Cowboys Tolo Tuesday after last night. Go ahead.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's
what
up?
about that win, huh? You know, a couple things is that I think the whole team, both on the defense and offense, played well. They all complemented each other. Micah Parsons was up in the Tom Brady's face, and which allowed our secondary to get some time. Even though they blew a little bit of coverage assignments, I still think that they complemented each other, and vice versa. Now, to all the Dak Prescott haters, that's my quarterback, all right?
Yeah.
That's my quarterback. You guys can go ahead and sit down. Give me his jersey, and I'll wear it all the time. That's my quarterback. So, you know, I think he played well. He had just as many attempts as Tom Brady had completions, so he played efficient. He had 4 touchdowns, a rushing touchdown. This was definitely a career game for him. I think if he keeps on playing, I think if everybody keeps on playing, with the exception of Maher, I think if everybody keeps on playing the way they did last night, I think we're going to take this home. You know, Maher, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was nerves. I don't know, but he needs to figure it out for next week because San Fran ain't no joke. I don't know about you guys, but I was getting a little worried at the 2-minute mark when they recovered that onside kick.
Yeah.
I thought Tom Brady was about to do some Tom Brady things and, you know, take it to the house, do another onside kick. I would have been pissed.
Yeah.
Because that's 4 extra points. Tom Brady definitely, he's done it before. He definitely could have done it to us last night. So we need to figure out that kicking situation and get Maher up to speed. Whatever he needs to do, I don't know. Maybe he needs a little bit of love. I don't know. The nerves coming at him.
Provide your services. Provide your services. You want to offer up a little bit of love. By the way, what about this? This won't get played anywhere. What about that Brady kicking highlight?
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
I don't know. That was dirty. You know what? That seems like a very Mac Jones thing. Maybe it's just built into them in New England.
Is what it is?
It very well could. I mean, honestly,
Vic
could
just
be.
sent it. What did you make of it, child? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Let me see it. Let me see that video again.
You don't.
He like slid and like
oh yeah, the
tripped
slide.
him.
Okay, yeah, the slide tackle.
Yeah.
That's
he was playing the wrong football.
That is that's an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty waiting to happen right there.
All right, back to the Tolos after Jerry Jones. Did he go to sleep? Did he fly back home? What was the party like? Let's celebrate with the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones joins the party next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks. Where'd you watch that game last night? Where are you going to watch the games this weekend? What are you doing tonight? Did you know it's Tuesday, and that means half-price wings today. Tuesdays and Wednesdays have half-price wings at Boomer Jacks, half-price bone-in. Today, half-price boneless.
Second down, snap back. Well protected. Now he escapes out to his left. Good block, Tyler Smith. Pumps, throws it in the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Dalton Schultz for the second time tonight.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on one of the best Cowboy Tuesdays, Cowboy weeks that we've ever had. Best playoff win in our 12 years doing the show, and that should mean best win, period, after they may have ended Tom Brady's career on the road with Dak Prescott playing like that. Let's get to the man who probably had a celebration. Have you gone to sleep yet, Jerry Jones?
Sean, RJ, Bobby, I'm telling you, I feel I can't wipe this grin off my face. I'm so excited for our fans. I'm so excited for this team, Dak, all the players that have worked so hard and have continued to improve, fought through injury, and then to step up here and have a victory like this that does make a difference. I was visiting with Michael Irvin right at the end of the game last night, and he was using a hunting dog analogy, but it's true. They do put the face of a hunting dog when you finally find what you're hunting. They rub that dog's face in that blood and make sure that he remembers what it tasted like and what it was like. And boy, that enhances his instincts for the rest of his time. And that's exactly the way the Cowboys, I'm sure, will take this victory in Tampa, take everything associated with it, make everything they can out of it. You can say, well, you've got to move on. No, they're a better team leaving Tampa than when they got there.
We may be caught up in the moment, but do you think this is the best win this franchise has had since the last Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know. I know that as I sit here today, I feel that we've got an excellent opportunity to, the next few games, to get to the best spot you can have at the time, and that is in a Super Bowl game. And I know that I think we're pretty healthy coming through it last night. If that is the case, that we're as healthy as I think we are, then we've got a great opportunity here. San Francisco is a daunting task to go out there and win at San Francisco, but this bunch is not the same team in a positive way that it was before the day started yesterday.
Jerry, you're any more worried about Jason Peters or Jaron Kearse injury-wise, just to get that out of the way?
Yeah, I'm certainly am concerned. I don't know any more than we knew when we left there last night. We got a little hope that it might not be as serious on Peters, but it's important to realize that he's not sitting here in his rookie year, so he's got to come back from this. But boy, right before he had to step away from the game, I was commenting to our guys, man, doesn't it feel great? You could really make a case at one time when you had Peters out there at one side, you had Tyron Smith at the other. You're sitting there with two more players in there and Tyler Smith, and you're sitting there with our big right guard. You can make a case that you've got four Hall of Famers there by the time that it shakes out at various stages of their career. That's pretty solid to be there at this time of the year.
Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. We called it his signature game. How would you describe what Dak Prescott did last night, especially responding from the week before against Washington?
Well, I think you saw the results of just absolutely a focused Dak Prescott that all year continued to strive to get better. I've said it a lot. Dak is unique in his preparation, unique how he takes what he does in the classroom, how he takes it to practice, and then how he takes that, really improve on it out of practice, which is what you hope, and just gets better. And I saw him ask a lot of questions before the game, and he was talking about he was just going to bear down from the Washington game and just get better. Well, he stepped out there and showed a lot of preparation, and then by being prepared, we got to see what a competitor, what he can do in a situation that everything is on the line. And there's, in my mind, it's the best game I've ever seen him play.
Jerry, it didn't seem like Dak ran the ball all that much during the season, but he seemed to run it more, yesterday. Was he saving his rushing for the postseason, saving those legs?
Well, saving would be the wrong word because we needed it a few times. But I'll be very candid with you. In the regular season, I didn't see him saving anything. I saw him take advantage of some opportunity. He probably could have done it more times during the season, but the answer is in some of those games that we might not have needed it. Why do it? Why risk it? Here, we all understand why risk it. And so I think what you saw there last night, we're going to get to see a lot of when we play San Francisco in terms of him keeping the ball and relying on that triple threat that he can have. And we've got to, if we can get it, if he's healthy enough to do it, his being able to instinctively take that ball and run with it physically is really a dimension that defense has a difficult time adjusting to.
Jerry, I want to talk about Kellen Moore and McCarthy. Last year after the 49er game, you had talked about getting other people involved. We've talked about Tony Pollard a ton. Mike McCarthy, we asked you about his job status last week. Can you talk about those two? It felt like Kellen Moore called a perfect game last night, and then McCarthy getting these guys to respond with some of the doubt we had after what happened in Washington. Can you just talk about McCarthy and Kellen and the jobs that they did?
Well, they deserve their A+, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that. And they responded in their way to what the situation is. I think we maximized our talent out there last night. And, of course, Mike, to me, has done an outstanding job this year. And this was deserved, really. I know how much he puts into it. And for him to have this great playoff win is a good, just an outstanding result. And as is always, these questions you have about somebody's where you're going from here, they usually answer themselves right there on the football field, and it did last night.
Jerry, how about Dan Quinn's defense? It felt like Micah Parsons and that D-line was tormenting Brady all night long. He could never get set. Let's talk about Micah and some of the guys who stood out to you defensively.
Well, I know this, that when I got to my office last week, there was this gorgeous black bat, and he said, "Bring the wood." And he had handed one of those, not only left one on my desk, but he had put one at every player's locker. And that meant, of course, deliver the wood. And he had started that at in my office, or ended it in my office, but no one was spared from the message that he wanted to bring, and that's that deliver that bat. Let's be ready to get Tampa.
What was Mike McCarthy's overall message? Did he find any baby pictures of you? And what was the game plan for this that you guys were able to execute so well last night after losing to them in the opener? What were the differences game plan wise?
Well, I think let's give Mike and his staff, but let's give him all the credit since he gets all the negatives when it happens. He took that team from training camp really last spring and he took it to, in all's fair, he took it to what we saw last night. And that is to me, it's a thing of beauty. And it gives us a chance to basically go to San Francisco against an outstanding team, and gives us a chance to have our feet under us, have everyone prepared. We've got a lot of young players that have got a lot of experience this year, and we've got veteran players that have really managed their year, and Tyron Smith, people like Peters, people like that have managed their year and are ready to play in this game against San Francisco, and if given a chance, play another one. That's all you can ask. Great job, Mike.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 Through the Fan. Jerry, you were able to exercise the demons a little bit of beating Tom Brady. It's been 20 years. You guys hadn't managed to get a victory against him. How great did that feel to be able to finally get over that hill?
Well, I think the respect that you have for his career needs no he needs no statement. And to basically, in a really adverse setting down there in Tampa, to go in and come out of there with that kind of win against a player like that, we just read the mail there. We just would not and could not ever let him get to within distance of winning that football game, because he just goes to another level when those things happen. That's his MA. That's his background, and we basically managed our way and performed our way, and kept him looking uphill all night long. And it was as good a plan on both sides of the ball, as good a plan as I've seen.
I have to admit, I did not believe you when you showed the confidence in the cornerback situation with the depth after the injuries, the struggles of Kelvin Joseph, and then Israel Mukuamu last night. The guys that you had step in the secondary to go ahead and limit that passing game. You ended up being right against the Buccaneers, Jerry. Talk about the job of the depth in that secondary and the job they did.
Well, it's a classic case of guys that have evolved, some younger guys back there that have taken their chance, and you saw them get in the ultimate test, and that's against Tom Brady and fighting for your life in the playoffs. I was particularly pleased with just overall the aggressiveness, the physicalness of our secondary, and that just if you really look at the stats in most every game, you have usually a lot more tackles coming from those guys that are in that secondary. So you have to have a physical secondary. We had it last night.
Jerry Jones here on a victorious Tolo Tuesday, 105.3 The Fan. The big story for the rest of this week is going to be your kicker with what happened with Brett Maher last night. Do you consider replacing Brett Maher for the 49er game?
Well, I think the first thing you do is talk about how isn't it great to have that the number one thing we need to correct, or the number one thing we need to address. I think that shows everything about not only how we played, but where we are with this team right now. And make no mistake about it, we've got to have the same week of preparation. Now, over to our kicker. This is a classic case of looking at what he's done for this team and done on the field all year, not just last night. And but kicking is a technical thing. It has everything to do with frankly, mentally having it all together when you step up there. So we'll read this thing as the week goes along. I don't want to get out over our skis and get ahead of it. I thought when he came out at halftime, watched him warm up out there. He's making all of the kicks. I figured that was behind him, but we will take a look at it. We can't. It'd be really a big setback to go in to the rest of this tournament, rest of this playoff, with shakiness at kicker.
Jerry, is it crazy to consider signing a second one, like 2 kickers on the game day roster? You can still stick with Brett, but just in case you have a second kicker, or you guys wouldn't consider that?
We did it last year, and we had one that was good on shorter kicks, good on extra points, and so we did it last year. And it's an imposition to have to use up that extra roster spot, but it's doable. Again, we're fresh on that, having done it last year.
Do you envision this might entice you guys to go for 2 more or go for it on 4th down more as opposed to kicking the extra points or kicking the field goals?
Yes, I do. I very much do.
Jerry, you know that fans want to be focused on the 49ers, so some are not happy over the reports that Dan Quinn is going to have an interview on Friday. How do you view that? Can you put some of the Tolos' minds at ease that it's not going to take away from 49er prep? And how worried are you about Coach Quinn's reported interview?
Dan is the consummate experienced coach, and nobody relies on being focused at game at hand, and no one has a better appreciation with his background, his experience there at Atlanta, there at Seattle, and so he's not going to compromise one iota anything that we're doing with the Cowboys and what we're doing this weekend.
Jerry, do you guys think that you're a little bit better prepared, or how different are you this year going into the San Francisco game than you were last year?
Well, just last night would say it all for me, since that's front of mind. But that experience of going down there and coming out of there with a win and playing it and winning the way we did, and playing with the at the level we played. You couldn't do anything and get better, readier to play San Francisco than have that night we had last night.
Jerry, we know you're not going to cry about it. You said it's the hand that's dealt. I just saw the stat of 5 days rest versus 7 days rest, and the road teams are 9-24 for y'all's next game on Sunday. How tough of a challenge is this turnaround going to be?
I didn't see it. What's the stat of just the road teams with the full complement of rest? I didn't see the stat, but I'm not going to. It can't be of any consequence getting this team ready. It's what it is, and there's no amount of scratching on it or doodling on it or figuring on it or looking at background, but. I bet you look at that, if you look at the same stats, you'd see that just being on the road has a negative percentage. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't have to end up that way for the Cowboys this year.
Yes, sir. All right. We don't want to escape this feeling. We didn't want to go to sleep last night, and hopefully it happens again on Sunday. We'll hear you Friday on the station. Enjoy this one. And thank you, guys. Thank the team for giving the city this feeling. Jerry, congratulations.
Well, we're excited, and boy, do our fans deserve this morning. Let's enjoy it.
Yes, sir. Hear you on Friday. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. This is the stat. I always hand it over to RJ for my stat translation that they just put up on TV. As Babe Laufenberg last week said, Cowboys should not be playing this Monday night game. It is not fair for the follow-up week. What is that saying?
All right. From Elias, the Sports Bureau, Sean.
Thanks.
Teams on 5 days rest all time in road playoff games. The Cowboys be on 5 days rest. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No, that's 6 days rest. What did they tell? Oh, yeah, Tuesday. There you go. 9-24.
All right, hand it to Bobby.
9-24 all time on 5 days rest.
And what Jerry wanted was the stat for the normal 7 days rest. They should have put that up. They should have done a 5-day comparison compared to 7-day comparison all-time road playoffs. But this is not good. That's a winning percentage of 273.
It's not good, and also don't forget. I mean, you'll be. It's not quite. You're not having to be like Tampa going there, right? Going from Tampa, which is transcontinental flight, but you are going from Tampa to DFW, then over there. I mean, you got a lot of travel here.
Cowboys are undefeated on short rest this year, though. They're 4-0.
Are they?
Yep.
Wow.
So I
one of those is a road game.
Yeah, I believe. Let me see here. They've come off of travel, I think, each time they've done it. So yeah, they've come off of. They came out of the Giants game on the road. They played the Commanders on short rest, beat them. They then came off of the Vikings game, a road game, played the Giants on short rest, beat them. Then you had from the Jaguars game, short rest. You were coming off the road, short rest at home against Philly, beat them. And then you had another short rest the very following week on the road against Tennessee, and you beat them.
How about the relief? Like if you power rank the Cowboys relief. We didn't talk about pressure last week, but Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, in no particular order. The relief of those individuals and what this one win and the way they did it changes the way everyone will view this season. You go into right now, I mean, I'm not going to ask this question because it's kind of a defeatist attitude as a poll question, but there's a lot of people who would just sign off on this. This is a successful season. You got your playoff win. You went into Tampa. We do have to remember Tampa was a below average team, and Tom Brady was cooked all year long with this offense. But you may have if I just say you're going to go into Tampa, you're going to destroy them, and you're going to end Tom Brady's career in round one, a lot of people would sign up for that. I know we're going to get greedy, but McCarthy relief, Jerry relief, Dak relief, as Jerry confirmed, that's the best game he's seen him play.
You exceeded your Vegas win total before Christmas. You did it. You exceeded it by 3 games, and then you won a playoff game. In no world is that not a success, unless you still have this thought process that the Cowboys bar is the same as it was in 1994, which it isn't. It isn't the same because we have, having 20 years of history of success that has been negated by 25 years or 20 years of history of disappointment.
Brad Sham is coming up at 9:20. Derek Collins saying, what about going from East Coast to West Coast? A couple days in Texas, then the time zone change. Played in Tampa, come back to Central Time, then off to the West Coast with that change.
I mean, look, travel this time of year.
Perspective from the athlete.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy. Look, the Giants have an easy trip. They're going to take a train to Philadelphia. They're going to leave the facility, they're going to get on a train, and they're going to go to Philadelphia.
You want to hear what Stephen A has to say? Stephen A coming out of hiding after he hid like a coward on social media with Michael Irvin dancing all over his forehead. We'll spy on First Take as the final hour of Sean and RJ coming at you next on The Fan.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Come on, Brett.
Come on, Brett. You can do it.
Here's the snap. It's good. The extra point kick is up. It kicked off the right upright and went out.
My goodness.
I've never seen anything like it.
Jerry Jones did not sound too committal to Brett Maher like he did last night. Fist pump time. It is a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Brad Sham is going to join us at 9:20. We'll do a Cowboy crosstalk. Shout out to Corey Majors listening to the show from beginning to end. I'm waiting to see if the playmaker is going to hop on first take to just destroy Stephen A. Smith, who hit like a coward last night. I want to see Stephen A's first words. Marcus Spears is giving it to him right now. Oh, I think Marcus Spears just did the intro. But we are 2 wins away from our own segment on national TV.
Oh, baby. You don't have to get me excited for that. Oh, you don't have to. Because, little do you know, I used to be on that show, Sean.
You did?
Back when it was Cold Pizza.
Oh,
yeah.
That's right.
Cold Pizza was a great show.
Yeah, it was.
Was that with Skip?
Back when Skip was a normal, a semi-normal human being.
Relatively normal.
Yeah. Before he had gone full Skip Bayless.
You have any insight on him or like interaction? Do you ever talk to him behind the scenes?
No, no, because I was always on. I was always down here off of Dragon or whatever it is in the design district, doing it remotely.
Some old RJ Choppy footage.
I bet I can find it.
Oh,
Are you kidding me? I haven't seen it anywhere on YouTube. All right, Stephen A. right now looks like it's going to be a miserable experience for him as he was calling out Zeke and Dak's fathers yesterday on the set of First Take. Marcus Spears is just preaching to him right now, the former Dallas Cowboy. I just want to hear his opening statement when we go to it. Keyshawn is on there. As Stephen A. said, the Cowboys would lose this game and that Mike McCarthy would be fired right after. They're all getting to talk before Stephen A. opens his mouth. All right, go to it. Let's hear.
So much for the notion that Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys can't beat Tom Brady, finally conquering the GOAT last night. Prescott played his
that's going to be a recap. Okay, so Jerry was not as committal to Maher as he was last night.
No, not at all.
He did entertain my idea of signing a second kicker. That's what I want to do. I go to Brett. Look, man, just in case this happens again, we don't think it is. You are our guy, and we're sticking with you no matter what happens in the first half. But I have to have someone else on the roster that can actually do your job. It's the only position on the football team where you're held hostage by one person. I have to have a second kicker available in case this happens in a 3-point game to send me to the freaking NFC Championship. I put up the poll question for the Tolos. What do you do with the Maher situation? We got 1,700 votes. Here are the options. Well, I'll just give you the results. Leading the way, 61%. Brett Maher is still your guy. 33% sign a second kicker just in case. 6% replace him. So only 6% are saying replace him. 61 voting with RJ. He's still your guy. And 33% my idea. All right, let's go to the loudmouth.
There, I'm not going there. You know, look. You know, what time is it? Look. All right, look. They had a good night. All right, they had a good night. All right. Congratulations to the Dallas Cowboys. They were the better team. I knew they were the better team, but I didn't expect this. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at how bad they made Tom Brady look. I'm shocked at the no-show that was Leonard Fournette. I'm shocked at the ineffectiveness that I saw it through the season, but I didn't expect it to be there last night. I got to give Dallas the respect where it's due. They beat an inferior team, and they exposed the team for being inferior. I didn't expect that. I expected the Dallas Cowboys to implode. I expected them to collapse like a cheap tent, for crying out loud. I really, really did. I did. And they shocked me. Props to Dak Prescott.
Top props to him. No doubt about it. He came out there. He showed up. He showed out, and the defense was sensational. There's no doubt about it. They just neutralized. They beat up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, all right? But I'm not going to go far and say this about Dak Prescott leading them to the Super Bowl. A matter of fact, Swag Good.
All right, that's enough.
And
I just wanted to hear the props and the compliment. All right.
105 a fan.
Broadus has weighed in on the Maher situation. I would study the operation. Is the ball where it needs to be on the hash? How is the snap? How's the holder? Laces away. Too much tilt. Equipment issues. Kicker's confidence. So look at Brian Broadus with the breakdown of the biggest question of the week right now moving forward.
Yeah, like if he has the yips, then I mean,
how do you determine that he has the yips?
You see on the well, use a golf analogy, it's on the range too. You don't just have the yips when you're on the tee box.
Oh, you mean just not talking to him? Like if he goes out in practice and is horrific.
If you see him, like if you have the yips in golf, you got the yips. Like you just go to the range and you hope eventually they go away. There's not really anything you can do. It's just a spasm. It's just a wrist spasm. That's all it is.
A what?
It's just a wrist. It's like they call it a wrist.
Wrist.
Yeah. So for golf, right?
I've never dealt with that.
No, you haven't. No. Pray that you never do.
You're pure.
Never will.
Right? A lot of times it's putting, right? All of a sudden you're going to, and all of a sudden involuntarily your wrist just goes out and you just putt it to your right.
Maybe some people.
So like you have it, and you just kind of fight through it. Like eventually it'll go away. You hope, and if it doesn't, then you never play the game again. It's wild.
What's your solution?
I just roll with Maher. That's what I do.
Why can't you add a kicker?
I mean, maybe you can. Like, let me see last night.
You want this to be a tie game. You want him to go 0 for 3 and have zero other option in the fourth quarter in San Francisco.
I mean,
stuck with one option.
Go for 2.
Go for 2.
You could do that.
Jerry did say that, going for 2 and the fourth down decisions are now a different discussion. All right, let me play you another coach's point of view. This is Dan Campbell, Choppy's man crush, spirit animal, on the Manning cast last night. So they're reviewing the Gallup touchdown, which somehow managed to stick with him not going out of bounds. And they were asking Dan Campbell if he would go back to Maher or go for 2.
Would you go for 2 right here, Coach? What do you think? You go for 2? You think about it? Yeah. You give your guy, you try to get some confidence back in your kicker. Hey, we're going to need you next week. We need you to make an extra point.
I do think at halftime you do talk to your kicker and say, hey, listen, we're going back to you, all right? But if you don't make this one, that's it.
The
previous play.
You got one last chance.
All right, so there it is. This is do or die for you. And then Dan Campbell's on when Maher creates more NFL history by missing his 4th extra point.
Unbelievable.
Stand by. This is a big play here. This is a big play right here.
This kicker was hoping he was hoping he could kick it from the 2-yard line instead of having to go all the way back. Oh my goodness.
Just got the shanks a little bit.
A little bit.
I don't even know what to say.
Now we got lots of analysts up there in the owner's box.
All right, so go ahead.
Now that I was just I did get your numbers, Choppy, on Raymond James Stadium.
Yeah, so I was thinking to myself, all right, what are his numbers turf versus grass? Is this a grass thing?
Versus.
Yeah, I don't like that. And then because the next 2 games are going to be on grass. San Francisco and Philadelphia. All right, next 2 games are going to be on grass. So what are the numbers turf versus grass? And then going beyond that, is Raymond James Stadium a more difficult place to kick? Do kickers not use the right cleats or whatever?
Because there was a play when Tank slipped last night, and I was like, Tank slipped, and people were like, no, that was the grass.
There was a lot of slippage last night.
So at Raymond James specifically,
was there?
It was.
Just doing the opponents, not including Tampa Bay in this, because
they should be used to it.
Yeah, they're used to it. It's like Pittsburgh, where at Heinz Field for forever, the Pittsburgh kickers always had an advantage.
But didn't they cut that kicker? They drafted like the 3rd round after like a year.
Oh, that was like 4 or 5 years ago, though.
Yeah.
Roberto Aguayo or whatever his name was. Brett Maher was the first opponent last night to miss an extra point at Raymond James.
Okay.
They were 19-19 for the year. Field goals were 13-15 at Raymond James.
Very good.
Now, league average for just this year on extra points on grass was 93. It was 93.1%. On turf, it was 95.6.
Not that much.
Slight. Field goals on grass were 84.5. Field goals on turf were 85.9.
It's not that
So
much.
a slight percentage point difference on turf versus grass.
Here's what I want to know from the Tolos. What were you saying last night about kicking the extra points versus abandoning it and going for 2? Keep putting them out there. Try to get the confidence back. Did you want to see a long field goal? Maybe, was it Maher? Who was the kicker that we had who was better from 48 than he was 33?
Those Maher, right?
And Zerline. Zerline was the same.
Yeah.
Maher's been more consistent in general, but Zerline and Maher were the same.
What was everyone saying last night? I'm trying to weigh being up on the scoreboard, kicking the simple extra point, getting the confidence back. Screw Brett. Keep him on the sideline, as McCarthy did for the CeeDee Lamb touchdown. I know what you were saying.
Well, I was saying go for 2.
Yeah.
But also part of that is, and Dan Campbell touched on this. We just played that. You're going to get one more, then we're done for the day. There's a theory out there that I happen to agree with, and it's a theory that they use in golf. Like golf instructors will use it. When you're at the range, and you're, let's just say whatever club it is, you cannot hit this club. Put it away.
Right.
Don't keep trying with it. Put it away. Go back to it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't. Because it continues to get into your head, if you want to call it that. And the same thing can be said last night. After a while, you could try to get him to see one go through for mental. But if he keeps missing it, it's going to do far more harm than that one going in will do good. Get away from it. Put him on the shelf for the day. Go for 2. And then figure it out tomorrow. That's just the theory I happen to agree that they use it in golf. I don't know if they use it in football, but I think it's a good analogy or a good theory.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line to hit us up here on the show. What are the Tolos saying on the text line? Obviously, the majority saying just still stick with Maher, but listen to this unreal report from Christy Scales. Christy Scales last night during the game adding salt to the Maher wound.
Okay, so Maher's missed the 4 extra points.
And some of those misses have been so far wide of that they have not hit the net. They've gone into the stands down here on the sideline trying to make sure we have enough K-balls to get through the game.
Unbelievable.
How many do they bring? I'm curious.
I want to see Michael Gelkin's mental coach story that he keeps sending out there for Maher after this one. Let's get the mental coach on. Tell Gelkin to send you that guy's number.
I wonder how many.
I'll ask him.
I wonder how many they bring. That's a good question. What do they bring? 3, 4, 8?
Yeah, because he missed 4. One of them hit off the upright, so that didn't go in the stands, and I think the other one just barely. So that meant 2 probably went in. So they probably brought 4.
Yeah. Now if he's missing the kicking net in the sideline, they're going in the stands. Then you got a problem.
The Odell net.
Maybe that's what changed for Jerry. Is he found out it was kicking net shanks, and he's like, oh wait, that is a bigger problem.
All right, let's ask the voice of America's team what he would do. Has he ever seen anything like that? And let's celebrate maybe the end of Tom Brady after what the Cowboys did. Brad Sham wakes up with us next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
Lost, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Fournette now moves to his left. Fournette goes in motion. Brady back to throw all day. Now hit. Now sack. Back at the 10. Big Hank, Jonathan Hankins got through for the first sack of the night on Tom Brady.
You know, the sack numbers were not anything crazy, but if you actually watched it, and I'm sure listened with Brad and Babe, you didn't need to have a lot more sack numbers. They harassed Tom Brady and made his life miserable. Bobby and I both saying, I would like the, what's it called when you're tracking the player?
GPS.
I'd love the GPS on Tom Brady's feet in the pocket, with the way Micah Parsons, Hankins, Armstrong, and some of these other guys up front tormented him throughout the entire night. Let's get to the voice of America's team who had the call of this glorious event. Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. Good morning. How much sleep did you get?
A couple hours. It was probably, we were on the ground at 2:30, but had work to do when I got home, and I think it was probably after 5 when I got to sleep.
Was that the best game you've seen Dak ever play?
I think so. I'd have to go back to 2016, and I don't remember the specifics of all of those, but there were certainly some in that rookie year, Pittsburgh, Green Bay. There were some of those that were really good. But I just can't think of anything he did wrong. First couple series was the way I said it during the game, because the Buccaneers were terrible too, that the game was over caffeinated for a while, and it just needed to settle down. And I think for the Cowboys, the completion to Gallup on the sideline, and then the roughing the passer, and then it kind of seemed to settle down a little bit. And I mean, Sean, I just can't think of anything that he really did wrong. The decisions seemed really good, and obviously he threw the ball with great accuracy and very much in command. His running decisions were good. I just think it's as close to a perfect game as a guy's going to play.
Did the receivers seem like they were more open yesterday than they had been in recent games?
Nah, I don't know. Maybe a couple of times. Lamb didn't get that much. He didn't get that much activity. Hilton was. I mean, look, RJ. I think the fact that he used the tight ends is part of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you didn't see him trying to force the ball into Noah Brown, who has, I think, difficulty getting separation. Obviously, they had a coverage bust on Lamb's touchdown, so that's you almost don't want to count that. But now, once he got into a rhythm. He certainly seemed to be finding guys with greater regularity, but I think it might have been route decisions and the receivers to whom he was throwing that made it look that way.
So look, this is just it's just a buffet of glory, really. So you just pick and choose what you want. We've already covered Dak. Who else or what else really jumped out to you last night?
The offensive line obviously was really good, and I think that particularly McGovern and Tyler Smith are due mention for changing on the fly. It's not that they did something after Peters got hurt that they weren't used to or couldn't do, but they hadn't practiced it. And so that Zach Martin was really good. I thought Tyron was really good, and the tight ends clearly were very much on their game, and you can just kind of go up and down the defense. You have to. You mentioned Parsons and Armstrong. Thought Hankins and Van Der Esch made a difference. Thought McQuamu. They decided to go with an extra safety, so they went with a kind of a jumbo safety package, knowing that McQuamu, who was a corner in college, could play in the slot. And they wound up doing that a great part of the night, especially after Kearse got hurt. So, I mean, you can just kind of have your pick.
Brad, you mentioned McQuamu there. I know that was something we brought up to you I don't know, about 6 weeks ago when we were first trying to figure out this corner spot. Like, did you think they would ever go in the direction of Mukuamu? Do you think that his usage last night is more about the matchup, the size that those Tampa receivers have, or do you think, hey, this is the way we're structuring our secondary moving forward the rest of the way?
Oh, no, 100% the first thing, Bobby. They had been planning. It became apparent, 2 or 3 weeks left, that the greatest likelihood was they were going to wind up playing Tampa, certainly after Tampa beat Carolina in Week 17. And so all of that mixing and matching and different lineup combinations in the secondary they had was designed for them to see who would be their best combinations for the playoffs in general. But I think that they were starting to zero in on this specific matchup. And so it may be you may find a completely different inactive list Sunday in San Francisco, but I think this was somewhat intentional.
Brad Sham here on the Diamond Factory Hotline to recap the big win last night. Van Der Esch led the way with 9 combined tackles. Let's just talk about his importance and how nice it was for that defense to get him back.
Yeah, very important. He's had a great year, and so as McCarthy himself says, he's the guy who calls the defenses, but he's just recognizing things better than he ever has, and he's not making a number of tackles 8 yards down the field. He's playing within whatever the game plan is, and he adds a lot of strength and stability, and I think you're seeing the combination of range. Remember when he was a rookie and you just looked at how a guy that size could get sideline to sideline and have that much range and power, and then injuries and other player combinations kind of conspired to not allow him to be that player. And I think this year it's been the closest that he's been to the kind of player that he could be. Obviously, Quinn has asked him to do some different things. So what I think he's done, I said this to him when we had him on the Cowboy Hour a week or so ago, I think the most impressive thing about him is that he is able to bring the discipline that 4 or 5 years of experience will give you without sacrificing any of the explosion or the violence that the position requires. And that's not really easy to do. And there's no doubt he is a very important part of making their defense good.
Brad, do you think that this performance was more about the Cowboys' resolve after what happened in D.C., or the Bucs just really not being that good?
Oh, it was about – I think it was mostly about – I mean, obviously I'm a little biased, but I think it was about their resolve. And I think that I think it had less to do with having the resolve because of what happened in D.C. than it did what happened in D.C. happening because they were already from top down in the organization. They were already starting to point toward this game. I mean, that game it didn't matter to them. I don't care what any of them says. They were not trying to win in Washington the way they were trying to win last night. Doesn't mean they didn't want to win. You could probably wire them up to a lie detector, coaches and players, and they would say, no, we were doing the things we thought would win the game. They weren't trying to win that game with schemes, with play calls, with personal communication and effort from the players. They weren't trying to win that game like they were trying to win last night. And I just think that the Washington game was a really unsightly speed bump that they just didn't care about. It's hard for us, it's hard for me to make it kind of go together that you can look that bad and be a good team, and yet you can. That's just the NFL in the 21st century. And I think it was not that they were trying to get over Washington. I just think Washington was something that they had to get through to get to this game.
What do you do with your kicker?
Love him up, pat him on the back, tell him that you support him, and try to act like it never happened because it's in his head clearly. I'm not starting a caravan now.
Yeah.
Now, I am going to be making a list. If he does it again, then and they were able to win. You've got a real problem. It's just an anomaly. I mean, we've all seen the same guy all year. That's not who he's been, and you could tell after the second one that it was starting to get into his head. So I would just support him, which all of the players were doing in the locker room. By the time I got down there, Sean, there was a circle and a line 6 deep to get to him, and he was standing there talking to everybody, taking every question, to his credit.
Yes.
There are other guys that I tried to talk to who had really good games who just couldn't be bothered last night. and I understand the game's over, they've got family, blah, blah, blah. Maher took every question, and because that's who he is. And so I'm going to let the body of work for the season mean as much as one horrific night. Now, you can't keep doing it, but I'm just going to tell him to have the best week possible and go out and work on his mechanics and talk to the psychologist and be on the plane when it leaves on Saturday.
I just want to know, from a broadcasting point of view, what you were thinking from kick to kick. Have you had similar moments of like disbelief? Like what was the word you would use to describe what you were thinking before and after number 2, number 3, number 4?
Well, no one's ever seen 4.
No one's ever seen 3.
No one's ever seen 3. So that was new ground. And in this case, because the nature of what Babe and Christy and I do, we're following the same team all the time, and therefore we get to know and have some degree of personal relationships with these guys. And I think I know him a little bit, and you just couldn't have a better, more grounded, less selfish guy. They've had kickers through the years who were flighty and difficult to kind of get to know personally, and that's not him. He's just a really centered, grounded guy, a really good human being. So I think that my main thing, and we said it a couple of times, please make this. We just want him to make one. And then he kept not. No one's ever seen anything like that. It just became like this horrible car wreck that you couldn't look away from. And so we'll see. Hopefully the one that he made will give him some muscle memory and remind him that he can still do it. And had they wanted him to kick a long field goal, I would have sent him out there without. Now, I saw a clip on the internet, so I presume everybody else has seen it, where it looks like Dak is entreating them to go for 2, which I think was something you had to consider at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Had the game been in the balance.
Mm-hmm.
So, and McCarthy's going to have to decide that through the week. Will there be situations where you maybe under some circumstances would have kicked a 55, 56-yard field goal, which with him you normally wouldn't think about twice. And now maybe you'll think about structuring your play calls to try to go for it. Maybe will there be times that you go for 2, which they don't do very much. They've only tried to go for 2 like 2 or 3 times all year. But there's nothing you can do but drop your jaw and try to describe it, and hope that he is able to get it back and be the guy he's been all year long.
We still doing player shows?
Yes, and I don't know who's out. Yes, we're at Cane Rosso tonight, and there are several guys that they're talking to, and it just kind of depends on how they feel and what time they get in and into the complex and what they have to do. But we'll have somebody tonight at Cane Rosso at 6 o'clock.
Thanks for waking up with us, brother. It's fantastic, and thankfully we get to talk again and get some sleep.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
You too. Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory Hotline. I'm going to let you do this tease with Kevin Hagelin.
Coming up next, Kevin Hagelin's fight coming into the building this morning.
But let's get that carpet clean. Clean.
And he throws it in the end zone, and it is intercepted in the back of the end zone. Picked off by J-Ron Curse on a ball that went a little too high of the target.
Oh, I don't know where to start here.
Feed it to me all day.
Bobby singing, Corey Toloing, Bassick with the yips, and I played that clip for you, the J-Ron Curse interception, or Kevin Hagelin standing over the football grave of Tom Brady.
It's glorious, and it's great to see he went out like a piece of ass, just like he always was, trying to injure folks on plays. So
will that be replayed one time on TV? I haven't seen it.
You think,
Yes.
right?
So I jumped out of bed this morning, ran to the gym, watching all the shows, and they have shown it. And Marcus Spears has taken a couple shots at him for it. He's like, "Hey man, you can't do that. That's snotty little brat stuff right there."
They showed
He didn't
it?
say that. Yes, they have shown it. They've zoomed in on it a few times.
I stand corrected.
So that has happened this morning. It's been a great morning, Sean. Like I said, jumped out of bed on the drive in. It was there was traffic, but I was able to listen to y'all the whole time. There were smoke shows in every car around me. That was awesome, too. Like, this is a great moment. I'm stuck in traffic the whole way here, and it's just like every visual is great. So this is one of those mornings where it's great to be a Cowboys fan.
Absolutely. So that interception told you what you needed to know about Tom, or?
For me, yes. And it just goes to watching football. Whenever you become a chuck and ducker, whenever you're scared to stand in and throw through the contact, whether you throw an interception or not, I get it. But I just remember Vinny Testaverde here, Drew Bledsoe at the end here, Eli Manning recently. I can go to Danny White kind of in about 86, 87. Once you become, I can't get hit, I refuse to get hit because I'm scared of getting hit by these guys, I think that's when it's over. And I think that game right there showed Tom Brady he can't physically
Can't say hit anymore.
Right.
You got to be able to take a hit.
It's fine. He's 45 years old. No human's ever gone this long. Maybe Fran Tarkenton did. I can't remember. That was before my time. But I think for Tom Brady, I think that showed that he needs to retire, because if you're going to now chuck and duck in a playoff game, you can't do it anymore.
He's right. You got to stand in there. The guys that can take hits, they last. And the reason that guys retire half the time is one of two things. Either your arm gives way or your body does. His brain's fine. Like, Phil Simms has always told me, like, I wish I could still play. When he was 38, he knew he had to retire. He's like, I had all the answers to the test. I knew exactly what they were going to do. I just couldn't do it anymore. And I think a lot of quarterbacks wind up being like that.
All right, Corey, with your Cowboy fandom, this is, how long have you been at this radio station?
We started the Mother's Day Massacre for against the Lakers. That was our first ever show.
Okay.
2011.
Congratulations.
Basically same as us. So is this easily the top win?
Yes.
In that time
Since
frame?
I've been covering the team in that span here, I think this is because, like, all these things that were just stacking upon you finally, and maybe they'd have it for every fan out there, but it seems like Dak was able to let something go. McCarthy was able to let something go. Jerry is able to sit back and go, oh man, I might have something here. But like, Dak showed up, man. He walked into that stadium and was like, nobody's beating me today. It was the Larry Birds walking in saying, who's finishing second today? That's the way Dak approached this game last night, and everybody else showed up with him. That's the key part. They were all ready for it. Now, that was a bad team, and you beat the snot out of a bad team the way you should have. There's a lot more to go, but yeah, I'll celebrate the hell out of this one.
And I think Corey is definitely right, because it broke a couple of narratives, because I don't know if this is the experience for you guys, but probably the fan text more than the Twolos leading into it was like, well, the Cowboys can't win because they've never beaten Brady. Or we talked about the fact they haven't won a playoff game on the road in 30 years. And so, like, I think it's more than just a wild card win, because I get people might be like, it's a wild card win, settle down. But you beat Brady for the first time, and you slaughtered him, and you won a road playoff game for the first time in 30 years, and I thought it was awesome.
All right, Mike, I want your opinion on the yips.
Yeah.
Everyone first vote verbally with the poll question. What do you do with Maher for San Fran? Maher's just still your guy, replace him, or sign a second kicker just in case? Kevin?
Just in case I'm signing another person.
Corey?
Man, you got here with this family. I really want to keep that mentality going with this group, so I'm sticking with him.
Give me your vote and your perspective on the yips.
Practice isn't going to solve it. If you've read Rick Ankiel's book, if you've kind of talked to people that have had it before, they're going to be fine in practice. It's in the game that everything starts. All the thoughts, all the negative thoughts you can have in a 5-second span, you can have so many negative thoughts that I do think you just stick with them, unfortunately, because if you sign a second kicker, you have to make them active for the game. And Bobby can talk about that. That's very tough to have 2 active kickers for a game, because what's the point of bringing that guy in? He's not going to outdo him in practice, most likely. So you're going to have to go, all right, if he misses the first extra point, we're going to have to now put in the second kicker in the game that we've activated for this game. So unfortunately, Rick Ankiel's book, I got to know him playing against him in the minor leagues. And all it took was one pitch. It wasn't a series of pitches or anything. It was one pitch in the playoffs. And he talks about this. That ruined his mind forever. And he then ruined his arm because he'd go in the backyard and he would put X's up on like the wall, and he would throw 500 throws to X's to try to, and in the backyard, he was like, I got it. I figured it out. I've thrown 500 balls and hitting my spot 400 out of 500 times. And then he would go into the game and he couldn't throw the ball where he wanted.
Yeah.
It's interesting because like in golf, like when you have the yips, it carries over to the range.
Yeah.
You don't go to the range and hit seeds. You hit it down.
Yeah, but it can't. This is what I was trying to tell you earlier. It cannot be the same from an environment standpoint. Now, it's obviously different for all people, but you're not going to be the same shooting in your backyard as when you step in front of an arena that's jam-packed. Shaq free throws, he would tell these stories. You know, his teammates would be like, he's making them at practice. He's making them at practice. There's just no way that Maher kicking in Frisco, it could be the same for him kicking in San Francisco.
No, I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying, like, you know, like Mike was talking about, you know, with Rick Ankiel, he was fine in practice. I'm saying, like, from a golf perspective, when you have it in practice too. Yeah. It doesn't go away. You know, you're the guys that are to your right on the range are they're in fire.
It can be a one-off. It doesn't have to be that he literally has the yips the rest of his life, but the first kick that he kicks against San Francisco will tell us the whole story.
I'm curious how you guys think the teammates should handle that. Should this be a situation where they just ignore him for the week?
Yes.
Does somebody go talk to him? Does somebody say, like, does Dak walk up or Micah and say, you owe us 3? Like, how do you you owe us something?
That's not what they're doing.
I wouldn't go with the I'd be like, hey, you've been money all year. We know you're going to be good. We know you're going to. Or do you just want to have him stay away like a pitcher with a no-no?
Most teams and organizations would say you stay away. You don't talk about it. You don't bring it up even in a positive way.
Really?
Yeah, you let the psychologist handle it. You let.
Because I would think the
handle
guys are mad at me if they're not talking to me. I don't get any pat on the butt.
You're
any encouragement.
You're waiting for the socks full of soap. Yeah, I get it.
But they probably don't talk to him much during the week anyway.
Right.
I mean, we see training camp. Kickers and punters are off to the side doing their. I mean, they're really not part of the team.
But how could it hurt more if you're Maher and I walk by you at practice and I just go, hang on, and I just go, got you.
Ask Donnie. I'm not a professional psychologist, so I'd say ask Donnie Cockstein. Ask somebody who deals with this for a living. That why do they not want other people talking about it to them?
Is it just talking about it, or they don't want you like talking to them, like leave them alone?
They just want you to treat them exact like nothing happened. That situation didn't even happen. So whatever you did last week with Maher, do the exact same thing. If you never talked to the guy before because you think he's a kicker and he's not part of the team, treat him like he's not part of the team.
Right.
If you goof off with them and you play chess with them or you go out and have a beer with them after Wednesday practice, do that again. But don't bring up the thing because
if it's mental, then that'll make him think about it more.
Yeah.
I'm signing a second kicker with you. I have to have.
Would you activate him for the game?
Yes, absolutely. I cannot be held hostage by this in the second half. I tell Maher, you're our guy, and nothing you do in the first half can get you benched.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do. But I cannot have him be 0 for 3 and be tied or down 3 in the fourth quarter without another option.
Let me throw this at you.
I just can't because you have no other option. You have no insurance whatsoever.
You have a bad show. Spittle says you're our star guy. We're gonna put somebody on this couch right here.
It's not the same thing.
It's exactly.
It's not the same thing at all because the stake,
the best effing show you've
because
ever seen.
because the stakes of tomorrow's show are not getting to the NFC Championship
that's not
game.
The point. It's not the point. It's the same philosophy. Like you want to get it if it's a mental thing, that will make it worse. Mike's right. You don't talk to him about it.
I'd rather have the second option and ding his confidence versus just having this option.
Your second option,
if he has the yips a week later.
If he has it. Your second option, though,
and I'm not relying on your practice to judge whether he has the yips this week. I'm relying on the first kick in the actual game.
Okay. Yeah. Like the guy that you would bring in to replace him has been on the street because nobody thinks he's an NFL kicker.
And
so is T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's a different position, but they did that with T.Y. Hilton. They did that with Xavier Rhodes. Like, the Cowboys have shown their willingness to go that route.
Like last night, I would have bet that if I brought in, let's say he missed the first 3 extra points. If I brought in a guy signed off the street, I still would have bet money that they hit the extra point on their first attempt after Maher missed 3. I would have bet money on that. Like, I believe a free agent kicker is going to hit an extra point more often than not. And if Brett just has another meltdown, I want to have a second option.
And I heard Jerry say, like, that is burdensome for your roster. And I 100% get that. It's not my first choice, but I think it's the most logical choice.
Is that overhyped sometimes, Bobby? Who's the 53 in week to week? 46.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that it's not just about who's going to be inactive. It's about who is inactive and doesn't play. And pretty consistently every week, it's just Cooper Rush. Like everybody else who's active generally gets out there.
Who's 45 on the roster? Who's another guy?
You know the vibe?
Kelvin. All right, you're thin at corner. That's not the best thing.
But no, I mean, it would have to be a special teams guy who doesn't play much defense. So Gifford, Joseph, but like they're not going to give up, especially if you're talking to the special teams coach about, hey, can we add this kicker at the expense of one of my other guys? No. I just don't think that's likely.
Okay. Celebrate.
Oh, it's going to be a fun show.
Oh, my God.
As Jerry said, if this is it's a pretty big deal, but if this is the worst thing from last night, you know you had a damn near perfect game.
We're going to try to float it out there. I want to see if anyone is going to own up to their L today. Because like we said, we got a lot of people like
Receipts.
Cowboys are going to get smoked. I just want to see if anyone's like, you know what? I was wrong about this specific instance.
All right.
Curious.
We are back tomorrow morning with the playmaker, Michael Irvin, and we will repower rank the quarterbacks and see how wrong Dan Orlovsky could be this week. Hump Day edition tomorrow. KMC next on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
In the shotgun, Brady with a play fake, and he throws it in the end zone. And it is intercepted in the back of the end zone. Picked off by J-Ron Curse on a ball that went a little too high of the target.
Ha ha! God bless Reggie for starting with my favorite play of the game. 877-881-1053.
The hateration is strong here today.
For sure. You should expect nothing less. Mike prepared everything. How I would be in such a pissy mood this morning is what a great day it is, because the Dallas Cowboys are victorious and stomp out Tom Brady in the process. My question for y'all is, what was your number one moment from last night's dominating playoff victory? And Corey, you just said that your face hurts. I'm assuming from smiling. I hope.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Well, I had a little dental work done too, but yes.
What?
Some
like
dental
face work?
Dental work.
That's good.
They jabbed me last night in the jawline, and so. But yeah, man, I was all smiles after that, baby. It was awesome last night. Man, I'm trying to pick one moment in that game that really. Yeah, because there were too many really good ones. I mean, like little small plays that happened throughout the night. I think here's the moment that stands out for me. And we just discussed, where Mike McCarthy's mind is right now, where Will McClay and Steven are with the kicker situation. I think my moment was when Mike McCarthy has Bones sitting there ripping his headset off going, "You're what? You're not putting my kicker out on the field?" I don't know if that's what he was saying. That's what I imagined.
But that was your interpretation.
And Mike McCarthy just folded his arms and goes, "No." And he said, "F it. We're going with the touchdown play. Run the touchdown play." We always talk about that, Reggie. Just call the score play. Call the home run.
Just like we should always run that
absolutely.
play.
And they felt like they did all night last night. And they, like, there was a moment when Joe Buck was like, and finally they forced the Cowboys to punt. And I was like, yeah, that feels pretty good. That's the moment where I was like, and then they scored. It was a fourth down play, dude.
Yeah.
They could have just flopped all over the place on that one, or gone back out there and said, let's put the kicker. Mike McCarthy has the cojones and says, no, run the touchdown play. We're putting our foot down. And that was the moment right there. There were other things that happened throughout the night. Second half, Kevin, they could have rolled out there and said, hey, it's time for Zeke to go to work. Let's just put the ball in his hands and run it out. They said, no, we're going to pass it down the field. We're going to score. The whole approach to the game, Kevin, was the moment for me last night.
I know this might not be the most marquee play, but 2nd and 5 from the Cowboys 25. They get a 15-yard completion to Michael Gallup. That was a huge play because before that, this felt like it was going to be the game that offense forgot. Like you were the first two drives for both teams, I was like, oh man, this under looks like it's going to hit for sure. It looks like it's going to be a 10-7 slugfest or whatever. And that play kind of jump-started what ended up being a super awesome drive for the Cowboys. And then a missed extra point.
Yeah.
Each team had 2 possessions, and there were still, I think, 11 minutes on the clock. And
what was like, the Cowboys' first one, like 13 seconds?
Yeah, and I think it was negative after everybody had 2 possessions. I don't even know if it was positive yards.
Do you want to know? Total. After 4 total possessions, -2 yards.
Wow.
And
I thought my son, I get the low-scoring game, but I looked at my boys and I said, well, the thing is, it's like only one team has had a possession so far if you look at normal football games. Yeah. Usually, like if you get a first down, usually you take about 3 minutes off the clock or so, and then you punt. And I'm like, literally, both teams have had the ball 2 times, and it's usually in most football games, this is just so far. The other team is now going to get the ball to see what they can do today. But from that point on, my gosh, Dak was close to perfection.
There was a moment, Kevin, before the touchdown, the first touchdown of the game, where Pollard has the 18-yard run. He's running strong. He looked like I came to play.
Yeah.
The first couple possessions for both teams, they looked like they were feeling each other out and everything. And then all of a sudden, it's like Pollard says, I'm here to play today. He gets the 18-yard run. And then I don't know if you saw this or if you noticed. You probably did. You're a hell of a fan, too. And then all the Tolos out there celebrating their asses off today. He points to the sideline and says, come on, Zeke, I'm tired. I've been running. Yeah. I just ran 18 yards. And in my mind, hey, we've been running the ball so well, keep doing it. And then when I watched Tampa Bay, they were thinking, oh, Zeke's in. They've been running the ball so well, they're going to keep doing it. And they go for the 22-yard touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz. That was the example, Kevin, of the flea flicker right there.
Right.
When everybody thought you were doing this, Kellen Moore said, we're going to do this. And that's the way they approached last night's game. I loved it. Now, the other moment. This is one other moment.
Okay.
Hell, there's a lot of them. Micah makes a play in the backfield on Tom Brady, comes back and starts walking back to his huddle, and then gets stuck in the Tampa Bay huddle. I loved it. Because
Hold on. Can I ask you a question? Get stuck in the Tampa huddle?
Yes,
or
he did it on purpose.
Forced his way
No, he did it
into-
on purpose.
Okay.
When he got done with that, he was staring at Tom Brady. Wasn't jawing at him. Wasn't doing anything over the top, just letting him know, I'm right here, and I'm going to be here all night. And then as he was walking back, he's like, I don't need to walk around you. This is my field. It was look, y'all are in my way right now. And whenever they were like pushing him and everything, he was trying to draw something a little bit.
Oh, for
but getting
sure.
in their heads, man. He was the dude. He was the alpha on the field, and that swat that he had on the goal line led to the J-Ron Curse interception.
I thought it was amazing that Micah, when he got pushed, looked at the refs. I was like, come on, dude.
Nah.
Like, I appreciate
I
that
was
he
just
does
walking
not
back where I was supposed to go.
I appreciate that on the holding front, he does not get anywhere near as many penalties in favor of him as he should. But that one, I was like, come on, dude. Like,
Liked it.
There's no way you're getting that penalty.
He
Also,
walked right into the teeth of that team, dude, and was like, what? I'm right here. What
When
do you want
does
to
it
do?
become a penalty for staying in the other team's huddle?
I was kind of curious about that. If they threw a flag, I was not going to be like, in your face, Tampa. I was
You're
going to
not
be
offsides,
thinking,
I guess, until they snap the ball.
Yeah.
Somebody says you're supposed to get a personal foul for that. He was just walking back to his huddle. They were in his way.
Okay, he was definitely not. Because at one point it looked like he took a step back in the huddle, and they were like, no, we told you to get the F out of here. Micah also had one of what should have probably been 3 or 4 more interceptions. And that Micah one, God, that had pick 6 written all over it. And then Tom Brady, even after the game, told Leighton Vander Esch, you got to catch those interceptions. Is because Leighton had probably 2 he should have gotten. Micah had 1 that he almost got. And I feel like there was one more that was almost picked. And it just felt like, I know the sack numbers might not bear it out, but when we talk all the time about different levels of pressure, it felt like Tom Brady was being harassed all game.
I feel like I talked about this last week, Corey, and I know it's compared to baseball, which isn't the best, but I said pressures are doubles. Sacks are home runs.
Yeah.
But if you double, I've put 2 runs on the board. So if you go pressure, kind of 3 times in a row when he drops back 66 times yesterday, you're probably going to get a 3 and out in that situation. Just like if I keep hitting doubles, I'm going to score runs, but the home run is the perfect scenario where nothing can go wrong. The ball's out of the park. I don't rely on the next guy to knock me in. So I feel like those pressures, if you keep doing that so many times, the dam breaks. You know, and so I felt like for the Cowboys early on, they did such a good job of Tom Brady probably going, I didn't know this until yesterday. He's scared to get hit, like big time scared. And I get it. He's 45 years old. My God, he's the same age as I am. And so
you not want to be out there taking hits.
No, and you can tell he doesn't want to either. And so as the pressure was getting to him early in the game, he was like, screw it. And I did listen to his press conference. Pretty much he said, I just couldn't. They were asking him, hey, how come you couldn't attack their cornerback kind of depth, their cornerback situation? He's like, they were getting pressure so quickly. It was very tough to wait and see that situation. And he talked about how they were playing guys deep on maybe the guy that he wanted to go to. Maybe he's like, hey, I found 25 or I found 37, whoever on the field. He's like, but they have a guy 15 yards back.
Just like Teague told us yesterday, roll to that side where he wants to go deep and keep Diggs or whoever underneath. Yeah, that was exactly what George Teague was telling us yesterday. From the 4-6-9, the Dak handoff fake to run it in himself was beautiful. It fooled me. That was their moment last night.
And I know this is crazy, and I get it. Dak has had struggles, and I think we all understand that. But going into this game, Dak had a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown in each of his last 3 playoff games. Tying Steve Young and Patrick Mahomes as the only players to ever do that. Now, I think
it's good company.
I think we would, I think we would all agree. Like, I'm not telling you he's at that level yet. But since he did it again, that is now an NFL record. So Dak has thrown and passed for a touchdown in each of his last 4 playoff games, and that is now an NFL record, which is super cool. When you have an NFL record that's positive, especially in the playoffs, that is not something that this franchise has excelled at in a while. It used to be something.
Yet here we are today.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And I guess that's the thing that I'm taking away today is, I said Mike McCarthy let something off his back last night.
I think you're right.
And I think that there are still going to be fans that are like, no, and because you even said 1 win's not enough. You got to get to the conference championship, and
it'll be enough for his job.
You got a tough task going up against San Francisco. We'll get to that later in the week, but the whole this is what he's established. This is the team. This is what this franchise should be now, right? That's what I feel like Mike McCarthy's been kind of building to. Is we should expect these kinds of things. We shouldn't go into last night's game as nervous as we are about all this. We should be here consistently trying to say what's going to get us over the top. So this is a new feeling, a fresh feeling for a lot of Cowboys fans that have just shown up or been around for 15, 20 years and never got those Super Bowls. But this is what this franchise expects.
I think what's funny is we're the home of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll have Stephen Jones on at noon.
Yep.
But I think of this, since the existence of the fan, when it flipped in 2008, I think that's when this station decided we're going to be a sports talk radio station. That's their 3rd playoff win? Or
fourth?
They beat Detroit. I was with Corey for that one.
And then
they beat Seattle. I was at the game for that one.
That's it.
Is there? And then
Who
now
did they beat in 2009?
I wasn't here.
Okay,
maybe we did. But I mean, isn't that
Philly?
literally
Beat
in
the Eagles
in the existence of the fan?
So 4.
There's been 4 playoff wins. So this is the 4th time in the history of this station that you can celebrate a Cowboys victory in a do-or-die playoff game.
Yeah.
Because I guess they went 0 for 3 in trying to celebrate a do-or-die regular season game.
Yes,
and
they did.
It needs to be more consistent. It needs to be like that more often. I know somebody texted in a while back and was like, you're so entitled thinking you belong. You should just be in the playoffs all the time. When you're this kind of team, you should be. When you have the right coaching, the right players on the team, you should be consistently winning football games. And that's what I expected. That's what I want. That's what I want for my team. And you got it last night. You got a great effort last night, man.
It's the 6th time, and I believe the last 26 seasons that the Cowboys have been to the divisional round. Which, I mean, again, to Mike's point, that's why you celebrate, but also for older Cowboys fans, I know there is a little bit of sadness that goes along with that, but that's not how I feel today. I'll deal with San Francisco later. I'll deal with whatever later.
It's amazing for all these Cowboy fans because this doesn't happen. Winning a playoff game doesn't happen. And so this is one of the rare occasions where I think, yes, especially today, maybe even tomorrow, soak it in. I know, hey, we got a heck of a game coming up.
Later.
But right now, you don't get to do this.
In the last 26 years, 4th playoff win. And in the last 26 years, 6th appearance in the divisional round. That's it.
Now change that. In the McCarthy era, you've gone 12-5 in 2 seasons. You've gone back-to-back playoffs, and now you've won your first playoff game.
Yep.
In the McCarthy
On
era,
the road,
you're
too.
a damn fine football team.
No, I agree with that.
Retainer.
And I agree with that. I was just worried because on Friday when Jerry was talking about, hey, let's not discount how amazing these regular seasons were. It felt like you were setting the stage for, so guess what? When we lose, and they didn't lose. Also, 31-14, this might sound weird. There was a lot of times that game did not even feel that close. And then I know when they didn't get the onside kick, I was like, seriously? What in the hell is going on? But it felt like a dominating performance after the first
to
2
your
drives.
Point, my son asked to write around 24-0 in the 3rd quarter. He goes, hey, do you think I can go to bed? He was getting tired. And I said, yeah, this game's over.
Yeah.
And he said, well, what about the Jacksonville game? I said, Jacksonville showed signs of life at the end of half. Then Jacksonville took the opening kickoff and scored a touchdown. Tampa showed no signs of life at the end of the half, and then they went, I think it was a 3-and-out. I'm 99% sure they got the kickoff, to start the third quarter, and it was a 3-and-out.
Yeah, 3-and-out.
They
Right
never
there.
showed any signs that they were going to somehow start driving the ball up and down the field.
And Kevin, your X factor. I mean, both. I think all of our X factors showed up last night. Yours definitely did in stopping the guy that Jerry thought would give you a turnover. All right. Because dead serious.
Chris Godwin did almost give a turnover to the Cowboys, but they ruled him down.
He had 10 catches and 70-something yards, 85 yards, something like that, but he wasn't effective. It didn't matter because Donovan Wilson hit him so hard that he didn't want to be there for the rest of the game. It was a shoulder injury, arm injury.
Yeah.
But you could tell every time the ball came to him, he was like, "Stop throwing it to me, I hurt, dude."
Is he the antithesis of Trayvon Diggs when it comes to tackling
We'll
style?
get to that later.
Okay, I'm
We'll
just
get to that later.
asking.
Those are business decisions.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Victory Tuesday. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, guys.
On 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will be talking with Mickey Spagnola in just 1 minute, but I know what seems to have amused Corey and Mike is the idea that tomorrow we're going to go through my hate list.
Yep.
Is that what
not
is
Are You
happening?
Better is ranking the hate.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. You've listened to this show for a long time. We started as a weekend show in 2011. That was like I said, the Dirk Nowitzki Mother's Day match.
Yeah.
Right? It was Peja and Jason Terry
going
off. That was our first show ever. So we've been on air since 2011. You've heard Kevin hate a lot in his life. People have texted in, his name is Kevin Hateland. You know, like those kinds of things. There's a lot of niceness in your soul. But you've heard the list before. So anything you've ever heard Kevin hate before, go ahead and text it in so I can put it. Yeah, car insurance.
Sometimes I think
Mike said flavor.
I get more angry. And when I came into the room today, and one of the first, I would say, 5 sentences I heard from Kevin, I can't remember if it was number 1 or number 5, somewhere in there is, Tom Brady's a piece of S. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah. And were you calling him Maher effer last night? Like, did you have that going on in your brain? Okay, you were really nice. I was trying to tweet nice things. I was like, come on, at some point
It was all positive.
Yeah.
All right, right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We are doing great.
Awesome.
Well,
fantastic. Wonderful. What, you got any other words, superlatives you like to throw out there, Mickey?
I think you guys got it covered.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. The 4th time since I graduated high school, the Cowboys won a playoff game.
That's it?
Well, I'm only 45.
So you graduated.
No, I guess it's 5. I graduated in 96. That was the year they won.
Oh, you missed all the wins.
Yeah. Super Bowl was obviously the 96 year.
So we got 5, Mike, in your face.
I'm good. No, it's fun to celebrate. This is we just don't get to celebrate this much, so it's fun.
But as I think they came down to earth, they realized that there's more to accomplish.
Oh, last night on the plane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even after the game and some of the comments, it's like, okay, that's one, but we got to go to San Francisco.
Excuse me.
Whoa! What was that?
I didn't mean to choke you up.
Oh, my God, Kevin.
I was not prepared.
That sounded phlegmy, too.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. That sounds like for the team to deal with. We don't have to deal with that. I don't have to get ready for anything. I could just celebrate this victory today.
But it's a short week, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have general thoughts? I don't know how much we talked about it leading into it about not only the Monday night game, but that San Francisco played early on Saturday. Does that bother you at all, that like the time disparity there?
Well, it's better than having to go to Philadelphia, who've been sitting there for 2 weeks.
That's true.
So this is the least of the two evils.
I think we may have lost Kevin for the day. He's all choked up.
I don't know what happened.
Have a drink of water. I'll have this conversation here with Mickey as we move forward.
Do you want to write down your questions, Kevin, so we can ask them?
Get one of those grease boards, and just
just jot it
and
down,
then wipe it off, and we'll answer.
Yeah, text your questions to Mickey, and I'm sure he'll answer those as we go.
All right, I think I'm going to be okay. Back to you guys, though.
All right, he asked the question to start the show. What was the one moment that like signified to you, Mickey? All right, this is going to be a different night.
So contrary to you guys, because I was listening a little bit as I was rushing to get here.
I will admit my Tom Brady dislike is influenced my decision.
It was when the quarterbacks came out for warm-ups.
Oh.
And when they were dressed, right? And I saw Tom Brady come out, the crowd's going crazy. They got lights going, and he comes running down their sideline like fast. And I don't know if he does that all the time, like that's part of his warm-up. And when he got to where he was going to stop, he jumped up in the air and swung his fist in the air. And I was going, that looked like false bravado to me. And then Dak came out, and he just came out running, as they do normally, and he had this look on his face like, I got this, right? He didn't need to show off. He didn't need to do any, kind of false celebration to start. He just came out with this determined look, and I said, I think we got something here. It was sort of the opposite of San Francisco's boombox entrance last year.
Yes.
When they were so cocky. And they came out with this look on their face like, okay, game on. But it was almost like Brady, in the back of his mind, knew that they were not the better team, and he was trying to create some enthusiasm for his team and the crowd. Which, by the way,
smart guy, he was
there
right.
was a lot of blue jerseys in that crowd.
Yeah, and I know that the Russell Gage moment had happened, but the touchdown they had later was the quietest playoff touchdown I've ever heard in my life.
You mean the one with like 2 minutes to go?
I believe so.
Did they show the fact that they felt it was very perfunctory, that they fired off fireworks when they were down by 17 points? There were fireworks all over the place, and the pirate ship was shooting out the side, right? And I was looking, and I'm going, seriously? You're going to do this?
But that's also because you knew the game was over in warm-ups, so you'd already...
That's right.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I thought was funny, because this has got to be one of the first times ever we go down on the sideline before the game's over, because it's over, right?
Yeah.
Because normally Cowboys, everything goes down to the last minute. So I'm standing on the sidelines, and I was down by the Cowboys bench, and I turned around, and the Tampa Bay cheerleaders were all behind me, and they all had these big smiles on their face, like they were told, doesn't matter the score, you got to keep smiling, right? And I just thought it was funny that the Cowboys, even though San Francisco scored, all the Cowboy fans were standing and cheering.
Now, I didn't think there was any way I was going to be able to logically transition to this today, but since you mentioned the cheerleaders, Mickey, my wife, while she is doing an amazing job taking care of Noah at home, has been streaming some of the old Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders making the team. And wouldn't you know, when I came home the other day, I saw Mickey Spagnola as one of the people helping make decisions and asking questions during that. How long were you on that show? And what can you tell me about that?
Boy, that's a funny time to bring that up.
It is a weird time.
I don't know how
you
many
just
years.
mentioned the cheerleaders.
I don't remember how many years I did it, but it was quite a while. I bet it was before COVID, maybe 6, 7, 8 years, something like that.
Impressive.
Awesome.
Somebody asked me, what do I know about cheerleaders, right? And I said, I've been covering football for 40 years. I know what a cheerleader looks like.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact,
Kevin. Oh, I like that.
To transition away from that a little bit, a couple of things. Do you know, I think I saw that Gage, his extremities are moving. I didn't know if you had an update there. And also, do you have an update on Curse and maybe even Peters at this point?
Yes, I do. Peters, the hip injury, I think at his age, he's probably done for the season. Or that was the feeling last night. Now, you never know when they, get him back and get an MRI and what it was, but it just sounded like it was an injury that you're not going to get back in a week from, or 2 weeks, whatever. For Curse, I saw him walking afterwards. They had his knee kind of taped up and his lower calf taped up. He was walking, not well, but he was walking. I think the initial diagnosis was a sprained MCL, and they weren't quite sure how serious it was. So I would put that one on hopeful not certain, but hopeful that he might be able to get back. And they were hoping also that McQuamu had just cramped up, but they needed to wait to see when everything calmed down. So I think those were the injuries that they were most concerned about, if I remember correctly.
It felt like McQuamu had a heck of a game. Am I off base about that?
No, he did. I mean, and I know, you can look at the defensive stats. He had 4 tackles, and he had 2 passes broken up, one of which for sure was on 3rd down, and I want to say the other one he almost picked off. So that was one of the things they were working on during the week. We talk about the big nickel with Curse out there. Well, this was like even the bigger nickel because they had Curse and McQuamu on the field at the same time, using Curse the majority of the times when it wasn't definite passing situations to kind of play in the slot. And then when it was, they brought in McQuamu and left Deron Bland on the outside. And I bet that Evans guy, what's his name? Mike
Evans.
I bet he's not laughing anymore, right, on the sideline, because Diggs took his butt out of the game until the 4th quarter when it was 31-6.
That definitely was one of those kind of, hey, he's been very quiet most of this thing.
Yeah, it was like because everything was going to Godwin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Cowboys, and you got to give Dan Quinn credit because they did a good job of mixing up their man coverage with a bunch of zone stuff, and it was just enough to get Brady's attention, and he didn't have time to get that attention, right? I know they didn't sack him all that many times or hit him, but they were around him, and I've always said with veteran quarterbacks like that. When they feel like it's time to retire, they don't lose their arm, they don't lose their legs, they lose their inability to deal with pressure around him and people at his feet and getting hit. That's when they decide, you know what, I'm done with this. So we'll see where that one goes. But I thought they did a really good job of disguising their coverages, using the safeties in different situations to, maybe double. Make sure he didn't beat you with anything deep because as soon as he gets to the 50-yard line, he's throwing downfield, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't really make any of those mistakes. Now, they got a couple big plays, but, McCarthy's big on big plays, right? You got to have big plays to win. The Cowboys had 6 plays of 20 yards or more. Tampa Bay had 2.
Wow.
And I want to say both of those came in the 4th quarter after it was 31-6. So, yeah, everybody's been waiting for that next game, the next Minnesota game, and you got it last night. That was about as bad a ass whipping I've seen in quite some time. On the road, by the way.
Love it.
On grass, by the way. Against Tom Brady, by the way. How about all that? So they started their new streak, right? Because now they're 3-0 against Tampa Bay all time in the playoffs.
And the last time they beat Tampa Bay in the playoffs, they made the NFC Championship game.
That's right. Absolutely. So, whoa, look out. They're starting their own streaks now.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Appreciate it. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. See ya.
By the way, speaking of the coughing thing, some people have said you need to add the cough button to the list of things that Kevin hates. And then another person said, I didn't know Kevin was going to go straight Maher out here. So I will work on getting it together. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. After an amazing Cowboys performance, who or what do you need to take the L about today? What were you wrong about for this team, this game, whatever the case might be? Let us know, 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
2nd and 10. Elliott's back in the game. Prescott in the gun. Back to throw. Well protected, going to the end zone. Schultz at the goal line, and he's in for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys victorious, moving on to the divisional round, as you heard right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, a question for everybody, and it looks like a lot of people are going to be ready to participate.
Okay.
Who or what do you need to take the L about today?
Nothing. Actually, I do have one thing. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you could be free and clear, but I like this from the 214. All right, Kevin, as your nemesis and troll since the weekend show, I'll admit I was wrong and apologize about Brady this time. They are consistent about that. I appreciate it. But whether it was about Dak, whether it was about this team getting smoked, whatever the case is there something you need to take the L about today in terms of an opinion?
I guess I thought it would be a coin flip yesterday. Obviously, I kept changing my mind. At the end, I gave the Cowboys a close victory, but that wasn't
3
close
points.
enough. Yeah,
right?
I think 27-24 is at the end of the show what I decided. But even yesterday, before the game, I'm like, man, I don't know. I said Cowboys at the end of the show, so I'll stick with the Cowboys close victory. But that wasn't close at all. I was worried about Brady. I mean, I thought this son of a gun is going to somehow, some way play a great game. And I will say in a 1 minute span, the play where he's getting rushed out to the right side and he flips the ball to the cornerback, Chris Godwin, who decided to play wide receiver yesterday for Tampa Bay. I was like, wow, this son of a gun still is going to put his body on the line, is going to figure out a way how to kind of jab step and kind of flip the ball there to Godwin. And that gets the ball down the 5-yard line. And then a play later, he chucks and ducks for an interception. And I thought, wow, that went from, oh my gosh, Tom Brady's, is going to pull off one of these miracle things again to, nope, he does not want any part of getting hit.
From the 5-1-2, I've hated on the quarterback all year. That performance made me eat it. From the 8-1-7, I thought they were going to get torched and play like poo. I'm glad they were prepared last night. I think my biggest concern, or the biggest L that I would have to take, is I did not think the secondary would turn into the pass breakup machine that they were last night. I don't even know what the final number was. I know it was at least 10 or 11, but they were just breaking up passes left and right. And even though Troy Aikman thinks every play ever is pass interference, I thought a lot of it was really great coverage.
Oh God, we need to put Mike Bassick on that hate list. I think, he's taking shots at my Troy Aikman.
There were 2 plays that it was just good coverage, and they're like, oh, he was there early. And I was like, there where? With his arm trying to get the football? He didn't touch that guy. And then obviously the biggest L of the game was Troy Aikman is like, I really don't know about this. You should probably take the 3. And then the Cowboys scored a touchdown. I thought that was amazing.
I was with Troy Aikman because he kind of had to hurry up and say it. And I just thought, dude, go up by 2 scores here. I don't know if they're going to be able to move the ball. Now, it's a great play, and Kellen Moore deserves a lot of credit. I think I'm not taking the L on Kellen Moore because I've been steady on saying I think he's solid. I don't think he's the best. I don't think he's a top 5 play caller in the game, but I think he's solid and good. But I wonder how many people who hate Kellen Moore or think he's the issue or problem would have to say, man, that was a great play calling game. And I think on 4th down, I think they quickly showed McCarthy, right? That's why being at the game can help you. You get to see the interaction on the coaches on the sideline. But it was like McCarthy looked at Kellen Moore and was like, stay on the field. And it was like, I think it was that play. And you got it, Kellen. And Kellen called the perfect play where they weren't ready for that, fake handoff.
I actually thought Kellen Moore might lead the way on this. I could see Dak, but I thought Kellen Moore would be like, hey, sorry that I said you were terrible and would get fired after this game, because I thought he was fantastic yesterday.
Mike, I think you should fess up.
Okay.
You said Dak would throw an interception yesterday.
I guarantee. How come if you say it like Charles Barkley and just act like it, then it ends up being that perfect jinx?
You know what, though? Here's the thing.
I was doing it. I did think he would throw an interception, but I also wanted to do it in Charles Barkley, I guarantee, because usually his guarantees on TNT come playoff time go really wrong.
My son Carter would randomly say, Dad, I hope there's no traffic on your way to work. For 3 months, he nailed it. Every time he said that, no traffic. Then when I told him his streak, he was like, whoa, well, guess what? Back-to-back days, he threw it out there. I was like, bad timing. bad. This isn't good. So, Mike, it might just be like pick and choose your options here. But last night was the one. He didn't do it. So nice work. Thank you for guaranteeing that, because that dude was not going to lose last night.
From the 682, I think a lot of people owe Schultz an apology. He may not be Kittle, but he's damn good. Now, Schultz was somebody that you brought up as your X factor,
Right.
and my goodness, what a hell of a game he had.
Yeah, and I thought the touchdown pass, first, give Dak a lot of credit for seeing them kind of in the back of the end zone, but I thought Schultz worked very hard there, and he came back to the ball. When you're going to throw the ball somewhat across the field, and I know it's not completely across the field, but he's near the sideline, so you are throwing the ball back into traffic. And for Schultz to work that hard and then to come back to the ball to make that look like an easy play, because if he stays in the back of the end zone there and lets the ball come to him, maybe it does get deflected. But he came back and made it look like a really easy play, and Dak made a great throw there, and Schultz worked really hard. And obviously had the play on the sideline where he stayed in bounds and made a great kind of juggling catch. That was another one. So Dalton Schultz had a great game, and don't worry, I have that question coming up in Mike Ask All the Football Questions.
I don't know that it's taking an L here, but they did correct it. The offensive line looked better last night by far compared to what they look like in Washington.
Yes, 100%. I agree with you.
It was shocking.
Yeah, that was what we were watching. I was like, if they come out and play that kind of game, we're toast.
Early on was totally different, right? The first two possessions, didn't Dak get sacked on a third down? And I was like, oh no. And you're just like, but then after the first two possessions, everything completely
That's why
changed.
I thought that completion to Gallup, and I was like, oh my gosh, positive yardage? Let's do it.
You know what? I'll take an L on that.
I will too.
Gallup, I just thought throughout this whole season hasn't been able to get open. And yesterday he did.
He was really good in clutch moments for the team. That slant, I think that's one you were talking about, that slant pattern that he ran, and it was a tight window for Dak to throw into, but there was a blitz coming down from the safety. The Cowboys set that whole play up. Like if you go back and watch, I think Emmanuel Acho did a really good job of this, like going through this specific play where he gets that. He sees that it's coming. He moves him outside, so the safety has to be the blitzer instead of the corner, and Michael Gallup just beats his guy. And then Michael Gallup, with that touchdown, in my mind, dude never stepped out of bounds. I appreciate that the referees were like, hey, you know what? Just to clarify, if he did step out of bounds, here's what the ruling would have been. I appreciate that, but I don't think Michael Gallup stepped out of bounds. I'll take an L too, because I was very concerned that it was only CeeDee Lamb stepping on the field last night.
From the 214, I have to take the L because I thought Brett Maher got shafted as a Pro Bowler. That's fascinating. I did not anticipate positive to negative L's. I just thought it would be negative to positive L's. I guess if there is one thing, that would be the focus.
Out of almost close to the same game they played against Minnesota. I mean, that was pretty much their best game of the year. And now this one being a do or die game, you rank it over because this one meant so much more than that Minnesota game. Even though there was a lot on the line in that Minnesota game at the time, that is the one crazy thing is now the kicker is such a concern, because if you are in what most playoff games it feels like are a 3 to 7 point type of situation, is, oh my gosh. I mean, if Maher lines up in the early or late in the first quarter for a field goal, you're just like, oh my gosh. That will be the most nervous situation early on in that San Francisco game.
And there was a couple of times, or one specific time, where I thought they could have lined up for a 60-yard field goal. And I was like, well, there's no way in hell. But I thought the most Cowboys thing to do would be for Maher to hit the 60-yard field goal as opposed to missing all of those extra points. But luckily, they're in a position where they just punted the ball. This was another one that I thought was going to come up a lot today from the 214, Van Der Esch. My L from the 214 is on Van Der Esch. He was balling last night. I thought he's played not amazingly, but we always talk about what value do the Cowboys get out of their players versus what they're paying him. I think they've gotten value versus what they're paying Van Der Esch all season long, and I thought he was top-notch yesterday.
I agree with you. So my biggest L is Gallup, because I just didn't think he could get open anymore.
Yeah.
And not like the rest of his career, I had no confidence he could get open for Monday Night Football. What's your biggest L's? Like just one. Just pick your.
I think my biggest L is there is no way that I thought that this DB crew as a whole could essentially like shut down the passing game. And I know, like, if you look at the stats, I know people are like, Brady threw for blah, blah, blah. He had to throw the ball 66 yards because they could not get the ball moving whatsoever. And that interception in the end zone, gosh, like I would have to go back and rewatch the game. That felt like the moment where the Cowboys were like, hell no, not today, no chance. I take the L for underestimating this group of DBs. I thought, compared to expectations, they were freaking phenomenal last night.
From the 214 going for it on 4th and 4, L for me saying it was wrong. From the 214, Kevin, when the Cowboys went for it on 4th down at the goal line, that Dak run.
Yes.
Were you y'all all gung-ho, or were you like, oh, just take the points?
I was gung-ho about going for it, but then I had nightmares about the Cincinnati game. And I was like, well, I know we're not going Trevor Lawrence slam dunk it here.
Yeah.
Because, God, that play was so awesome.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence was like, whoop, touchdown. I was having nightmares about some sort of attempt to do that and them running it all the way back. This felt like a game, and I know we talk about this in the past, where you lose this game with field goals. Like, as much as I crap on Tom Brady because I don't like him, my worst nightmare was this game being Cowboys up 27-24 in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes and Brady getting the ball. And so I was like, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Like, they went for that win.
Yeah, man. They definitely said we're not going to let anything. And Mike, you were pointing it out, like Tom Brady and that team never woke up. They never got into it. They never got their rhythm going. So that was helpful too, because the Cowboys defense was so effective in keeping them from coming alive. I think Troy Aikman, as much as you want to hate on him, and as many L's as you're delivering,
you're a big Romo guy.
Yeah,
We get it.
as many L's as you're delivering to the 3-time Super Bowl champion. He did say one thing last night that really stood out to me, and he was like, Troy, he said, everything is being challenged, every throw. And that was the description that like really stood out for me with the defense last night. Was there were moments in the season where you're like, where'd they go?
Yeah.
But they challenged even passes that were wide open in the middle of the field with no receiver around. It was like Tom Brady just threw it in the middle of the field hoping. There were still people batting it down.
Yeah.
And that was an awesome part of last night.
And like, I think everything gets heightened during the game. I don't know if we're going to get to tweets at any point, but that was absolutely one of my tweets. As I said, in your face, Troy Aikman, touchdown. Because I just thought it was in that moment. He was like, I don't know. I think you should take the field goal. And then they scored the touchdown. It was awesome.
You're like my Ryan Dries friend who's just going to say the Cowboys could have won with any quarterback back then.
I'm not saying that. What does that have to do with the 90s Cowboys? Troy Aikman was an amazing quarterback. I just like that they scored a touchdown.
I don't know. I heard Kevin say
you just said in your face, Troy Aikman.
About that call.
We should have won more if you were better. Isn't that what
I do not believe that at all.
Do we give an L to the Phillies fans that have rated our YouTube page right now and are like talking trash in our YouTube chat? Because like that's just a little bro can't deal with big bro's success. Is that just kind of how it's going right now? They have to say, oh my gosh, we got to go check in on them.
Hey, that's great.
We're just doing our thing.
Hey, all the YouTube Philly fans, hit me up when you have a healthy quarterback. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
You're
next.
snapping on everybody.
Mike, and you knew it was going to be that way. Mike asks all the football questions next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on the fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Goal to go from the 3, and Prescott's going to throw it in the left side of the end zone, and it's Gallup behind the defender. Touchdown! Touchdown, Cowboys!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Victory Tuesday.
You wanted to say Monday, didn't you?
Cowboys. No. The Cowboys will do Victory Monday next week. Is Victory Tuesday today, and it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right, so my first football question I think is a great one, and it has to do with the Cowboys 49ers game coming up.
Okay.
So I'm not asking about that game right now. My first question is, and I might have some follow-ups on this, is Brock Purdy the starting quarterback next year for the San Francisco 49ers?
I don't want you to think that this is a cop-out. I think this game might help decide that. Personally, I think he should be. Like, if it was up to me, Brock Purdy's the guy. You didn't want Jimmy Garoppolo to be the guy because you didn't think he was good enough. Well, Trey Lance, you've given him multiple shots. He cannot stay healthy. I would stick with Brock Purdy being the guy, but I don't know if that will be the case.
Yes, Lance is the backup. Garoppolo's traded.
Okay.
That's kind of how that's how I would want to do it. And I'm not going in with a, you know what? Maybe I am going in with a battle to the death. Not death.
They're so different. Obviously, Brock Purdy did show to me a lot more. I'm going to be honest. I haven't watched every San Francisco game that he started. I've seen the highlights and I've seen clips here and there. But watching that playoff game, I didn't know he was athletic. Might be too strong of a term because that means like he's just running all over the place. But he's able to avoid contact and extend plays. And then he seems to be really smart with the ball, like as in he's not going to turn it over. And man, I was just really impressed. So for me, I'm going to answer my own question. I think at this point, what he did going undefeated in the regular season and then winning that home playoff game, and I get it wasn't against it's 2 versus 7, but to me, I just can't see how he's not your starting quarterback next year.
And he's doing everything that Shanahan wants and requires of the position. He's everything that he wants. I mean, Shanahan knew Garoppolo's not good enough. We got to the Super Bowl. Garoppolo's not going to win us my Super Bowl that I want. I need something else. That's why he pushed to go get somebody else. Yeah. And then here they are with the guy, like they found him. And he can do everything that Shanahan wants.
Can I ask a follow-up question to you, Corey?
This isn't Kevin S.
Okay, it's about your. Okay. Do you think the 49ers? That is very fair. Mike, may I ask Corey a follow-up?
You may.
Would you, if you're the 49ers, consider trading both Garoppolo and Lance? Because Lance has, you would think, a good amount of trade value, too.
Absolutely, I would consider it. I will listen to all offers.
Okay.
But I'm not actively out there trying to get rid of Lance. I will actively try to trade Jimmy. I will take offers on Lance while I'm out there. But, man, just the simple fact that they've had to use 3 quarterbacks this year. There's no way I'm just going into the season next year saying one's good enough. Especially if I want to compete again. If one goes down, I want to make sure I have another guy that can get me back into this position again.
I think because they restructured now, Jimmy G is a free agent.
Okay. Never mind.
Once the season's up.
But
re-sign him, then try to trade him.
So on the record before the Cowboys game, Corey and I are saying he's done it. He's the starting quarterback to start next year for the 49ers. You're saying the Cowboys game and his performance in that one will give you your answer.
Yes. No, not my answer, their answer. My answer is he's the guy.
Okay.
I think San Francisco is still waiting it out.
Okay, yeah. So that was interesting. It's going to be fun to get to play a rookie quarterback there. All right. Sticking with quarterbacks, if you've never listened, and we have a lot of new listeners right now, thank you so much. I know we have 364 right now on the Twitch. I believe we have over 1,000 on YouTube, which means we're probably getting listened to a lot for the first time. My football questions will usually be very quarterback friendly questions, as in there's a lot of quarterback questions.
Yeah.
All right. I know he didn't play this weekend. Miami is saying to a T is their starting quarterback in the future. Do you believe that is the right decision for the Miami Dolphins?
If
yes. if they also have a better backup plan than Bridgewater and Skylar Thompson. Although Skylar Thompson was pretty nice in that playoff game.
A better backup
You have to
plan.
have a better option. Well, how healthy was Teddy Bridgewater?
It is a quarterback scarce league, and you want them to have
Yeah.
a better backup?
Yeah.
Brady. Get Brady.
Yeah, get Tom Brady.
Yeah, he'll
No,
go there
yeah,
and be
I
the
mean,
backup.
absolutely.
He said he wanted to go to Miami during the
Seek it.
offseason.
I mean, otherwise, go find a new starter. But you just said it's a hard place
So
to
your
find
answer
starters.
is go find a new starter then?
I mean that yes.
All right.
But otherwise,
So you
right
want
now,
major
I
competition.
would stick around with Tua and have a quality backup to go along with it.
I think
Go find Cooper Rush.
I think they got to give him another shot because he was playing so well before he got hurt again. But I think Corey's right, is not for next year, but I think long term, you need to be thinking about what the next plan is if he gets hurt again.
Quick follow-up. Do you think Miami's telling the truth on that answer?
I do.
I think
Actually,
they're
I
convincing
do.
themselves. I mean, I think they also don't have a lot of options. So they're like, hey, because this is a dude that the coach had to show 700 plays from high school and college just to get his swagger back up, all right? So this is a guy that you don't want to be like, hey, we're finding somebody else and then lose all the swagger that you built in this guy. So I think they have to say these things. I don't think they're telling the truth. I think they're out of options.
All right, so this is kind of a very similar question, but different circumstances. Did Lamar Jackson do the right thing? If you have his Instagram pulled up, I'm not an Instagram. I'm on Instagram, but read his quotes, what he said about maybe his situation right now.
This is from Lamar Jackson's Instagram. When you have something good, you don't play with it. You don't take chances losing it. You don't neglect it. When you have something good, you pour into it. You appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Because when you take care of something good, that good thing takes care of you too. Prayer hands.
So to me, a lot of people are reading into this, and I think I agree with this, that, hey, I'm not going to pour into you guys and put myself at risk anymore if you're not giving me the security of you are the guy that we want to build this franchise around, correct? Like if I'm not your franchise quarterback and you're not going to commit to me, why do you want me to play at, I don't know, 90%, 85%. I don't know what he was at going into this weekend. So kind of my question based off of that, did Lamar Jackson do the right thing and not playing this weekend?
Yes. Listen, they're, even his teammate was like, if we'd have had that guy on the field, we would have won the football game.
They might have won. I mean, it matters how good he is and how healthy he is.
And there may have been a time where, and there may be players out there that are late in their career that are like, man, that was my shot. That was my last chance. But at the same time, I think a lot of those players are sitting there going, hey, I wanted my contract too. I want to get paid max whenever it's my turn to get that opportunity. Owners are not going to look at it and say it's okay. GMs are going to be upset about it. Coaches are pretty frustrated too. From the player's perspective, he did the absolute right thing. That team needs to take care of their quarterback.
Kevin, I read your body language. I don't know if you're going to agree with Corey, are you?
Well, that's not what I would have done. But I 100% from a business perspective, I understand it. That is not what I would have done.
And I think you're consistent with this. Like you play. If you can play, you play. Does this
But I get why. Corey's right. All the things he said.
He used all the leverage that he had.
It makes sense.
That was his max leverage. And he's sitting back going, right now, y'all wanted to win that game, or are you just here to play?
Yep. Kevin, you're a big Lamar Jackson fan. Did this hurt
Jackson.
your Lamar Jackson love?
I don't think so, because I do it'll be like the same thing. I'm just disappointed that I didn't get to see him in the playoffs, but I get why he did what he did. I was curious if someone would put a mural up that says "Get Lamar help." But I see some of the parallels with other athletes. I get why he did what he did.
My first Cowboys question based off of this weekend's playoff games. Last night, who helped themselves out more financially, Tony Pollard or Dalton Schultz?
Pollard. And reason being, he makes so little compared to what Dalton Schultz is making this year on the franchise tag. So I think that the number is probably going to still be high for Dalton Schultz, and he's probably going to get a good contract from somebody. But I think Tony Pollard, give me a second thought here. Running backs just don't get paid.
Man, I was about to agree with you too.
Right? But think about that. Running backs, people are going back to the running backs are not worth it anymore. So from what he is making now to what he's going to make is probably a pretty excessive boost for him. but he's not going to make near as much money in my mind as I think Dalton Schultz will.
Oh, no, I agree with that. I think Dalton Schultz will make more money. I'm kind of curious if this locks in Tony Pollard getting franchised by the Cowboys. This might not be the best.
From the 214, Pollard is getting franchised.
Okay, well, there you go. But I think this has helped Tony Pollard.
Jerry Jones number?
I think this has helped Tony Pollard a lot, and I think that Corey's right. Dalton Schultz, I felt like there was enough suitors already for him that were willing to go the 4 for 52 or whatever the specific number is. I think that was a huge game for Pollard. I loved it.
And I don't know everybody's situation with their running back and if they like it or not, but there's obviously, like, the Bears have $108 million, according to this website, of salary cap space. So, a team that may be like, hey, we got to help out Fields.
Yeah.
And I know that they have some decent running backs there, but, if they wanted to go a little bit bigger or better, or the Atlanta Falcons, if they're going to go with their young quarterback, they have $60
Lamar
million.
Jackson will be playing there. So.
Oh, for Atlanta?
Yeah, I'll throw that out as my prediction.
Okay, I like that.
That's my bonus prediction, Lamar Jackson to Atlanta.
All right, so you're both saying...
I think Tony Pollard
helped himself
out more.
Okay, next question. Sean Payton's going on his interviews this week. Sean Payton coaches who next?
Cardinals.
I think the Panthers.
Chargers. Oh, and I feel like Staley's going to be okay.
You told me earlier.
They're saying they're not firing him.
Yeah.
At least that's the word.
They just fired their offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, and their passing game and quarterbacks coach, their passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach. That makes me think that Staley is good because that's their fall guy.
Agreed.
And the clear point is that offensive coordinator, as good as Lombardi was with the Saints and whatnot, he didn't maximize Justin Herbert. I mean, with all that. So, and maybe Justin Herbert isn't a real quarterback, but with that offensive coordinator, you weren't going to find out any more than you've seen. So maybe it's not the Chargers. I would still say the Denver's interesting. Arizona also is a very interesting job as well.
Okay. Next question.
Or Vegas.
Who concerns you more in Wild Card Weekend? The Bengals or the Bills?
It's as long as the Bills are one of the options, I was 100% going to say the Bills.
I feel like those were two teams that obviously look like true Super Bowl contenders and both barely beat backup quarterbacks.
And the Bills were the biggest favorite in the history of Wild Card Weekend. They were 14 point. When you made that bet to take the Bills, I was not like, that's a dumb bet. I was like, that makes a lot of sense. I thought the
After
Bills
scoring 9 the week before. I know they got 11. But
I thought they were going to throttle the Dolphins. I'm still really excited about that game, but I'm concerned about the Bills because Josh Allen, man, he turns the ball over a lot, and you saw that at the beginning of that game.
Who concerns me more?
Yeah.
As far as if I have to play them, I'm scared.
No,
their performance.
Their performance was like, wait a second, like that's not the Bills or Bengals I thought would show up this week.
I'll say the Bills because I thought their defense was better, but they have turned into a very heavily reliant on their offense team, and I think the Bengals are probably as balanced of a team in the NFL as there is, and simply because what they didn't finish last year and the disrespect that they've been given, I think that they have this different mindset right now. And Baltimore's a tough team. Like they got to where they were this year because they're a tough football team, with or without Lamar.
All right, let's clock it. Woo! I have two other questions, but it's not enough time, and we can get to them later.
A fantastic edition, as I feel like I say just about every week, of Mike Asks All the Football Questions. We're the KNC masterpiece.
I want to be your Tom Brady.
Right here on 105.3. I'll try to tone it down.
Slide kick his ankles?
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Go to break and he calls me a bad name.
Cowboys thank you notes. 877-881-1053. Who deserves a tip of your cap after a dominating wild card victory? Let's hear about it and talk about it next right here on The Fan.
It has the
Sports and Outdoors. It's also brought to you by Windows Nation.
Snap back. They blitz everybody. Pollard, great pickup. Here's a deep pass to the left side, caught by Lamb. Down at the 30. Oh, that was one of those big, deep overs that takes forever. You got to protect forever.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. 877-881-1053 after a dominating Cowboys wildcard victory. Who gets your thank you notes? I'm going to throw this one out. I was surprised to learn this. Dalton Schultz gets my thank you note. He is the first tight end in team history with multiple receiving touchdowns in a playoff game.
Take that, Mike Ditka.
Is that immediately who you thought of, not Witten? Yeah. Okay.
Or Jay Novacek.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Jay Novacek probably played in more playoff games than Witten.
That is very, very fair.
About LaFleur.
Doug Crosby.
Not that or that is so. Yes, my first thank you note
Bennett
goes out to Dalton Schultz.
Did you say David LaFleur?
Yes, he did say LaFleur.
Yeah, that was a good one. 1997. Heck of a pick.
I don't believe that you do believe that was a heck of a pick.
God, he was horrible.
Is from the 214 LVE. Gets a tip of the cap because with him back, our defense gets us back to being normal or above average. From the 214, my tip of the cap goes to Dak. All week, I texted y'all about how average he was. And last night, he was elite. If he keeps playing like this, we will play in February. The elite stat, and I know we were joking about it in our text chain, is like now Dak is the greatest quarterback in Cowboys history, is there were a couple of astonishing things from that game. Is his 75.8% completion percentage, second highest in postseason team history, only behind Troy Aikman had 76.7 in a postseason game against Green Bay. And then Dak Prescott also completed 11 straight passes, which is the most ever in a playoff game. So there are multiple things. Look, Troy Aikman is amazing. He's better than Dak. He's a Hall of Famer. But
I thought, yeah. But you're going to in your face him?
No. Well, about the call, yes. So I thought Dak deserves lots of credit for last
There's
night.
so many thank you notes, Corey, because that was close to a perfect playoff game for the Dallas Cowboys.
I want to stay with Dak real quick, if that's okay. Are you going to stay with Dak too?
No, just say thank you. Do it like Jimmy Fallon does.
Thank you, Dak Prescott, for showing that you're not Kirk Cousins. That was all.
Oh,
we put him in that category,
some
Mike.
moron texted, oh no, Cincinnati Andy Dalton showed up again early on in that game.
That was you.
Oh, it was?
That was definitely you.
I did that. I was the one who texted that after two possessions.
That's what you should have taken the L for.
But Mike, we do quarterback rankings every week, and you do power ranking the power rankings, and every week Dak fluctuates, on where he is, and there's this idea that he and Kirk Cousins are equals. And Dak was like, "What? Look, no, I'm different." That's what he did last night. He elevated. True. He leveled up last night, man. He really did. That's the best game of his career, is what I keep hearing people say. Even Jerry said that this morning.
Do you think that's fair? Given the stakes, I think that's fair. I think it was the fourth highest quarterback rating he ever had, but the other three were, whatever game in week 12.
Right? Yeah.
Dak was great last night. If Dak plays, I'm going to go on San Francisco radio. I forget the station, I'm sorry, but it's, the Odyssey station in San Francisco.
95.7 The Game.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go on there tomorrow at 9:20, and I'm going to say, if Dak plays like that, if Dak Prescott plays like he did on Monday night against San Francisco, much tougher opponent. But if he does, the Cowboys can win it all.
For sure.
The Cowboys can be Super Bowl champs this year if Dak plays like that against San Francisco, against most likely Philadelphia, and then against, let's just say, Kansas City for now. You can win the Super Bowl if Dak puts together 4 games like that.
And I know we're not looking forward to San Francisco just quite yet, but I thought about this for a little bit last night. I think San Francisco, they might be the best team in the NFL right now. I really do. I know we'll get into that more tomorrow, but if you're looking at the two dominating teams from this weekend, well, good news. At least you are one of the two. Yeah. Now, the bad news is you have to go play the other one, but at least you go into that game and you're like, San Francisco dominated, and you're like, well, guess what? So did we.
You ready for my thank you note?
Yes, I am.
Because I did think about Dak. I think Dak is 50%, but I'll go with the other 50%. Thank you, Micah Parsons.
That was my
if
next
you're
one.
not the best defensive player in the NFL, and I know we get to see Joey Bosa this weekend too. Nick, sorry. Yeah.
One of them.
There's two of them.
Joey's the helmet thrower. Sorry.
That is true.
You are the best defensive player I've ever seen in my lifetime for the Dallas Cowboys. And I was in high school for the championships. I know Charles Haley, and I know Deion Sanders, very tough to compare, and he wasn't here a very long time. But that is the best defensive player I've ever seen. And he, not by himself, a lot of players deserve credit on the Cowboys defense, but there was a fear factor from that team last night. The Tampa Bay Bucks were scared to death of that man, and rightfully so.
Did you hear what Jerry said he did this morning? Not this morning, but last week.
Yes.
He brought a baseball bat to everybody in the locker room, left one in their lockers, and it said, "Bring the wood." And even left one on Jerry Jones' desk. And like that's his mentality. Again, I go back to him walking into the huddle. That wasn't by accident. He knew what he was doing. He was trying to intimidate.
Yeah.
He was intimidating by standing there staring at Tom Brady after the play. Not jawing at him, just standing there, just being there. Micah Parsons last night, according to Field Yates, 3 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 2 pass breakups, 2 QB hits, 9 pressures. The second most by any player in a game this season. Micah Parsons had 10 pressures in week 2. So he has the first and second most pressures.
So he only lost to himself?
Yes.
I think
phenomenal.
So Kill 48 Switch 68 says, what about Darren Woodson? Darren Woodson's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
is great. Charles Haley is a Hall of Famer. Great. DeMarcus Ware should be a Hall of Famer here in the next couple weeks. Great. Like, these are the guys that I'm thinking of that, as I've seen as a kid. Randy White was past his prime by the time, like 84, 85 is when I became like, oh, I'm watching sports and can retain this information. At that point, Randy White had exited his prime. So I'm saying that nobody, and I think last night Troy Aikman, who I respect a lot more than Kevin Hagelin.
That's not true.
He said, this is like Lawrence Taylor.
I was going to say,
this is
an
now when
all-timer.
I had to play and I was having to go against Lawrence Taylor. This is how we felt about Lawrence Taylor. And he is playing like one of the greatest defensive players in the history of football. Can he do it against San Francisco? Let's see. But last night, he was like when Lawrence Taylor led a team to an 86 championship in the throughout the playoffs, and he was the best player in the NFL. Micah Parsons looks just like 1986 Lawrence Taylor.
And that's, Mike, when you talk about Hall of Famers, do you agree there's Hall of Famers and then there's all-timers? There's just in the Hall of Fame, those guys exist, but I think you kind of walk and you spend about 5 more seconds, maybe 5 more minutes standing there reading about them. And that's where I think he's not there yet, but he is definitely, we're watching this kind of player right now. Did you see his tweet, Kevin, this morning, maybe? Yeah, Micah's tweet was one of those, 1-0 kind of tweets. We've done that.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, he said, my turn. With a picture of the lion, it's my turn. Basically, tired of talking. See y'all Sunday, 1-0.
I'm glad you got to the pressures, but because before that, I know it was an impressive way to fill the stat sheet, but I thought, my God, he felt so much more terrifying than that. Yeah. And then when you hit the pressures, I thought, okay, well, there we go. Because it felt like they were in
lots
his
of doubles.
face which you
double.
And that's how you win a game emphatically. If you keep getting doubles, you're like, well, crap.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I'll say this, it sounds ego. I hate saying it, but I know I'm told I need to. As a former major leaguer, and
what?
Yeah, I know. I was a former pitcher in the major league, since we do have a lot of new people listening right now. When you have a scouting report back in my day with Griffey Jr. or Barry Bonds or Frank Thomas or Vladimir Guerrero, like these are the best hitters in the game. There's this report of don't let them beat you. But yet they're Hall of Famers because they still beat you.
Yeah.
Even though everything says do not let them win this game, they still do something today. It would be like a Mike Trout or, somebody like that where you're like, guess what? The report is Micah Parsons is everything. Don't let him do these things. And yet the greats still end up doing it. And that's the amazing thing to me is when you're told, don't let him beat you, and those guys are still able to beat you.
From the two,
I know how I said it. Sorry.
No, I wasn't even. I wasn't even going to say anything.
Today's not that day for some reason.
From the
my mind's different. My mind's somewhere else.
From the 214, they go the Shaq route. Thank you, Dak. I wasn't familiar with your game. I do like that. From the 903, Thank you to the defense for sending Brady into his next career from the 940. Thank you to the defense. Obviously, absolutely dominating. And then from the 214, I'll tip my cap and thank you to Jonathan Hankins. Yeah. He clogged up the middle and harassed Brady all night long. That sack where he just goes busting up through the middle, I thought was awesome. But I know we talked about it. Tampa is not a running team, but early on, when you saw for the most part, I know they had one carry that you're like, uh-oh. But for the most part, when they ran it, they went effing nowhere. While the game was still in the balance, I was like, okay, good. Because I told you that was my worst fear, is Fournette or White just breaking out some big runs and thinking, we're going to be in trouble. No, shut it down. Shut it down.
I'm sorry if you just read this, Kevin. Tip of the cap to ESPN for showing the graphic on Brady not throwing interceptions in the red zone and the TV jinx being real. And then that addition when Adrian heard them say in halftime, Tom Brady's never been shut out or has only been shut out at halftime one time in his career, and that was his first ever playoff game. Adrian was in the other room, and she said, "Holy S, are you for real?"
Yeah.
And I was like, I'd never heard that. That's the first time, but I was glad that we were the ones that did it. That's where I was just like, man, this defense, with Micah and all those guys, they're the ones that did that. They can hang their hat on that.
And maybe that dude plays again. I would suggest Tom Brady retire.
The betting odds are very close,
but at least he won't have more wins than the Cowboys franchise playoff.
There you go.
That was the thing that was the big deal, is who will have more playoff wins in their career, the Dallas Cowboys or Tom Brady, and the Cowboys have more.
I appreciate that. To go along with that INT stat and the shutout stat is when they showed what he does when he doesn't turn the ball over in the red zone is since his last red zone interception, he had 86 passing touchdowns and 7 rushing touchdowns. Tom Brady had 93 touchdowns since the last time he turned the ball over when in the red zone. That's incredible. That is incredible, and I loved the TV jinx for that as well because that interception was so amazing, especially because even if I don't like him, Tom Brady has been dominant numerous times throughout his career. Some would argue for a giant bulk of his career, and that was a huge turnover right there.
Thanks, Dan Quinn. Yeah, for sure. From the 972, Dan Quinn got his revenge on that guy. Thanks, man. That's awesome for Dan Quinn to do that.
He really did.
And, and thanks for him skipping that interview on Friday with Denver this Friday.
He's the ultimate professional, what I heard Jerry say.
He did it probably in the fourth quarter because
he's
like, this game's over. Actually, I got a whole bunch of phones up here. Let me get this.
I feel like I might have preferred in the fourth quarter. That's where they started easing off the pressure some. He's like, hold on, I got to talk to Denver real quick. I did want to say thank you to the refs for finally giving the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt on the holding call. As you saw that thing that the Cowboys hadn't gotten a holding call against the team's offensive line since Green Bay. And
which the week before that, Kevin, was Jerry wearing the referee thing. Yeah.
So, yeah, it had been almost 2 months or whatever. And so finally we got an early holding call. It's not an holding call. An early holding call.
That would go against Tom Brady.
That's right.
An holding call.
Holding, number 12.
It's a gray
offense. Flag. Yeah, just so many. And by the way, one more for Dak. Dak Prescott, first player in Cowboys franchise history with 2 or more passing touchdowns and a 1 or more rushing touchdown in a playoff game. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. And one more. I know I said that already. Chris Godwin. Thank you to him for showing that Dwayne Wade is always a loser against Dallas because he wore that Dwayne Wade finals jersey and he ate that L.
Dude, he did a nice job of pretending like he was hurt all the time, like Dwayne Wade.
I think he really was hurt, but I agree with you.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Here. Snap on Dwayne Wade. Stupid glasses on a different world strokes thing. What was that show called?
What is happening right now?
A different world? Did you just confuse a different world with different strokes?
What's the show where...
A different world.
The Cosby Show?
Yes, it's a different world, Mike! Sorry. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Wait, man, check your tone, dude.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Snap, man.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's talk Lamar, Damar, and who's ready for the double bird. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with their classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. And they have one of the largest selections in America. This is Texas, this is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, celebrating that Cowboys wildcard victory all day long. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Don't dip in that TB water. It doesn't work anymore.
Damn right. And we start with Lamar Jackson because you had brought him up earlier. Is where does Lamar Jackson land if he leaves the Baltimore Ravens?
I think, Corey, he ticked off Baltimore enough that I think they're going to really struggle saying we want you back as the quarterback. Because I get that people are like, they're going to franchise tag him. And I get it. You hold on to the asset that way. I think they have to franchise tag him. You don't just say, hey, go free. That doesn't happen in the NFL. They put in restrictions where there's no real free agency because of the franchise tag. So if you are considered as good as Lamar Jackson, franchise tag him and then try to move him. So I think he ticked off Baltimore enough that they're going to keep the asset but not have him be the quarterback next year. So I am going to lean towards the New York Jets.
Okay. What say you, Corey?
I have this how cool would it be if he landed Miami somehow? But they don't have the picks, right? Like they had to forfeit their pick.
Yeah, they don't have a first rounder.
But how fun would that be to see Mike McDaniels, who, again, I think Lombardi is right on this. This is a guy who runs the ball a lot, very effectively, and didn't do that great against Buffalo. But that would be a lot of fun. But the Jets make a lot of sense, man. They need a quarterback desperately. They're that close to being it. I think that would be a really good place for him to land.
Miami is not in the top grouping of teams. The Jets are second on the list. I mentioned the Falcons earlier. They're tied with the Raiders for third. And just to show how crazy this betting scene gets sometimes, the 49ers are tied for fifth.
Kevin Gray mentioned that. You might have been with him, Reggie. I can't remember. I remember hearing Kevin Gray said, what would the 49ers look like next year with Lamar Jackson? The issue, I don't know. If Brock Purdy takes them to the Super Bowl, I don't know how you give up all the assets and then pay $50 million for, or close to $45 million, let's say, for Lamar Jackson when you have a quarterback making less than $1 million the next 3 years.
Oh, I don't think they can afford to go get Lamar Jackson because you just made what really feels like an awful trade to trade up for Trey Lance. Even if you ultimately decide to go back to him, the fact of the matter is he hasn't produced yet, and that's a lot of expense to pay in capital just to get a dude who hasn't produced yet.
To your point, I didn't know this. San Francisco's pick goes to Denver this year, so they don't even have their first-round pick either.
And number one on the list, the New England Patriots. Would you like to see Lamar Jackson with the New England Patriots? Take that, Jones and Zappy.
In a weird way, that just doesn't seem like a Bill Belichick quarterback. I get Bill Belichick is a smart guy. He's done horrible at drafting for a good 5 years, and he's put him in that situation. But I don't. You help me out here, Corey. Do you think Bill Belichick would want Lamar Jackson as his QB?
I think he went really far out of his comfort zone by getting Cam Newton. And I don't know, and because he could run and all that stuff, I'm not sure he knows how to utilize that at its best. I do think that this would be interesting, Kevin. Would it be the fifth year in a row that Indianapolis makes a move for a quarterback again and finally gets their guy?
This does seem kind of with their MO. By the way, Washington is sixth on this list. Okay. I do not have the Colts in the top of the heap. So it goes like this. Patriots are the favorite, then the Jets, Falcons, Raiders, 49ers, Commanders, Titans, Saints, Panthers, and the Bucks.
Cowboys. Oh, okay.
What?
What?
The Bucks.
Would you take Lamar Jackson right now over Dak?
No.
What about last week?
That was not the question that you asked. I'll take an L on that for sure. For sure. Damar Hamlin has agreed to a deal with Leaf. And they say he has autographed 210 numbered cards, and it has the thing prayers answered on it.
Leaf is out of here. That sounds weird, but
there's a lot of trading card stuff. We talked about Beckett's being around here. There's a lot of trading card stuff. The Dallas Card Show that happens right in our own backyard. They'll be selling these cards for $99.99 a piece. Couple things about that. Since it's Leaf and they don't have the NFL license, they can't put the Bills thing on his helmet. I know in baseball they sometimes refer to those as the pajama cards. And I thought I had originally seen that some of the proceeds would go to charity. I am trying to find corroboration for that because that might not be the case.
Did you see, I think it was in the city of Aurora, which is right next to Buffalo,
Illinois?
right?
Oh.
Mike, they have a Hamlin Street or Hamlin Road.
Oh, that's
And they put a little picture of Hamlin at the top above the sign. And so his picture's there. Thought that was pretty cool.
That's nice.
It will be interesting if he's physically capable of going to the game. Is it Sunday? Yeah, they have the Sunday game because they have the game before the Cowboys.
Yep.
And just because it is against the
2:00.
Bengals.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm sure he's still.
Would he want to go to that specific game? Like maybe he does.
I know, like in Kansas City, you bang on a drum or ring a bell or something. I know, Seattle.
This is the drum, yes.
Seattle has something like that too, where they kind of have a celebrity or a former player do something.
Raise the 12th man flag.
Yeah, I don't know what Buffalo has, and obviously, his lungs took a lot of.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that maybe a doctor would say, not yet. Don't go into that type of adrenaline rush situation yet.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I will be curious to see what happens there as well. All right, let's go from that to I have news for you, Mike, that you might think is interesting.
Tell me.
Did you see the Jags signed another quarterback?
Because he threw 4 picks, huh? That's it. Gosh, because he was the Maher of quarterbacking in the first half.
I think it's Maher.
Whatever. Does he deserve it?
Okay. Hold on, he doesn't even deserve to have his name
You don't
said
get
right?
to have your own name anymore.
Okay. They signed a quarterback from the CFL, Nathan Rourke. Here's the astonishing thing about Nathan Rourke.
Better than Peterman.
He's for sure. He's 24 this year.
Really good actor.
For the season, that is maybe Mickey Rourke is who you're referencing. He completed 78.7% of his passes for the year in the CFL.
That's a lot.
That is freaking
That's a lot for a
incredible.
CFL quarterback,
It
seems
is.
like those guys just stink mostly.
Competition next week, huh?
Colin, did he win the Grey Cup?
Nobody cares.
Did he have any Baton Rouge?
I'm sorry, Corey. No, those are just
What just
rouges. I don't have that information.
You ever heard of a rouge?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's like you
Moulin
put
Rouge?
it on your cheeks or something, right?
I think this is the one where you can get a point for.
If you miss an extra point, you can still get a point or something like that, or you kick a field goal and still get 1 point. Something crazy.
I know this is football.
We would have beat the
nuggets,
Bucks even more last night.
But I was watching a Pistol Pete Maravich game, and do you know every time you fouled a person in the NBA back then, it was a free throw? So, like, if a guy's dribbling up the court and you foul him, they're like, dead ball, you get 1 free throw.
Oh.
Let's go back.
Like, there was no such thing
I was
as.
not aware of that.
Yeah, there's no such thing as, like, you fouled them and they took the ball out of bounds. It's like, no, you fouled them, they had the ball, they get a free throw.
Okay. I was not aware of that. Were you aware of this?
I wasn't aware of it either until I was like, what the crap's going on?
Did you think the refs
I was like,
were
everybody's
just
in
screwing it up?
everybody's in the penalty, and it's just an and one.
Is Skylar Thompson and Brock Purdy this past weekend became the lowest drafted QBs to ever start a playoff game in NFL history. Now, I know obviously there's been undrafted players, but you unless they expand the draft back out again, you won't get a lower pick than Brock Purdy.
I'll tell you what, Corey, watching that Buffalo Bills game in shock that game was that close. I know you're talking about getting a backup quarterback for Miami. I think that Skylar did enough that they're going to say, hey, not that he's going to compete with Tua T, but I don't think they want to let him go. I think they saw
so he'll
enough
like be their backup.
that I think you have to, you can't expose him because I just think there's enough teams. No, I'm not saying the Cowboys because Cooper Rush did a great job this year. One of the reasons you're in this situation and you're in the divisional round is because Cooper Rush went 4-1 as a quarterback this year. But I just look at it and go, there has to be teams with quarterback situations that go, heck, if they let him go, we're picking him up to be our backup kind of developmental quarterback.
He played, in games where he had 20 or more attempts.
Skylar Thompson?
Yeah. He had 166 yards, 104 yards, 152 yards, and then he had 220 he had 2 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. I'm looking at it going, either I have to grow him very quickly or find somebody else. That's in.
You're saying he's more the next DiNucci than T-Law?
Kind of my feeling.
A couple more quick notes for you. The Cleveland Browns did, in fact, hire Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator. And then Eli Manning says he will be at the Eagles-Giants game on Saturday. His quote, "I promised myself I'd never go to another football game in Philly, but I'm going to break that promise. I can't wait to see how many double birds I get. Probably will set a record." That is a tremendous quote.
How many is he going to give, though? And will it be on live TV?
Man, if they win, I think he should double bird across that entire stadium. I think that would be amazing. And could potentially set up the Cowboys hosting the NFC Championship game. Just ponder that for a minute. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ticketmaster, you son of a gun.
Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. On a Victory Tuesday, we bring to you Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, we appreciate you coming on with us as always. Can you describe to us any of the emotions that go through you throughout an utter tail kicking of the Buccaneers?
Well, I can just tell you this. You never, especially it reminds you after watching the games this weekend, you never can have a big enough lead, and especially against a player like Tom Brady, you really never rest at peace until probably about halfway through that fourth quarter when we went for it on 4th and 3 and hit CD. You finally were getting a little oxygen. But, obviously, playoff football, nothing's bigger, nothing's better. It's win or go home. And we all knew what we were up against there, playing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, probably the greatest quarterback of all time. And knew we were going to have our hands full, but our guys just they were great in all phases. I mean, obviously Dak played at a huge level. Got off to a little slow start there in the first 2 drives, but the rest was history. And then thought the defense was just outstanding, and obviously had a few hiccups there with our extra points. But other than that, I thought we played really well on special teams, and it's just a great performance. But certainly we enjoyed that last night, and now it's in the rearview mirror, and it's on to San Francisco, which obviously is playing at a high level themselves. I think they got the biggest winning streak in football right now, and just look forward to the challenge and hopefully having another great week of practice and going from there.
Stephen, I think for a lot of the fans out there, and for us too, we've grown up as fans. We've been here our whole lives. There is a sense of relief for Dak, or a sense of relief for Mike McCarthy, a kind of a sense of relief for the organization to have that kind of moment. Did you have that feeling of last night after it was all said and done? Was there a sense of relief for you that you got a win?
I just think you call it what it is. I mean, anytime you win a playoff football game, it's huge. I mean, I know it's been a while since we've won a long time since we've won one on the road. I think it goes back almost 30 years ago against the 49ers. And anytime you win a playoff game, it's just a big deal. And, all the intensity, all the work leading up to it certainly plays into it. But to come away with a big win and be able to, take the next step, and we head out to San Francisco now, and certainly, played one of our better games of the year, and ready to continue to respond.
Now, when you're talking about best game of the year or one of the better games of the year, we were talking about, given the stakes and everything, do you look at this performance by Dak Prescott? I know there's more to go, but at this moment, did that feel like perhaps Dak Prescott's finest hour?
Well, he's certainly one of his best. I mean, you don't get a bigger stage than that. As I said, playoff football on the road against probably the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. It's a huge performance, and he was pretty much flawless in terms of his play last night. And, his leadership's always to the nines. He's a big reason, I think, why we had such great practices all week. Offense, defense, really had their best week. And, the big thing is now, is to follow it up. And certainly I know Dak and our leadership on our football team will lead the way. Coach McCarthy, obviously, with his staff, will, I know, get our team prepared. And this is why you do it. It's going to be a huge game. Obviously, the Cowboy 49er rivalry goes way back in terms of some of the huge playoff games that we played, and we've gotten our share of them. They've gotten their share of them, but this will be as big as it gets, and we just look forward to the challenge.
I know you've told us this. It is difficult the day after. I'm curious, just general feeling, or if you have any specifics about, Curse, Peters, maybe even Armstrong in terms of health going forward?
Yeah, I just think, obviously we got in wee hours of the morning this morning and hadn't really gotten a great feel for anything yet. But hopefully those guys are going to make a fast recovery and be ready for the 49ers.
This morning when Jerry was on, he shared a story about Micah leaving a baseball bat in all the lockers and then leaving one on his desk as well. And it said, "Bring the wood." And I was just kind of curious, did you happen to get a baseball bat also, or was there one on your desk?
Yes, absolutely. And, that's some unique things about Dan Quinn and what he does. And, in terms of motivating, his group and what he's all about. But, I do think, certainly unique and in terms of the gift. And I think the guys responded well.
Do you have a go-to item that you would hit with that bat if you were angry?
Usually the media is.
That's very fair. If we're going to dish it out, we better be able to take it. I hear you. I do.
Yep, probably so.
I'd line a few of them up every now and then and take that bat to them. But no, in all seriousness, it's just to me, it of course represents what Coach Quinn wants out of our defense, and certainly. They brought it last night and in a big way and played at a high level. And we just got to continue to do that now.
There was a point last night, Stephen, when they had scored already, and then they got another opportunity, and they went tempo, and it was up-tempo football. And I was kind of curious, was that something that maybe Kellen had noticed? Oh, they got this specific package. I want to make sure we push that, or is that just something that the Cowboys like to do to take advantage of a specific time of the game?
Yeah, I think it's just something that Kellen likes. We get in a rhythm. If we're executing, we get that first down. You get in a rhythm and you roll. And I think it's something that Dak enjoys. He's able to obviously do a lot of the work from the line of scrimmage when you don't huddle there. You keep the other team from being able to substitute if you keep your guys in there. And it's something that's been effective for us. But I do think it does help your offense get in a rhythm and execute.
Now, you mentioned there was a couple of hiccups here and there. I think the biggest one is going back with Brett Maher. Is what will be the protocols for the week, and will you guys bring in competition? How will that go?
No, we'll just obviously evaluate his situation. Won't make any comments on it right now, but certainly we all know that hadn't been typical of his performances this year. He's been a great kicker for us, and fully expect him to respond and rebound and make his kicks going forward.
Tony Pollard last night, I think it was the second drive. They kind of felt each other out, but it seemed like Tony Pollard, he had that big 18-yard run. It seemed like he came really to play last night, had that kind of look about him, and he got a lot of the touches. Was that I'm kind of trying to figure out what that says about the relationship with him and Zeke and where the running game is. Is it Tony's running game right now?
No, I just think it's a little bit who's got the hot hand, a little bit who's the scheme and our game plan, and those guys just are a great tandem. And there's I'm sure as we move forward, who knows, against the 49ers, it could be reversed. So it's just great to have two great backs like that compete, that root for one another and just want to win football games. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. And certainly Tony was having a great night last night and played well. And Zeke dished out his share of physicality on him as well. And I think, that type of, change up is really good, can be really good for your running game, and certainly it was last night.
The tight end position, Steven, y'all have some depth there, and we've talked about it, a lot this season because it's been successful even in the depth part, but there Dalton Schultz is open for touchdowns. He and Dak have such a special connection. do we kind of sometimes take Dalton Schultz for granted because he's had a pretty good season too?
Yeah, I mean, he really has. He's always been steady. As you said, I think Dak has a lot of confidence, not unlike Romo and Witten had in their day, and to some degree Dak and Witten. Dalton's so dependable. I think Dak has a ton of confidence that he's going to be where he wants him to be, and certainly, can make the plays. So, he had a big night last night for us, an integral part of us moving the football like we did, and just a guy I know Dak can depend on, and doing a great job for us this year.
As long as we're talking about potentially underappreciated players, can I go ahead and throw LVE out into that mix as well?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think, it just felt like having his presence back out there, his leadership, what he does from a physicality standpoint, from that linebacker spot. I just think he brings a lot more to the table. And as you said, probably a little underappreciated in terms of, what our fans think of him. And he's just been done a great job for us this year.
So when it comes to your next opponent, Brock Purdy has been outstanding as a rookie quarterback. I'm wondering, does he remind you all of 2016 Dak Prescott?
Yeah, I mean, you got hats off to the guy. He's just winning football games, and that's exactly what Dak did. I mean, the name of the game in this league is win. And certainly Dak stepped in for Tony then, and all he did was win football games for us. And coming as a middle-round pick, I think one thing about Dak, in terms of pedigree, I do think Dak would have gone higher, but he had a little off-field thing during the draft, and which probably hurt him some, or I think Dak would have gone even higher. But this, your hats off to what the 49ers are doing and what they're accomplishing, with a guy who I think was the last pick in the draft and certainly playing at a high level. But I know Dan will have a great game plan for him, and hopefully we can, cause some roadblocks there in terms of his progress as a pro.
Stephen, last night I was kind of paying attention. I think it was a 4th and 3, and Tampa Bay decided to punt. And I was like, man, that was kind of conservative there. And the Cowboys last night had two what I thought were significant risky moments that turned out successful. Actually, both of them were touchdowns for the team. And when Mike McCarthy's been a risk taker since he got here, do you think the way he treats, being that way all the time, even in regular season, like there's some sort of payoff in the playoffs whenever it comes that time that these guys know, hey, we're going for this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just shows Mike shows his confidence in Kellen and the offense and what we can do. And, I must say you look around the league and you see it all around the league in terms of more and more people going for it on 4th down. Obviously, analytics play a role in this. All head coaches now are aware of what those analytics are and what your chances are and what the payoff is. And, Mike's always cutting edge in terms of, in terms of those areas and, doing a great job with it. But I think it also shows the confidence he has in our offense and Kellen and our personnel.
Don't worry, Steven. I was so excited about the win. I had a coughing fit to begin the show as well. So I feel you. And as soon as you coughed, everyone in the room pointed at me. So I understand. Now, I know you guys are focused on San Francisco. Just the last thing I was curious about, if this is the end, what would it mean to know that potentially the Dallas Cowboys retired Tom Brady?
Well, certainly it would I'm just glad we got him once. I think he was undefeated coming in here, and glad we finally can put that on our resume that we got probably arguably the greatest player of all time in terms of Tom Brady and what he's accomplished. But I'm sure there's a lot more things that go into that loss last night that are going to go into his decision-making, his career, what an amazing career, what an amazing man he is. And I'm sure he'll give this as he does everything that he does. He'll take a lot of time to decide what he wants to do, I'm sure, and wish him nothing but the best.
Steven, I have a trivia question here for you to kind of end this. The last time the Cowboys won a road playoff game was 1992 until this last night. Do you know who finished second in the MVP voting in 1992? Your hint is he's a former teammate of yours.
Oh, wow. I should be able to get that then. Second in the MVP.
Second in MVP in the NFL, and he's a former teammate of yours.
Oh, man. Boy, I'm at a loss.
I'll give you a hint. He ran for 1,690 yards that year. Now it gives you the position.
And what year was it?
1992.
1992. Was it? I guess it wasn't McFadden, was it?
Well, I think you're older than McFadden, right?
Yeah, I just thought maybe you were confused. I'm so young.
It's Barry Foster.
Unbelievable. I should get that because Barry's a great back and made a lot of great plays for us at Arkansas, and what a great pro. Good for him.
There's your trivia day. And we might have insulted. He's very young looking. All right, Mike. So you be nice. Thank you very much, Stephen. We appreciate the time as always, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Great being on, guys. Take care.
There you go. Stephen Jones.
He's also going to hop on Friday with G-Bag for
That
sure.
is correct.
Yeah.
Do you know what high school Barry Foster went to?
You know what? I'm going to take a shot in the dark because of this. Is it Donkinville?
It is. Can you
Oh my
believe
gosh.
that?
That's
You had
the
to
only
know.
reason, that's
Yeah,
the only
for
reason
sure.
I brought that up. Only reason he brought that up.
Was he good the rest of his career? I don't.
No, he
should
made the
know.
Pro Bowl
I
the
know.
next
He
year.
played for the Steelers. and
But
you're a
no,
huge
for some
Steelers fan.
reason, I don't. He must have got hurt.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Yeah, how do you not know this? This is when your heyday of being a Steelers fan.
He was teammates with me. He didn't know.
After 26 years old, he retired. So he had to get hurt.
Oh, wow.
Right? So he played from age 22 to 26, and at age 24, he finished second in MVP voting. I had no clue about that.
Right ahead of Emmitt Smith. Like
Yeah.
it was Steve Young, Foster, then Emmitt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah, because that's the company you think of. Is Steve Young, Emmitt Smith, Barry Foster.
Barry Foster.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Let's have Barry Foster on.
Sure. Let's do that. From what you cooked to what you wore to where you sat, what did you do last night to make sure the Cowboys won? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
He brings the energy to
Of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air and Electric, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Fournette now moves to his left. Fournette goes in motion. Brady back to throw all day. Now hit. Now sack. Back at the 10. Big Hank, Jonathan Hankins got through for the first sack of the night on Tom Brady.
Awesome stuff right there. The Dallas Cowboys are victorious 31-14 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the wild card round. Next up, San Francisco, which once again you can hear Sunday right here on 105 through the Fan. So my question, let's have a little fun with this. From what you cooked to what you wore to where you sat, what did you do to make sure the Cowboys won last night? I want to throw this out while people are sending in their answers. Do you want to hear, or may I please tell you about an incredible parlay involving just this Cowboys-Bucks game?
Yeah, you set it up. Just go ahead and say it.
Oh, my God.
You may.
That is so
Yes, Kevin.
aggressive.
Yes.
The Mother May I game
is Dak Prescott. Fair. They made a same-day 5-tier parlay with $150. Dak Prescott. And they took like all the not lines, but the alternative lines. So they like pushed it. All right. Dak Prescott, 300 plus yards passing. Hit. He had 305 yards passing. Dak Prescott, more than 15.5 yards rushing. Hit. 24 yards.
Are we playing Battleship?
Yes, if you're Vegas. Dallas Cowboys have to win by at least 5.5 points. Hit. T.Y. Hilton.
Walk.
Has to have at least 21.5 yards receiving.
Dude, he did.
He had 23 yards.
I'll take an L on that. He can still play.
He had 2 catches, 23 yards.
Something. Yeah, for sure. Ezekiel Elliott, under 50.5 yards rushing. He only had 27 yards. And the last one, Dalton Schultz, 80-plus yards receiving. He had 95 yards. For this $150 bet, this fan won $51,300.
Dang. Is he a Cowboys fan? You know he's a Cowboys fan? Or he's just really smart better on the Cowboys?
You know what? I like to think it's the first one, but you might be right. They might just be an astute better of the Cowboys.
Can I ask the one that was kind of a negative bet that he won, that Zeke wouldn't have a good game? Are you on short yardage plays? And I get Tony Pollard cannot run the ball 25 to 30 times. I get it. But is Zeke better on 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1?
Did he get them? Last night he got that there was a 3rd and 1, I remember.
I guess there are 2 goal line stops, and I'm not saying it was his fault. It wasn't blocked that well.
Yeah, the blocking on one of them was.
What does he do better than Tony Pollard?
He brings the physicality. It's interesting because Steven said like Tony Pollard was so good, and he was like, and Zeke brought the physicality. By the way, one more thing, because I heard Jerry this morning, neither one of them, like, they both left some wiggle room for it not to be Maher. Because at first he was like, we're not going to comment on that, but Maher's been really good this year. Like, they'll comment on their guys.
And that's the thing, like, I know he had a very bad game, and any of the dudes on that team could have a bad game too, and it's going to be very, very costly. And I bet during the game and even right after the game that all those guys were ticked off. But I do wonder if they're like, man, that dude's been really nails for us all season long. We got to figure out how to give him that opportunity to be that guy again. I do, like, that's just the way I am with it. But it definitely could cost you. But I guess
it just feels like they're not part of the team in a weird way. The punter and kicker aren't really part of the team. So as much as I do think you're bringing up a great point is when you're part of the team or part of the family, I just don't know how much punters and kickers are because they don't really practice with the team.
But you remember, dude, when we were in camp, we were standing there almost getting nailed by balls that were missing. You know, we were just like, what? We saw that one lady get hit in the face back there. Yeah. And we were like, this is a story.
Well,
and it became a huge story. And then it was nothing to worry about all year.
Yeah.
From the 214, oddly enough, I'm not superstitious, but my wife pointed out that I stood the entire game while talking to the television.
talking. I like that.
So maybe a little stitious.
Yeah.
There
are a lot of texts, by the way.
What
dude.
did you do to help the Cowboys win? From the 214, I wore only Cowboys colors. They said this included changing my underwear that had red and black in it.
Gross.
I just like as a color
that
scheme. I think they meant as a color scheme.
It's patterns. Gotcha.
Yeah, as opposed to.
Yeah, because otherwise that's concerning. I feel like you should have went to the
You're
ER.
gonna be mad at me
call a
because
doctor.
I'm gonna go to my parents for the
Proctologist.
Sunday game. I was at home.
Did you go to your what?
No.
What?
No, he was at home. Remember, he told us yesterday
That's
because of the
It's
kids.
Yeah, too late. And they did go to bed like late third quarter. It was like, this game's over. You guys can
Did
go
you
to bed.
invite your
now.
parents to your house?
Nope. Because I like my mom cooking. She uses salt and everything, Kevin.
More than being back in the NFC Championship game?
I don't believe that where I watch it is going to change. So, but
Famous last words.
But I do understand the whole we're going to do
Mark
the
this,
exact
Reggie,
same
just
thing.
in case.
But I'm not going to do the same thing. I'm actually going to go to my parents to watch it because it's a Sunday afternoon night game instead of a.
Corey
at the
looks
same-
disgusted with
I
you
understand.
right
Corey believes in the couch, where you sit on the couch and everything. I mean, my wife has told Kevin you might want to change your spot on the couch for Noah's sake.
Yes, so he'll turn his head the other direction because that's what my wife said is like it looks like it was so crazy.
For his hair?
Yeah, no, and his head formation.
Oh, okay.
She goes, it looks like he looks to the right a lot. And Jess goes, well, that makes sense because the way we sit on the couch, Kevin is always to the right and he wants to look at his daddy.
Okay.
And so,
So
we've
just switch spots. It
we've
makes
been
sense.
working on
That's
that.
a lot of sense there. From the 817, made sure my living room was a zone of positivity. No
yeah.
negative thoughts or comments. Violators were kicked out. That's from Rick. By the way, we will have that show itself in the C block. There's something I want to get to on that in the C block for sure.
Okay. From the 817. First, I watched Emmett and Aikman highlights, and then my wife and I both put on our respective Aikman and Emmett jerseys for the pregame. So they were ready. We dressed Noah up in a Dallas Cowboys tracksuit and then had the football onesie on as
Oh,
well.
he runs track? That's cool.
Not yet. He's still working on.
Has to learn how to read first.
Yeah,
Which that should be coming along pretty quickly based on your expectations.
Yeah, we only got 10 months left.
Yeah.
I'm shocked at how behind he seems to have fallen on that, but we're going to work on it.
The 972 watched from a bed and ate my victory meal. First food in 4 days. Cup of soup.
Oh,
here's somebody.
Yeah. Hope you're feeling better.
Young Los 09 said got drunk at AT&T Stadium. I wonder how many of our listeners went out to the watch
There
party.
were a lot of people out there last night,
Yes.
man. That was cool. That was cool to see.
Are they doing it again on Sunday?
They got it, right? It seemed huge. I'm not saying it
They
was
have
like
to. Come on, you
World Cup-esque, but when I saw that the crowd the first time for one of those touchdowns, I thought, holy cow, there are a crap ton of people there, and so good on them.
From the 254, I drank only Garrison Brothers whiskey. Which one? I mean, it's a great option. Trust me, that's a fantastic option. There's certain levels.
Is there a drinking pattern during the game? Like,
What?
do you only take a shot on a touchdown? Is it a first down? Is
There was a time where the drinking pattern was just as much as I could.
Okay.
But I haven't had a drink in a month, so I'm kind of on a roll right now.
And you're
So
dehydrated.
no, not Mike, not water. So yeah, but that's a good option.
You really
right
are
there.
Amelia Bedelia. Like, it has to be to the letter of what somebody said. From the 806, I sat on the floor and gave pets to my good luck corgi. And
That's
then-
a dog, Kevin.
Yes, I know. I don't have a corgi, but it seems like a fun dog. From the 817, had to wear the blue Micah jersey to counter the jersey curse. I feel like we talked about that last week to try to put some people at ease about maybe the jersey curse.
The
isn't
White
that
Pants
bad.
are lucky. Undefeated in the playoffs. White Pants are undefeated. We don't know what San Francisco's wearing yet. They usually wear red at home, right? They wore red at home this week. So the
that worked out pretty
So the
well
Oh,
Cowboys
for
are going to
them.
have to go back to whites, but not. Should they white it out because the White Pants are undefeated?
I kind of like
they
the
can't
white
wear
pants.
the navies. Obviously, you can't wear two-color jerseys.
You know what it kind of reminded me of last night, though, in that color scheme they had was it did look a little Penn State. You know, the Micah white pants with the blue. I was like, did they cater this to him kind of with the way he was trying to roll out there? Also, did Steven confirm that Dan Quinn handed out the bats and not Micah?
That is what it seemed like to me. Maybe he gave some of the bats to Micah to go distribute.
Gotcha.
From the 254, we were on the patio. We will be on the patio again this weekend. From the 817, wore my Dak jersey and most importantly, did not bet on them. That is, I heard RJ saying something about that this morning. He was like, you don't bet for or against your team, like your home team or the team that you follow or love or anything like that.
So last night was weird. I had to cook dinner, and it was Adrian's night to cook dinner. So it was kind of, and then she got mad because I hadn't started yet. So she went ahead and started cooking dinner. And I had to go to the grocery store to pick up some things. And I walked back in. I thought the game started later than it did. I walked back in at kickoff and was like, oh crap. And I was like, I was scrambling around and everything. I paused it for a minute. I was trying to get Lucy a bath and all these things
Here's
going
your
on
peanut
at one
butter and
time.
jellies.
Yeah.
Eat.
I was like, holy crap. So I didn't do any of the typical stuff that I do, like, cooking something, like smoking something on the smoker or anything. It was all scrambling and then just, okay, I guess I'm sitting here at the last minute and just started taking notes on the laptop. It was very scrambly.
Des Bryant was tweeting last night during the game. That's what he did to help us win. He said, my honest observation for tonight's game, obviously last night, it's going to be a good one. I'm pulling for the boys to win. No bet from me, but I will say this. If the Cowboys win tonight, they will be playing in the Super Bowl. Stamp that. So now Des Bryant has the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl.
Des has a lot of Michael Irvin, Roger Staubach in him.
You know what Michael Irvin said yesterday on the first show that he's on? Is it First Take?
I think that is correct.
People say that other thing. And
you wanted to say First Pizza?
Something
Cold
like
pizza.
that. But he had Troy out there, and he's sitting there, and he says, I mean, I can't do the Michael Irvin impression, but he
Why
basically, because I don't do it right. Like, Choppy does a really good one. But he's like, listen, last time I looked, Dak Prescott scores 30 points a game, and Tom Brady's offense scores 16. And by my count, 30 outscores 16 every time. And I was like, yeah. So there you go. Michael Irvin. I know you have a lot of Michael Irvin and Des there. He was right, though, at least this time.
Now, this is a question. It's not about helping people win, but I have an answer to it. From the 409, why does everyone think Maher is broken? He had one bad game. Dak has had multiple, and no one seriously tries out a replacement. All right.
They've never played sports or been in important situations. This person talking that sent that in. They don't understand.
And because Dak has never been as bad as Maher was yesterday, Brett Maher was the first player to ever miss 3 extra points in a playoff game. And then he missed a 4th. And then according to Elias, Brett Maher is the only player in any NFL game at all since 1932 to miss 4 extra points in one game.
To that person to try to help them out because they've never played or been with somebody who's kind of
different.
Right.
Yeah.
I know the free throws are a little bit different, but back in the day, there was a guy named Nick Anderson for the Orlando Magic, and he missed 4 free throws in a row. And he admits to this day it ruined him. He now says that ruined me. Missing only 4 free throws out of shooting thousands of free throws in NBA basketball games up to that point. In the NBA Finals, he had a chance to win game 1 and missed 4 free throws in a row. And he said, at that point, it ruined me the rest of my career. I didn't want the ball late in the game. I was scared of going to the free throw line. He never admitted it while he was playing the rest of his 5 or 6 years he played in the NBA. But just to give you an idea, the mental part of Rick Ankiel was considered the next Sandy Koufax. What Clayton Kershaw ended up being was what Rick Ankiel was supposed to be. And all it took was one pitch in a playoff game. Not like a series of things. He was that good. He was going to be a Hall of Famer. And one pitch mentally effed him the rest of his career. And he ended up having a nice career as an outfielder.
Which
he
is so
had to
weird.
change positions to the outfield. But like I'm not saying it will happen to Maher. He could overcome it. But what just happened?
Man, Joe Maher. Just
I know. He's
Maher. Whatever.
Athlete.
He's a kicker.
Oh my gosh.
This ends up this can be one of those moments. Chuck Knobloch was an all-star second baseman.
The 214, who was the second baseman that had the yips?
Yeah,
Mike brings it up right
Steve
there.
Sachs was another one too. Steve Sachs and Chuck,
Oh, yeah, I
both
do
of them were
remember
all-stars, and they both lost their ability to throw the ball to first base from second base. There's been moments. There's been a lot of pitchers besides just Rick Ankiel that it just took one pitch, and for some reason, mentally, it ruined them for the rest of their lives. I'm not saying that'll happen to Maher, but it could.
Still not right.
Two things. One, do you think any kicker will ever break that playoff
No.
record?
No.
And the coach will be like,
I don't
"Nope,
think
we
they'll
got to
tie
3.
it,
That's good
let
enough."
alone break it. I definitely don't. I'm with Dak. At some point, I was like, go for F and 2.
The number and the second thing, Micah Parsons has tweeted, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh. I hope he said he had a down game.
Inflation is a serious problem at supermarkets.
Well,
I feel like it's gone up a lot over this last month, by the way. I feel like when a lot of people were talking about inflation, I was like, I don't see it so much yet. But when
Why
you're
would you do
buying
this,
eggs
Corey?
and orange juice and stuff, you're like,
right now.
hey, didn't it used to be like
$2 for eggs?
Yeah,
I know eggs has caught people's. Another
But
thing about
orange juice
eggs was
more-
because of the avian flu. That is a thing. It
That was a
wiped it.
movie with Charlize Theron.
Was that Eon Flux? Is that what you're going for?
I don't know how you got it, dude. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you.
That might have been the greatest or saddest moment of my broadcasting career. I knew avian flu meant Eon Flux. I'm kind of ashamed of myself.
I'm proud.
And then on the Maher thing, how many people have you seen text in or tweet that either they had the over or under and they're either super pleased or super angry
A lot
at
of
him?
people, yeah, a lot of
The
texts.
over-under was 45.5. Final score, 31-14. That's 45. You missed because of Maher. Or the Mauler, as Mike likes to say.
I do feel bad because after he missed his fourth one, I was like almost crying laughing.
Okay, well, see, my wife was on the other end of the spectrum. Right. This was the most dramatic thing to her all night.
Because were you mad? Like, did you kick anything or
no? Because we were dominating. If it was close, I did think when it was 18-0, I was like, hold on, now we got to go kick a field goal just to get back to where we should have been.
Yeah.
And she goes, I just feel so bad for him. She said that again and again because they continually kept showing him. And then the TV broadcast kind of screwed him over by like jump cutting to him finally making an extra point. And he made it. And Jess goes, I'm getting emotional. I think I might cry. She was so happy for him in that moment.
It was the one after halftime where Adrian goes, she goes, oh, there it is. Oh my God. And I was like, yeah. Because she was like, it looked like it was going and then it hits the bar. You're
Yeah,
like, oh,
that was
bro.
tough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot more. We will try to get back to
On
this
grocery
war.
stores?
No, not about the inflation thing.
Somebody said Micah's going to use inflation in his contract negotiation.
That is not a bad idea.
It doesn't work here.
Wore my Danny White autographed blue jersey from, jeez, Mike, from Swabby 903. All right, now it's time for Mike Likes It, where I pray we do not get back into inflation talk.
Okay, let's talk about Dak's inflated running numbers. Now, this is really positive. Guys, were you surprised early on in that game that Dak was taking off for positive yards?
Yes, but it seemed like smart runs. But
No,
I
liked it a lot.
Surprised.
I thought it was shocking to Tampa Bay. They're like, I thought he would just dump that ball and not really like. He saw it from 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Is like, I'm taking off. I'm getting 12 to 15 yards when he dove forward, and he did it a few other times. And I just thought, wow. I assume he's going to try that against San Francisco too. That he was holding back during the regular season. But I thought, man, that was a big part of the game. And I'm sure San Francisco now today, Corey, is probably putting in their defensive game plan and philosophy. Dak's a willing runner and will take off. And he's not just taking off because, he has to, everybody's covered. If he sees 10 yards, he's taking off for 10 yards come playoff time.
So I'm just wanting to see how he ran this year.
Okay.
He did not have any yards against Detroit, but they also won 24-6. Like they dominated that game.
Yeah.
He did not have any yards against Indianapolis, but they also dominated that game. He didn't have any yards. He had 4 yards against the Giants and 6 against Green Bay. for the most part, he was in that 20-yard range. He had 34 yards against Chicago and 41 against Philadelphia. I agree with Kevin. I was not surprised as much as I was, man, those are good runs. That's what it was they were effective. He knew when he was going to do it. I guess the one thing that kind of caught me off was like the option runs where he was like, I'm going and
man,
like those kind of did.
One of
like,
those was a
hold
legit. It felt like I was watching Navy football or something. The way they optioned it,
and I like that. I like that addition to the playbook. And one of the things I was telling Reggie and Kevin this morning, Mike, I don't know if you heard, they never seemed to run out of plays last night. There were always moments where I was like, okay, this is where they just shut it down and just hand it off to Zeke for the rest of the evening and hope we run the clock out and fingers crossed. But they seem to keep coming with something new or something that they had planned for this team that they wanted to get to.
To your point, I wonder the 5 or 6 owners that might have been watching that game, because I don't think every owner is engaged, in football.
Okay.
But they might be watching some playoff football here and there. I just wonder if a couple of teams that are looking for coaches are that, they let their general manager or president handle those situations, but he's also maybe giving them a call like, hey, this Cowboys offensive coordinator seems to be getting a lot of praise for this playoff game, and you guys want to interview him at all? And then the general manager or president kind of says why or why not. But I just wonder if a couple of owners are giving their general manager a call going, hey, do you want to interview
It's an interesting point.
Cowboy guys after last night's game? Okay. Not, I guess it's kind of a football question here, just adding on to football questions is, here are the spreads right now, or at least I wrote them down 30 minutes ago. The only one that's fluctuating from 4 to 3.5 is the Cowboys. Right? The Cowboys right now are 3.5-point underdogs. Do you guys see that as the right line?
I think maybe 4.5, 4 to 4.5 would probably be where I would put it, because that means on a neutral field, you have San Francisco as a 1-point better team. And I think that feels about right. I think San Francisco is better and they have home field advantage. So I would probably bump it up a little bit more, like 4.5, maybe even 5.
I heard Choppy say last week, Kevin, that the old, is it 3.5?
3.5
has kind of changed. Like they are now going more towards 4.5 for being at home.
Wow.
That was just.
Then I think this number should be even higher.
I think he's going less points at home, the way I heard Choppy talk about it.
So you heard that too?
That they're saying that it's not as home field advantage is not as big of an advantage.
Yeah, it was 2.5. I'm sorry.
Then I get it. Then 4 makes sense to me. I might still have
now
it
it's at 4. I just clicked on it again. It keeps going back and forth from 3.5 to 4.
I might have it at 4.5, but that feels perfectly reasonable.
Okay, so interesting to me there. The over-under in this game is 46.5, so I don't think they see a team really pushing that 30-point score. They see this one as a little bit more of a defensive game, not a crazy defensive game, but more of a defensive game. So I wanted to go to the other Sunday game real quick and ask you guys a football question here. Buffalo is favored by 5 points. Now, I'm going to give you my opinion, then you guys talk about this. Buffalo, before Damar Hamlin got hurt, looked like they were going to get run out of the building. And I know there was a lot of game left. There was 5 minutes left in the first quarter when that happened. But Cincinnati easily scored a touchdown. Now Buffalo drove the ball down the field, got stopped in the red zone for a field goal. And then the Bengals looked like they were easily driving the ball down the field again until the unfortunate situation happened. I just find it interesting that Buffalo is favored by 5 points after the way that they played on the weekend. And then you look at the Bengals. I know they did not have a great game against the Ravens either, but I'm just surprised that that's more not. I thought that'd be closer to a pick'em game.
Yeah, and see, I would have taken off. I would have said it was even on a neutral field. I would have had this one about in half. So Buffalo by about 2.5. Yeah. Because I think the teams are very evenly matched, and obviously Buffalo has home field.
I'll tell you the gambling thing that I'm not a gambler, so when I tell these things, when I say, hey, do this or do that, I don't bet. I just look at stuff and go, man, I'll tell you what, I used to bet back when I was about 20 years old. I bet quite a bit on football, and I didn't have really much money. I had money in the bank from my signing bonus, but I was making absolutely nothing playing baseball. And I lost like $700 betting on football because I thought I knew it all. And that really, luckily it was just $700, but that was a lot of money to me to like lose because I thought I knew football well. And so I just was like, that was the moment where I'm like, look, I'll bet with friends for $20 or, you're up and down $100, like, but I'm not really going to try to go find a bookie and do all the things that people do to bet on these games. To me, the easiest bet I see out of all the lines is the over-under the Bengals in Buffalo at 48. I think both teams get to 30 points.
Okay.
So I think the over-under should be more in the mid to high 50s. Now, I know that's probably too high of a number, and what they try to do is get even money.
Yeah.
But to me, I think there's going to be 60 points scored.
I mean, I wonder
in that game.
Is the Kansas City, what's the over-under for Kansas City Jags? I bet that's
53.
Yeah, okay.
So now,
that makes sense.
Saturday looks like, and look, the NFL intentionally does this. They don't want to put the best games on Saturday. They want to put the best games on Sunday in the playoffs. So the one matchup, so the two teams that got a bye are playing on Saturday. Kansas City's favored by 8.5, and Philadelphia is favored by 7.5.
Do you know, I do believe tomorrow on the show, we will have one of the owners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Tony Khan, on the show.
Awesome.
I'm very excited about that. I do think that both of those games have blowout potential. I know the Chiefs have not been super awesome against the spread over the last couple of years, but I could see some blowout potential there.
All right, so just for you, Kevin, I did read this morning that they are making a documentary through Tom Brady's company on this season. And it's going to also correlate with that movie where the 80-year-old women.
80 for Brady.
Yeah, this one's going to be called Brady Looks 80.
Man,
Brady 80 a strawberry.
I bought into all of that, and then I did not realize that you were just joking.
Just happened.
I just got snapped.
Can you say it better?
I can't.
You absolutely can.
I mean, I set you up and everything.
Come on, dude.
It's the Cowboys won.
Snap.
There we go. Okay, now.
Did you say snip?
No, he wants to have another baby. All right, so my last thing, and this isn't Mike likes it or dislikes it here, so I don't want people to take this wrong, but I've been having a lot of fun on the Twitch. There's a lot of people on Twitch. We're under 300, so I don't know where the other 100 people went. What happened? We stinking it up? You didn't want to watch us on Twitch anymore? What's going on? But there have been a few people that love Dak Prescott, and I mean, think that he's a great quarterback, and I think he's a very good quarterback, but they're like, oh, you Dak haters, and Dak had a great game. I just want the people that are in love with Dak that think that he's kind of a future Hall of Fame quarterback, and I hope he is, because if he goes on a really nice run here and wins the Super Bowl, I think he does put himself into, all of a sudden, a conversation of maybe he could have a Hall of Fame career. But remember what happened to Dirk Nowitzki after leading the team to the NBA Finals and getting up 2-0 in the NBA Finals and then didn't have a good 4-game stretch? Everybody crapped all over Dak.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened last year to Jason Tatum?
Oh, my gosh.
He led that Boston Celtics team to the NBA Finals. Did not have a good NBA Finals. Everybody craps on Jason Tatum as he's not a top 5 player, and he's fighting his way back into that conversation, and I think he's right in that conversation again. But Joe Burrow last year, Patrick Mahomes after losing his whole offensive line and playing against Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl. I love that you love Dak. And I want Dak to win the Super Bowl. That would be great for a lot of reasons. But unfortunately, if you're a Dak lover, he has to keep having that game and keep winning the game. Because all it takes is a loss, and especially if you just play okay in the loss and not unbelievably great. Like last year, Josh Allen didn't get ridiculed for losing that game. It went to overtime. They lost the coin flip. He didn't get the ball. That's kind of one of the ways that it cannot be like everybody craps on Dak.
I mean, it facilitated a rule change, so.
Right, but in the end, I know I'm out of time here. Just if you're a Dak lover, great, love you. But unfortunately, this game doesn't change things. You can just look at the history of what happens to quarterbacks. If they don't win it all, then they get crapped on at the end of it.
He's absolutely right. We've done the study on who gets in the Hall of Fame and how that kind of defines a lot of things. I mean, even with Rick Gosselin's power poll recently, we had to vote on what guys have won a Super Bowl and still aren't in the Hall of Fame. And I totally agree with you, Mike. When you brought that up earlier, I kind of went against what you were saying, but now that I listened to more of what you were saying there, you do kind of hope that he is hot for this stretch. That this is Eddie Belfour for the Stanley Cup. That for a month and a half he's the best quarterback on the planet and nobody can stop him. And that's what it's going to take. And you say unfortunate. Don't you think Dak looks at it as a challenge that he's ready to take on?
For sure.
Oh, yeah. Like you in the post game, and he's like, no, I do not
You got to
listen
live
to
for these
any
things, man.
outside
You got to live
information.
for these moments. It's awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
A segment that Reggie has coined as the greatest producer ever.
Oh.
That's a weird name for a segment.
Tweets from the game. Was that what he called it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that sounds good. Next.
Hey, look. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Pollard's come into the lineup. It's 4th and goal. They're going to pass up the 3.
What they're going to do is play action.
4th and goal. Man in motion left to right. Inside, a play action, bootleg to the left. Prescott all the way. Runs it in for the touchdown. And he's fired up.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys win. It is a Victory Tuesday, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Today we're going to go through some tweets from last night because I was tweeting a lot throughout the game. And
congrats.
I was like, yeah, thank you, Reggie. It was one of those moments where I was like, you know what? Maybe I can use this as notes for a segment. So, Reggie, what I would like for you to do, and Mike, and also Kevin, and anybody else out there,
okay,
find your best tweet from last night, and we will read it live on air. You too, Reggie. I know you tweeted a lot of things, and not even just Cowboys things. You could have anything you want to go to there. Your favorite tweet of yourself.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But we'll go through some of mine. I did have a question about this before we get to that, though. And if you have a tweet that you really loved from yourself, Tolos, tweet it to me at In The Majors on Twitter. Go ahead and give me a follow. What did you think about the Mike McCarthy chain after the game in the locker room when they threw the Cowboys chain around his neck?
I liked it.
I do like those things, man. I think
really
this team likes him.
Yeah.
McCarthy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like they seem to really be playing. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he just is always hanging out with them and they're best friends or anything, but he has their respect, and I think that's a huge factor in where they're going, in the direction that they're going with this thing. I really appreciate what he's brought, and I know people have been trying to kill him since he got here.
Sure.
They've been trying to get rid of him, but I think we're really lucky to have the coach we have at the moment, considering what history's been like since Jimmy Johnson left.
I like this because I'm pretty sure Kevin was going to fire him today if they lost that game.
Kevin was. Kevin might actually fire him next week if they lose to the Niners.
I definitely will not.
And trade Dak.
I said I could absolutely see if they lost this playoff game that he could lose his job for sure. And I know Jerry last week was like, no, that's not going to have any bearing. But then I started to think, man, if they look like they did in the Washington game, is that really going to have no bearing?
But they didn't.
No, not at all.
It
was fantastic.
A completely different team.
That's fine. I accept.
Well, he's aggressive on that acceptance.
Yeah, give it to me.
God.
Amped up to it.
The first tweet of the yesterday that I sent out was, Kevin, do you have a lucky shirt or hat that you're wearing for tonight's game? And shoot me a game day good luck gear. And there were some really cool ones. I really appreciated some of the things that came through last night. And then later on in the evening, I did add, whatever you wore, don't wash it.
Okay.
Mike, did you ever, when you were pitching, did you play that game? I'm not washing my jock strap all
I
year.
washed everything, but I would wear the same undershirt or I'd wear the same glove. I would say, if I lost 2 games in a row, usually I'd have 2 or 3 gloves for the season. So if I had 2 bad games in a row with that glove, I would just change to another glove or change stirrups or something like
You
that.
think
But
your
I wouldn't
career would have gone differently had you
done steroids? Yeah.
Well,
You know what? I want a segment at some point where Mike gives us his alternate timeline of how his career progressed after that.
I wonder how I would have been on steroids. I mean, a lot of guys got better on it. Some guys didn't get better on it. I don't know. What would my body done on roids?
I'm actually more interested to know how your personality would have changed.
That is a fair point.
Would Mad Mike have been extremely mad Mike? Around 16 hours ago, Kevin, I tweeted, just stopping. This is the first tweet of the night for game time because I had just retweeted Tim Collins' pregame tweet that had Brian Broaddus, Chiafalo, and the whole crew rocking things along. Just stopping in to say hi, and I hope Maher has a better end of his night than beginning. Keep up the good vibes. Because I wanted to kind of keep that good feeling going throughout the night. Everything was going pretty well around this point, except for Maher. I think it missed 2. So I didn't tweet anything until the second one, and I was like, hey, I feel like this is time. And then I asked the question, how are we feeling about this, about who is the more physical team right now? Did Tampa Bay ever show that they were the more physical team than the Cowboys last night?
I mean, maybe you could say the first 2 possessions, it was even.
Mm-hmm. But after that,
after 4 minutes into the game, and you went down and scored 6, I think that just totally changed it. And at no point was there a better player on the football field than Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
And Dak had a great game, and Dak would be your next. Hey, who could have competed with Micah Parsons? And Dak had almost a perfect game at quarterback. So I would say Micah Parsons, I think for me, was the guy who set that tone.
For me, it was Donovan Wilson with the Godwin hit.
That's a good
like
one.
that's where I was like, whoa, like, and then that changed the game because I don't think the Godwin wanted to catch. He did. He caught a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't think he wanted to do anything once he caught. He was like, I'm going to catch it and then try to fall. I don't want to get hit again.
Do you think then he was hoping that Trayvon Diggs shadowed him throughout the game?
We'll get to that this week.
Okay.
Because I think I might have a hot take on that.
Oh.
Yeah, because I did point it out.
Okay.
This is right around halftime. The Cowboys got the ball. I think there are about 6 minutes left. And I said, I do not want Tampa Bay getting, and it also could be Tom Brady, getting another tick before halftime.
Yeah.
This drive needs to end with the ball crossing the goal line and the clock running out. And like that was a very significant moment in that game where I thought the Cowboys, they have to score, put themselves kind of even more out of range. But you just didn't want Tom Brady to have a chance to get that swing. And they didn't get that either. Like that was huge. That Mike pointed that out earlier this morning, that they didn't get anything. It was a 3-and-out after half. And before that, they didn't get the big pass that gets a pass interference that allows a field goal, and then you get a 10-point swing in the middle of the half. Right before Dak ran in that touchdown, I tweeted out, Dak wants this thing so bad. And then he runs in for a touchdown right after that. Like that, you could tell it was in his blood.
Is that the
he
one,
wanted that game?
Is that the one where he was like, man, you would have thought it was a home game, which I loved. The way he was like getting fired up on the fans.
Yes.
I thought it was awesome.
Cowboys, I tweeted this also, Cowboys loving something Tampa Bay is giving them with this tempo. And we asked Stephen Jones about that earlier. They started going tempo, I think it was second half, and they had done it earlier in the game. This is when they know that there's a team that has players that play lots of plays. They're like, let's wear these guys out. Don't even give them a chance.
Yeah.
You mess with their communication. You mess with a lot of what they're trying to accomplish. It's not just about we found a package on the field that we want to expose. Let's keep this thing rolling. It is let's keep our team kind of going. Let's keep our play calling rhythm going. But let's also wear out that team because it's going to benefit us later. I did tweet.
Do you think that the Kellen Moore haters are going to calm down?
I mean, he could. This is very similar to what you just said about Dak.
He has to win it all.
And that if he throws out a clunker next week, then you're like, well, hold on.
And I think with Kellen Moore too, even if they do win, it still matters how they win. Like if they win 14-13 or something like that, then I think people are going to pile on him still. He does seem to get a lot of anger directed his way.
I tweeted out a GIF of the guy throwing darts and hitting all the darts and then screaming. I was like, Dak right now because Dak looked that good. Maher will have to do something great tonight. He will just have to, but he didn't. He didn't. He never did anything
he made
great.
an extra point.
Yeah, no, I don't even know if
that felt great in the moment. It really did.
I did tweet out, hey, send me your hands up GIFs if you really saw the first half going this way. Anybody want to put their hand up and say they saw last night's first half going that way?
But I don't want Reggie to be mad at me because he's going to say it's GIF.
I don't worry about
Or
that.
skip.
It's definitely GIF.
Alex Lucky, a good friend of ours.
Oh, yeah, I like him.
Here in the building.
He works here.
Tweeted out a picture of John Daly wearing a Cowboys pullover, and he said Cowboys by 70.
Yeah.
And I loved that.
He's Santa Claus.
It was crazy because they were like, hey, here's who's here. John Daly, Hulk Hogan, and Tom Cruise. And I thought, what a weird combination of people who are all at the game.
Tony, this was my going into the second half. Second half philosophy. Time for Zeke to do work or keep the football flying. And I really appreciated Patrick Walker hopping in on this conversation with me last night.
Fast and the Furious.
No, different Patrick.
Never mind.
And he said it kind of depends. You know, if your defense stands tall on the first drive, then you can mix some things up and use the clock to your advantage. If they don't, then keep it flying. And defense comes out 3-and-out. And that was a heck of a stand right there. I thought that was that may have been the biggest moment of the game. There were so many good ones, but you weren't going to let them. And then I said going for the throat, which I don't know why Reggie and other people tried to make that sound dirty. Like, you guys.
Where were you going?
That's what they did.
Where were
the
you going
Cowboys
for it?
went for the throat.
Sometimes that's the
Yeah,
goal.
but to where?
Isn't that what in dog fights, the dog that goes for the throat, they're going for the kill? Isn't that what that is?
Is that where that's from?
Or just like if two wolves were going to fight each other, or if a wolf was going to fight a bear, they're going to go for the throat.
Corey, just the thing I have to tell you, I hear where you're going with this. I don't know how many wolves I've seen, let alone situations with multiple wolves engaged in a fight.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
And then what in the blowhole after
what?
After
from those reptiles that are, what are they?
Well, it's a dolphin or a whale.
Yeah.
Mammals.
That was after yet a fourth field goal extra point miss.
Yes. Amphibians.
Kevin, do you have your favorite tweet from last night?
I do. Now, I better say this just so I don't get in trouble at home. It was a picture of baby Noah in his Cowboys tracksuit and his football onesie, saying that baby Noah is ready to do his part to root on the Cowboys. He didn't. He fell asleep after like the first quarter. But
He just had confidence. He knew it was over.
He did. That's a good point. Is obviously my favorite tweet of the night from me was in your face, Troy Aikman. Woo!
Man.
Nice.
Troy.
Here are some of the responses. I hate broadcaster Troy. I think they should have gone for 3. Suck it, Troy. The biggest Cowboys hater is Troy Aikman. From another person, LMAO, they said they hate Troy. And then another person said agreed. He reps a beer brewed in craft brewery in Louisiana, owned by the Saints organization that is distributed only in Texas.
I hate everybody who hates Troy Aikman.
I agree.
People, and I don't hate Troy Aikman. Just in that moment, I do not. Just in that moment, he goes,
Sounds like it.
I think I should go for 3.
Sounds like you're like, we only have 2 Super Bowls in this,
All right.
or big games in this.
No, he just said we should have. No, and it's Super Bowl. He said we should just take the 3, and instead they scored a touchdown.
I only had one tweet during the whole game.
Wow. How did it go, Mike?
I put, how confused is Jerry Jones right now with Chris Godwin playing wide receiver?
Of course.
Man, I think I did see that, and I was like, of course, Mike, that is the direction.
I did want to bring this one up because, and this was kind of a point of, who has YouTube TV?
I did like From All Things Mavs. Maher
Okay.
looks like the Mavs on the free throw line.
Oh,
I have YouTube TV, and there is an option where after they played a couple of commercials, they'll let me skip the commercials and go to a moment of zen, and they'll just give you some really cool bubbling brook or
like Enya will be playing.
No, there's no music. It's just kind of quiet and natural ambient outdoor sounds that go along with the image, and I found it to be super peaceful. But even more so, what I found out was I got to miss all the Burger King commercials that everybody else has to deal with. I didn't get a single Burger King commercial.
Whopper, 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 Whopper.
Until the very end of the game. All y'all know that because they play that 55 times during each commercial break.
They really do.
I only saw Brady does 80 one time.
Yes.
I did see that too, and I made sure that
I think it's
Adrian watched
80
it.
for
Did y'all see
Brady still, I
Did y'all
think.
see the Mandalorian spot?
Yes,
I
I did.
Where was I? What did I do?
It was during halftime.
Oh, okay, all right. I think I was up and around doing some other things.
I forgot my kids kind of fell out of love with Boba Fett Mandalorian situation, so they were a little bit confused.
Oh.
They're like, why is, I call him Baby Yoda.
Yes.
Whatever his name
Grogu.
is. Grogu. They're like, I thought he was training to be a Jedi. And I'm like, no, he decided to quit that.
And then
I mean, yeah, that's what
the last
happened.
one was the Landry shift, baby. Wasn't it nice to see the Landry shift just take its place right there in front of it? Reggie, what was your favorite tweet that you tweeted out last night?
I had 2.
Okay.
One of them is for Kevin's benefit, which was someone send Thomas a CDL instruction course.
Hell yeah.
Because he needs to pick up a different line of work. The one that I actually was my favorite was this question. Is there an establish the kick movement? Because I would like to sign up. Because I was just like, I kind of thought everybody was kind of rash going to the, no, you need to go for 2 for the rest of the game. You had so much buffer in the way that this game played out. I'm like, oh, just keep throwing him out there. If he misses, he misses. It's cool. You got time.
Yeah, my favorite.
People are sending me their tweets right now. By the way. This is awesome.
And I do want to know that, but my favorite thing that actually happened in our show text is all year
Reggie's been trolling me with this is the year that Geno Smith. But this time it was this is the year that Tom Brady, and before Reggie could text in, is finally washed. Corey texted, goes the F home. And that was my favorite thing that happened all night outside of like the game itself in terms of text or tweet correspondence. Is because in my mind it was, this is the year that Tom Brady goes the F home. And Corey just like swept in there. That was awesome.
Appreciate you.
And tomorrow, to tease tomorrow, we do what does Kevin hate more than Tom Brady? We have Satan.
Oh my God.
We have World Wars.
Also fair.
Yeah, so we're gonna go with. And
you told me I couldn't say World Wars because I wasn't alive for Hitler. He goes, you can't say Hitler. You weren't alive.
And yet you said it twice.
I'm afraid Brady might be greater than all those.
No, he's not.
Oh, let's see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some playoff porridge. More about the Cowboys, plus why that Giants win was so ludicrous. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk some more Cowboys here for sure, but we will also go across the other playoff games for a healthy helping of playoff porridge. You guys ready?
Dip.
Ooh, that'll still work.
I don't know if I've ever had porridge, but I don't feel like I want it.
Why not? You like trying things.
I think I would try it, but I'm not like a big fan of grits. I have had grits that I like, but I mean, most grits I don't like. But there's been a couple places where I'm like, that's good grits. I feel like porridge is bad grits. But I don't even know what porridge is.
All right. Are you a person that says that sugar does not go in grits?
I don't know. I've never made them. I just have a few places that I've had them and liked them.
Okay.
Seems like butter is a big part of it.
Butter, sugar, sometimes. But I can always go with some like the shrimp and grits. Okay. Salty grits are perfectly acceptable as well. A lot of people will say salty grits are the only way to go.
And I like the Louisiana hot sauce on it.
Let's go.
Okay. I mean, we can go with gridiron grits for this if you want.
Porridge me up, man.
All right.
I'll eat it whether I like it or not.
Let's start with the Cowboys as Dak Prescott joined Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach as the only Cowboys quarterbacks with 4 touchdown passes in a playoff game ever.
Name another.
I cannot.
Oh.
It is
Don Meredith.
Nope. Roger Staubach did it in the 1975 NFC Championship game against the Rams, and Troy Aikman did it in Super Bowl 27 against the Buffalo Bills. So again, rarefied air with that game last night.
And they both won Super Bowls those years?
The 1975 team did not.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Well,
it's all right.
Ruined my dream.
Dak's climbing up the ladder.
But they both made the Super Bowl. Does that help you?
Yeah, I do like that.
Okay.
If Dak wins the Super Bowl,
we won't play the Steelers in this Super Bowl.
That is
which
true.
Would definitely test Kevin Hagelin's status.
No.
Who are you rooting for?
And one more.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
I'm a huge Cowboys fan.
If Dak wins one Super Bowl, could he topple Roger Staubach?
I don't think so, because Roger Staubach has this like mythic aura about him that goes beyond just what happened in the games and everything. So I would say no. But one more positive for Dak. He is the 4th QB since 1950 to throw at least 300 yards passing, at least 4 touchdowns passing, and a rushing touchdown in the postseason.
Was there a human that had a 300-yard passing game in 1950?
I think so. That I'd have to go back because wasn't
I'm typing in. I'm just going to Google
Wasn't that
search.
when the record was set? Like in the 1950s?
Who was the first quarterback?
570 yards or something like that? I feel like it was. Well, anyways, he joins Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, and Matt Ryan. So again, good on you, Dak. Brock Van.
Well, Rodgers got to, the only Super Bowl he got to, he won. Right?
1-2.
Correct. No, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
Not Roger Staubach.
Matt Ryan lost his Super Bowl, and Peyton lost half the Super Bowls he went to.
That is true.
So, can't say that's a great thing, Kevin.
Okay. But we still have the one Super Bowl stat. All right. Do you guys want to go back and revisit any particular playoff games over the weekend besides the Cowboys game?
Yeah, let's revisit the Jaguars and the Chargers.
All right. For the
that cost some jobs.
For the Jaguars, that's right, is the Chargers moved off of their offensive coordinator today. And it was an interesting night for Trevor Lawrence, like we talked about yesterday. Did you know he joins Ben Roethlisberger as the only player in NFL postseason history to have 4 touchdowns and 4 interceptions in the same game?
Yes, I did see that.
That is amazing.
Oh!
Okay.
Actually, I don't even know if I saw the stat. I think my father-in-law.
This is why I'm in love with Trevor Lawrence. I got a team down 14-2 in Major League Baseball, and it's tied for the greatest comeback in Major League history. Without me getting a team down 14-2.
Is that your take on that?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I threw 3 shutout innings in the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning. So I feel like me and T-Law we have something together. And by the way, the first ever quarterback to eclipse the 300-yard mark was Jim Betton of the Cleveland Rams. I had no clue the Rams were ever Cleveland, who accomplished the feat on Thanksgiving. 1945.
Wow. Okay.
And by the way, Bob Waterfield also hauled in 10 passes for 303 yards in that game.
What?
So I think he threw to one guy.
Is that 30 yards a catch?
That is pretty impressive. Now, the legend of Brock Purdy continues to grow as we discussed yesterday. Do you know that he now has as many passing touchdowns, or touchdowns, I should say, as Jimmy G does in his playoff career?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Brock Purdy now has as many playoff touchdowns as Jimmy G does in his playoff career.
Wow.
Jimmy G, 6 games, 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Brock Purdy, first playoff start, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions.
He's doing all the things.
I don't know if I'm
Shanahan
scared
wants.
of him, but I'm very interested.
I think I am.
Like, I can't believe, as I do think that should be Tom Brady's last game. I won't put it past him. Look, he decided marriage wasn't for him to keep playing, so he might just go to another team and play. But that as that career ends, we might have one begin where he gets into this perfect situation with this unbelievably great defense with good weapons. He's going to make $1 million a year, so they can spend a whole bunch of money on that team. They might be able to trade Trey Lance for future picks to help out his situation. That we might have a Tom Brady situation happen again as Tom Brady retires.
And I think you guys can get this. Brock Purdy is also the second QB since the merger to win second rookie QB since the merger to win each of his first 6 starts. Name the other.
Crap, did Lamar Jackson lose 1 or did he win 6? I know he was he 6-1? Is Lamar Jackson not the right answer?
It is not the right answer.
When was the merger?
1970.
Marino.
You guys are in the right conference, but still incorrect.
Elway.
We might have already mentioned him.
Steve DeBerg.
No, damn it!
Warren
I guess
Moon?
Good answer. Good answer.
Ben
Steve DeBerg on the board.
Roethlisberger.
won his first 13 games as a starter, so still a ways.
And everybody
to go.
gets that confused because I've had buddies text me. No, that was his second year they beat Seattle.
Yes.
Not his first year.
Correct.
So a lot of people are like, well, yeah, it happened. I remember Ben Roethlisberger did.
Yeah, he was a rookie and won the Super Bowl.
No, he did
didn't.
not.
He lost.
All right.
Loser.
Did you see?
Put him down. Ben Roethlisberger and Tom Brady. He hates Ben Roethlisberger.
You do hate Ben Roethlisberger. As big of a Steelers fan as you are,
I know, that's a weird
it's weird
I'm a
that you
huge
hate
Steelers fan. We've already played it like 8 times. I do dislike Ben Roethlisberger for sure. Did you see that Ludacris performed at halftime of the Vikings-Giants game?
Wow.
For what?
Just for the people.
Isn't he an Atlanta guy?
What? It was like Thanksgiving Day or something there? Like,
It's playoff time, man.
He must have gotten paid.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
You don't think he was just there to hang
He's
out?
like, support. I got to
I'm gonna
support
tell you
him.
something. I was at that Green Bay Dallas playoff game in 2016. I don't remember a halftime show.
I'm not saying you have to have one. I'm just saying Ludacris absolutely performed at halftime.
And then
of
they
that game.
win against the Vikings.
I feel like
No,
Ludacris's career's going down.
I mean, he was in Minnesota, I think he was probably there at the behest. What I would like is if the Giants book that. They're like, you know what? We went ahead and
we got
booked
Ludacris.
Ludacris for
He's
y'all. And
showing
they're
up.
like, what? And they're like, yeah, we got Ludacris.
Ludacris. I feel like career's going downhill when you're playing halftime shows, unless it's the Super Bowl. Or Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving game, yeah.
Well, but if you're just randomly like, hey, we didn't have the guy who juggles while he's balancing on something,
or Red Panda
wasn't available,
Yeah.
or hey, the 2 people that dance and they change costumes 17 times in 5 minutes, they're not available. Hey, Luda, you want to do this? And he's like, I got nothing else going. So yeah.
I mean, his net worth is like $30 million.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
That's pretty good.
He must be cash poor.
He can own the Mavs. All right, and Daniel Jones is the 3rd QB in postseason history with 300 or more passing yards and 75 or more rushing yards in a game, joining Lamar Jackson and Steve Young.
All right, I had this question.
Okay, he's the first one to win that game, though.
Are you changing your mind? I had this in Mike Ask All the Football Questions, but since you brought up Daniel Jones, I'm throwing it out there. How much has Daniel Jones changed your mind at the end of this year in that playoff game?
I get more why the Giants would think he's the dude, but
and the spoiler alert for my quarterback rankings tomorrow, I still don't particularly believe in him, and I think if they give him a long-term deal, that's a mistake. But I get it. He has shown those intangibles or that grit to go along with that actual on-field performance this weekend. I understand why they might believe in him.
Okay. By the way, I said that whole thing wrong, by the way. That was Jim Benton was the wide receiver. Who got the passes. His quarterback was Bob Waterfield.
Did you get fact-checked on that? Tremendous work by the Twolos.
I just read it again. I'm a bad reader. I like audiobooks.
Okay. Will we do a Mike Hates It list at some point, too, then, if we're going to do what I hate?
Yeah, I hate reading and writing. People are like, you should keep a journal. I'm like, that's because you like writing. Okay, hey, guess what? You should, let's just say you don't like exercising. Hey, you should ride the Peloton for 30 minutes. Well, if you literally hate exercising and hate cardio, to me, that's like riding. And people that write can't understand that. They're like, writing is the best. It's so therapeutic and all these things. And I'm like, no. Writing to me is whatever you dislike doing. That's writing to me.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, actually, I did understand that. And for the Bengals and Ravens, tough for the Ravens across the board. They were the second team in the last 15 years to lose a playoff game where they ran for 150 or more yards and allowed less than 250 yards. The other, the Ravens again against the Bills in 2020. And then Sam Hubbard, he returned that fumble, 98 yards. That is the longest go-ahead touchdown in the fourth quarter in postseason history and the longest fumble return in NFL postseason history. So the Ravens just taking L's left and right, especially when you include Lamar Jackson's Instagram.
Tying cornerback Tony Dorsett.
No, that is a
got a question.
That is a different thing.
Did you ever watch the movie Ford versus Ferrari?
I did. It's a good movie.
You remember at the very end they were like, "Hey, no, Mike."
That's not funny.
Car blew up.
No, that one dude was like, "Hey, what do you think about the idea? All three are Fords crossing the line at the same time." Do you think that Hubbard, if he had gotten a couple of his teammates to catch up with him and they all touched the football at the same time, they all would have been credited with the touchdown?
No, that would be 3 touchdowns.
Trayvon Diggs wants it to be that way. Remember that interception at the end? And he was like, no, let's split this interception in half. Also,
how confusing is that on the stat thing? If you didn't watch the game, you're like, they have 3 defensive touchdowns.
You're like, hold on, they didn't add this right at all. What do you think about the name for that play being the fumble in the jungle? You like that, right?
That sounds wonderful, dude.
Man, you don't care about
Kay
that
Adams
at all.
loves that. She's like a huge jungle fan up there in Cincinnati. Like, dead serious.
Is she a bigger fan of that, or are you a bigger fan of Kay Adams?
You'd ruin his marriage
know,
for Kay Adams. He's already put that on him.
Mike, I have another offer, all right, for my debt to you at the Super Bowl.
Oh, God.
Never mind. We'll
hit
do
on
this.
Kay Adams? If we're tying this together,
yeah,
I don't think your wife would appreciate this bet.
I think she would appreciate less the debt that he's incurred.
Or would she?
Oh.
I mean, if she says yes, it's gonna be the Woody Harrelson indecent proposal.
What?
Where
never mind.
Hey, Demi Moore, hey, go ahead and sleep with Robert Redford. We need the debt paid off, and you think it's gonna be fine, but mentally you can't handle it.
Oh my God. What? I also do not want this to happen now because that oddly makes sense to me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with their classic loyalty pricing, below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. And also one of the largest selections in America. This is Texas, this is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling.
Woo! What a hell of a game yesterday. Is there a number one play that stands out to you, or was it just all of the awesomeness all night long?
I want to say Dak diving for the first down. You know, I thought that wasn't, a scoring play or anything like that, but it sort of embodied how he had taken over the game and was, ready to go full Dak to get the job done.
Yeah. All right.
How about Tom Brady doing the old slide tackle, dirty little B move? Because that's all he had left in the tank.
That said a lot, didn't it?
Gosh, man, what a give up.
Not a good loser. No, that's not something you want your kids to see.
Or a good teammate.
I think the Schultz touchdown pass for Dak, and we were all I know Zach and I were watching the game, and we were like, throw it away, throw it away, throw it away. Oh, touchdown! Yeah, where he was rolling to his left there, and I felt like that. Man, Dak really saw the field really well yesterday, and the receivers did a great job of separating for him.
I think as well when Akeem Hicks body slammed him, I think that took Dak out of nervous mode into fighter mode. And the Bucs couldn't handle fighter mode Dak. Because up to that point, Troy was talking about how he still didn't have his confidence. He looked uneasy. I think that brought something out in Dak. The shoulder pads hanging out. 3-4 plays later, the ball's in the end zone.
Yeah, I'm with you. As soon as he started running around, and we've seen this before from Dak, he just kind of gets into the game. He gets locked in. Early on, his passes were a little bit high. They're a little off target. Michael Gallup has to go climb the ladder to make that third down snag. And then he makes that one run right up the middle, gets up a couple of yards, takes that big hit from Hicks, and then after that, he really seemed like he settled into the game. Everything was just in slow motion for him, and he was stellar from that point on. But even though the game, it really put the game out of reach, but that fourth down play call to CeeDee Lamb for the touchdown was just a thing of beauty.
You see Schultz on that.
He's like, Antoine Winfield Jr., you want some?
He starts running across. He's like, oh, everybody's with me. Touchdown. I know CeeDee's about to score. It's awesome. So we need to run the Dak wake-up play is what we need to do.
I think you need to get him, and it might just be on him. I mean, maybe you can call a quarterback design run if you want. Or just on him. But as soon as Brian's talked about this a lot.
You need to get a big chunk of mud and grass in the right corner of his helmet.
Yes.
And when you get the right side of his body has to be in complete grass stain, but you get the little chunk of grass and mud in that right in that where he could see from that right eye, and that kind of gets him going to how he needs to play in these games.
Is now on the Maher front, Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones both felt like they left room to be like, yeah, we might do something else this week.
I don't think so. Not in a short week, you're not.
I like the two kicker idea that they talked about with him. Like maybe you could have an extra point guy and leave Maher for the kickoffs and maybe go 58 on
if you get into a situation though where you're bringing guys in and all that. I mean, if you want to put one on the practice squad and then use them as an activation. Now, again, San Francisco, you're going to need all hands on deck.
Yeah.
Can you go to a game? You're going to be playing one light because if you don't use the extra kicker guy, that's a roster spot for you as far as your 48. So if you're going to do it, bring, it's going to have to probably be practice squad, elevation, and then if you need him, go for it. But I don't know if tomorrow you're going to wake up, well, it's going to be Wednesday already, and now you're getting game prep for a Sunday night game. If you're bringing a bunch of guys in to work out and all that with Maher, are you worried about any confidence left that he might have?
Well, you can't get confidence in practice because he was good last week and then he was good at halftime.
He was not good. He was not good.
You can't send him back out there.
Well, no,
but he was good at halftime.
Yeah,
they talked about that this morning, how Jerry said, I was watching him at half. It looked like he got it sorted out.
Yeah.
So there's no amount of makes that he can do now or before the game that will give you confidence. I don't think you can send him out there in a playoff situation for extra points.
It's an unfair question to you, but you got to figure out who's out there then.
Or maybe just go for two. That could be a blessing.
That's what you have to figure out. I mean, is it bringing back Garibay? Is it bringing back Hiralahu? I mean, where's that going to be? Is it somebody that you've already let go of?
And sorry, go ahead.
No. That's the question. I mean, whatever confidence he has left, if you hold a kicking derby this week, then yeah, you might as well, if you're going to do that, you might as well add a kicker because
it's old Dan Bailey up to.
You're gonna kill any confidence he has.
I like a kicker derby idea though. We could put up like flyers around the whole Metroplex. Any average Joe can come out there. You never know who's got a boot here in the Metroplex. Somebody might surprise you.
And Jerry this morning did say, they asked, would that make you more inclined to go for 2 or go for it on 4th down? And he immediately said yes. So take that for what you will. Now on the fan text, some people are saying, I can't wait to hear Dawson eat crow today.
That's right.
So we asked people,
preparing this crow?
What's the L?
Several different ways.
He'll list
a couple of new recipes.
He will list every bit of crow he will eat.
Got new recipes coming up.
Watch it. Get ready.
Perfect. Was there a particular L from this game or this team that you need to take after last night? Because I said the secondary. There's no chance. I thought the secondary would be a pass breakup machine.
Did you pick them to win or lose?
I picked them to win. Tampa Bay's a garbage team. I said we win by 10. But I did not think the secondary would
Then
do
you
as
don't
well
have
as
to
they
eat
did.
crow.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, you're.
No, but he's just taking an L. You weren't eating crow there, were you? You were
taking
just taking
an
the
L.
L.
Yeah.
He was just taking a little L. That's all.
Yeah, I think the defense totally came back to what it was. And maybe if Tampa had been able to stay in the game and continue to run, their inability to stop the run would have been a bigger issue. But the fact that they covered for a bad cornerback situation against Tom Brady with Godwin and Mike Evans out there, and you made plenty of hits in the backfield. You 12 passes defended. I think the defense just played elite, and I thought those days were gone here for this season. I thought they'd lost too much, but apparently Van Der Esch and Hankins coming back, and a good week where you're just acknowledging, listen, we can't leave these corners by themselves anymore. They figured it out. Once again, A+ job by the coaching staff to figure out how to not let their problems kill them like previous coaching staffs have way too often.
My biggest L is Kellen Moore for this game. I've been super critical of Kellen Moore, and we will see the consistency is an issue with him because we've seen games like this where it's like, oh my gosh, Kellen, you were fantastic. Would somebody just let one rip?
What is that?
Are you going to we have a toot back there, Reg?
There's some engineering going on, I think, behind the scenes.
All right.
Yeah.
I can't take responsibility for that one.
no
A lot of the
clue what
time,
that
I
was.
am guilty.
Yeah.
But
there is
Kellen
some weirdness
Moore,
happening in the building right now.
I thought
kudos to you, sir.
I thought the thing was he didn't run out of plays.
No.
He had more and more that they could just go to.
And the personnel groupings, he went back to using the tight ends. He was making damn sure they got that running game going in any way that they could. I didn't love the fact that he had Jason Peters pulling from the left side all the way to the right side. Poor 4-year-old man trying to get out there in space. But Kellen Moore was in his bag. And you're absolutely right. It took all the way to that fourth quarter. We talked about that 4th down play with CeeDee Lamb. He had something constantly ready to go in his back pocket, and he called a masterful game. And I am happy to eat the crow and take the L on that one.
What do you find folks got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We will eat crow right out of the gates. Nice. At least I will. Coming up here at 2 o'clock. Christy Scales is going to join us at 6 o'clock. Of course, the Micah McCarthy presser about 4:15 right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Diggs business decisions tomorrow, Kevin.
Oh, Diggs business decisions?
Take a night, Kevin.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we do open with me preparing the greatest crow-eating session of my broadcast career. Never have I been so wrong. Never has it been so glorious. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, the only one of us four in the talk booth that did pick the Cowboys to get the dub yesterday. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Get him out of the sky. Daniel, North Hollywood, California. Gavin can eat a big old bowl of Croco Krispies without any milk. I ate mine already. Okay, yes.
Delicious.
You know, Cowboys win after a really, really horrifying start. They made it look easy, dominating the Buccaneers into submission. The turning point, no doubt, for me when Hakeem Hicks had the personal foul against Dak Prescott, turning him into the best version of Dak, and he started fighting back. And, you know, they were able to show Tampa the run ultimately, just like we had hoped. He ran the ball 7 times, but then the precision passing got dialed in. I tell you what, when that game was about ready to start, I flipped over to the TV pregame. They're all talking about Dak's hand in that. I know you guys were busy doing the radio, but it was a huge part of the TV pregame. Dak's hand must still be broken or bothering him in a significant way because they were just done with it. Wow. Like, oh, clearly Dak's not been himself for 6 weeks because of the hand injury never properly healed. That was the narrative going into that game. And after the first 3 passes, I was like, I don't know if the hand's broken, but, you know, the offense is broken. But bam, 4 straight touchdowns later, you were feeling damn good, weren't you, Brian?
No, I was. And, you know, you always talk about having to kind of weather the storm, and you just knew who the quarterback was on the other side of the field. And, you know, it just started off so poorly because we had that game against the Commanders the week before, and you're like, gosh, dang it, not again kind of thing. But, you know, you're right about the roughing the passer penalty. We talked about that with Craig Wollerstadt. Would he call a roughing? And, you know, we thought maybe they might not, but hell, you got one. You got a holding call in this game. There was a lot of really some things that kind of kept you going. But I think overall, though, the Buccaneers, they don't rush the passer particularly well. The pass rush they have is in the middle of that defense. And I think the Cowboys offensive line did a great job of allowing Dak to look at the field, to find there was separation. Week 1 when these two teams played, there wasn't any separation out there. Yesterday, it was separation. Cowboys did a great job with the routes, did a great job of presenting themselves and making themselves available to Dak. And Dak saw the field, I thought, very well yesterday.
I think there's a lot of texters out there that need to eat some Dak crow because it wasn't just one of the best Dak games ever. It was one of the finest games of quarterbacking you will ever see anybody do in the NFL. It happened in the playoffs, snapping a 30-year losing streak on the road and beating Tom Brady for the first time. That's your guy right there. He put on for the star a little bit.
Say it louder for the people in the back there.
Did he ever, bro? Are you kidding me?
Give some respect to 4.
Yes, sir. And especially after the start there, as you mentioned, because he was high. And you kind of saw this, what was this, the Packers game?
He was what?
When he came out and he was a little all over the place. And then for 2 quarters, he was locked in. And then things went haywire in the 4th. But where, like, it's a slow start and then he snaps into it a little bit. Maybe Hakeem Hicks helped him with that right there.
I think so.
I do like that. But how about this? Most total expected points added in a playoff game since 2006. Dak Prescott, number 4 on that list. Matt Ryan had a game in 2016. Rodgers did it in 10. Mahomes did it in 19. Dak 2022. Holy smokes, I guess 2023.
Top QBR of any quarterback in Wild Card Weekend. He is the
96.
Yeah, he is the first player in NFL history with a rushing touchdown and passing touchdown in 4 straight postseason contests. First Cowboy in franchise history with 5 touchdowns in a playoff game. And he ties Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach with 4 passing touchdowns in a playoff game. It's the best game, in my opinion, of his career. And he showed he can do it.
Yeah, he did.
He showed he can do it. There's no question, is that good enough? He's good enough.
Yeah.
The question is Can he be consistent enough?
That's right. Yeah. At 877-881-1053. Broadus needs to make Gavin a big pot of Cajun crowfish. I'll take that down. I'll take down a crow sandwich. You know, if you pick the Bucks and you pick them soundly like I did, you know, I don't eat crow whenever I'm wrong, but I eat crow when I'm super wrong. And I'm bold and loud about it, you know. So I think we definitely have some reevaluation to do as far as what is this team capable of in this playoff run. But before we get there, you know, it is a Happy Gilmore style tradition here in the G-Bag Nation where I admit I was wrong, you were right, I'm stupid, and you're smart, and I'm ugly. You are good looking. So I'm going to start out with some appetizers, maybe some popcorn crow, some crow scampi. And then we're going to get into some fried crow, maybe some lemon pepper crow. I got a couple of new ones for the occasion. Maybe a bowl of croat meal. You like that, croat meal?
Croat meal.
And maybe an ice cream crone, if you will. Some pineapple crow, some coconut crow. Crow soup, maybe, crow stew, crow salad, whatever you want me to do. The truckwreck.com fan text is open, and I'm just so ecstatic here to be doing this exercise with you because now we get to talk about another revenge game with the 49ers coming up and the Cowboys possibly playing their best football and having this really excited momentum, the kind of energy that might be able to take out the 49ers.
You got a shot with the pass rush.
Yeah.
You know, I looked over, I said it to Brian, on that third down in the opening series, Cowboys put out that ferocious 4 that was dominant in the first half of the season. We were talking about, is this defense good enough to carry a team to a Super Bowl? And it was that 4 of Tank, Micah, and then you kick inside with Armstrong and Fowler, and they got after it. And if you can get after Brock Purdy, and we'll have plenty of time to break this game down, and then you allow, I mean, how about Israel Mukwamu stepping up and playing a great game, allowed you to not have to use Xavier Rhodes a ton. But if you're able to get home with 4, and yes, they only had 2 sacks and they came in the fourth quarter, but they harassed Brady all game, and you could clearly see that impacted him for the full 60 minutes. He was shorting throws. There were plays where he probably had guys open, and he just didn't feel comfortable. And it was all about the pass rush. The breakfast. It was the pressure last night, baby.
It was. Okay, Ray from Arlington, again, eating a Crowlonia sandwich today. I was very wrong, and Maher was shaving points for sure.
Oh, he had the under. My gosh, are you kidding me? 45 and a half is what it was set at, and the game ends at 45.
Yeah, you know,
they call him Money Maher for a reason.
Yeah, I guess, man.
That has nothing to do with his kicking, as we found out.
That was historic. You know, that was like the great yip moments in sports history, or the unfortunate, like Chuck Knobloch or Jared Saltalamacchia, the former Rangers catcher that couldn't throw it back to the pitcher. Like, we have a major sports psychology issue on our hands, and I think it'd be negligent by the Cowboys to not have another plan for going into the 49ers game. How about you guys?
I just feel like, though, that with the short week, you know, if they bring a guy in, they're going to probably do it in secret. Maybe we'll get the waiver wire here the next couple of days, and we'll see a workout, tryouts. You know, maybe they'll go to a guy, maybe bring in a practice squad guy. I just kind of feel like, though, you know, with them having to get ready on Wednesday, you know, this game's going to get here in a hurry on Sunday. They believe in that kicker, and you know, and.
Does he believe in himself now? When you get the yips, bro.
Well, the thing about it is,
it doesn't matter what you've done up until that point. Right now, you are a guy with the yips.
Well, they're also, you know, and I think Dak Prescott made a good point. He played like S against the Commanders and had one of the greatest games we're ever talking about right now. You know, so to me, that's, you know, Brett Maher up until this point, we've had no reason to talk poorly about him at all or make any poor evaluations about him at all. You know, so I think you have to be careful about that. You know, I understand everybody's concerned with the playoffs, the way these games are tight. They come down to field goals. Hell, they come down to extra points. You know, what you saw last night was historic, you know, but I also like I said, I like what Dak said. I played like S the week before.
Yeah, but you can't find another quarterback. You can find a lot of kickers that can make extra points.
I don't know if you could find a kicker that's playoff worthy. How about that?
Yeah, it's a tough deal.
That's its own deal. There's reasons. I mean, and I'm not trying to pull the Mickey Spagnuolo on you, but I love you, Mickey, for this. But you know, there's if you go out there and determine, like in a workout, that a guy could come in and make a key field goal for you against San Francisco in the divisional round of the playoffs,
I admire you. That's some serious scouting right there if you can do that, because that's all you're going to get. You're going to get a workout. We've seen Brett Maher make big field goals. We also saw him miss extra points.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to just throw that under the rug. But we have seen make what was the one game he had? We had 4 field goals over 50 yards in a game earlier this year. Right?
Incredible. Yeah. And plus 50, I want to let him boom it. Yeah. But it's not hard to find somebody that's going to be more reliable or that you could trust more than Maher in an extra point coming up on Sunday.
I'll be interested to see what that name is. And I'm not going to hold you to it and say, well, Gavin, damn, give me a name.
Kai Forbath.
Well, if he's out there, sure, let's work him out.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's out there and you feel he's playoff ready and you just want to move on, I get it. This organization has done a really good job this year of not allowing players to hold them back. They've moved on from guys. They moved on. I don't think they're going to move on from this guy.
Okay. I don't think you move on because he's a weapon. But you like the ability to go deep, especially to win you a playoff game. But sacrificing one roster spot to get certainty that we can get the 1 point. I mean, could you imagine needing to tie it up last night at 29 and get the extra point for 30? How nervous. You can't put yourself in that situation against San Francisco, and it's going to be, probably a significantly closer game.
Yeah. Fantex is wanting us to go get Dicker, the kicker, but
he's already at the Chargers.
He's with the Chargers, but they're not playing anymore. And I do think are we in agreement like kickers aren't actually football players? They should have a different set of rules in the playoffs for kickers. I should be able to just go grab
your livelihood depends.
I can't
on
have
them.
one of these extra point situations ruin my playoff chances.
Okay,
I should be able to go handpick a kicker off of some random team right now.
I hear you.
The Ravens would say bleep you when it comes to Justin Tucker.
You're right.
I just want Dicker.
Somebody, anybody, especially a practice squad type of guy, something like that. It's not going to take much to be better than Maher. He's mentally destroyed right now. That's what you got to know.
That's the issue.
As someone, I struggled with the yips for 8 years. He's at the beginning of a long journey. Oof. I quit golf over it. And I didn't get over it until I completely forgot about my swing and came back and played golf years later. And I was like, okay, I can enjoy this again.
And that kind of happened to him the last time, right? Didn't he wasn't he away from the sport for a little while and then he came back and he was a new man?
In New Orleans, and
yes,
he figured it out. But if the confidence is shaken, we have an issue. You got to hope that maybe he's just worked that out.
The confidence not shaken in the team overall. Could last night be a turning point for the franchise when it comes to getting wins in the playoffs? Just Dak's second playoff victory? Or is it just that Tampa played horribly? How do you look at that? But hey, look at the things that are going for the Cowboys now. They snapped the 30-year streak. They beat Tom Brady. They've made the playoffs 2 years in a row. They've led the league in interceptions 2 years in a row. They fixed the penalties. They are becoming a tougher, more physical football team. They can overcome adversity and cover for weak spots with scheme, as we saw last night in the defensive backfield. I hope. We're here in this potential moment. We've already seen Mike McCarthy turn the organization around on a couple of different fronts and have unprecedented success. Why not become a perennial playoff winner? So I think that's your opportunity now going into San Francisco. And Jerry's fond of saying after big wins, your team's different now. How different can this team be moving forward? Obviously, we're quite a bit more confident in their ability after seeing them execute. But I don't know. Where are you guys at with this one?
When they don't turn over the ball, they can beat anybody in the NFL. That's the thing about it. When they don't turn over the ball, and when the offense can really, when they flow, when they get separation, when they finish plays, when the defense is able to get pass rush, when they're able to get teams in long yardage situations, they could beat anybody in the NFL. But they're also capable of playing like they did against the Commanders. That's the reality of what this team is. Yesterday was a great example of what this team is capable of. And you used the word, Zach, consistency. Mm-hmm. Where are they? Are they? This is the thing that has to be concerning for you going forward. Is San Francisco going to allow you to do the same things that Tampa did? Tampa was a team that was 8-9 for a reason. They have the all-time great quarterback. They got some outstanding wide receivers. They don't run the ball. They don't have pass rush. This team you're about to play, you took advantage of a team that really, really wasn't very good when it came to a lot of the things in football you have to do to win these games. And good for the Cowboys, but can you do the consistent things? Can you keep the pass rush going? Can you find a way to get, I wish the Cowboys had about 3 or 4 opportunities for turnovers yesterday.
Sure.
That they could have got. Boy, that would have been nice to have that.
With 2, Curse with 1.
Exactly. But see, that's kind of where I'm at right now. This team is capable of beating anybody in NFL, when they play like they did last night. The question is, can they play like that throughout this tournament?
Agreed. And you're 100% right. And it's in important areas, right? It's the quarterback who we've seen play a game last night that is as good as any quarterback in football.
Mm-hmm.
But week to week, we don't always see it. Can he duplicate and replicate that for the rest of the postseason run? Defensively, the offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, can he also execute
Called a great game
plan
great
like that?
game last
He's
night.
capable
McCarthy
of it.
going for it on 4th down, knowing what he had to do. And always get on about know the condition of your team. He knew going for it on 4th down because he's dealing with that quarterback on the other side of the field. Stephen Jones even said on a radio station this afternoon, he says, you don't feel comfortable. He didn't feel comfortable till the 6-minute mark in the 4th, as they were playing that game.
You shouldn't against that quarterback.
No, not
and
that
that's
guy.
why last night was more about the Cowboys than it was the Bucs, in my opinion.
Dawson, I know you've hung him up, but I do appreciate this from the 903. You need to take a shot of Rockin' Crow tequila.
Oh, yes. Let's get that. And how about 682? Rogers has some free time. Let's get Maher on an ayahuasca journey ASAP out of the 682. Yeah, you can get him down there to the Peruvian mountains in no time. Now, the Niners do have the best defense in the NFL by 2 points. They're 2 points better than the Jets and the Bills and the Ravens. So it is a tough defense, but a beatable team in the 49ers, especially with their rookie quarterback who nearly threw multiple picks against the Seahawks that would have put them out of that game. Okay, well, Chuck, where you want to go next talking about this whole deal?
Let's do some takeaways from this Cowboys-49ers game. What were some of your big takeaways after last night against the Bucs? And we look ahead a little bit to the Niners next on the Fan.
Okay, let's chat about the Frankels before we do that, though, because, look at this.
Oh, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a glorious Cowboys Monday. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. General, if you were wet, sip on some Old Crow bourbon while listening to Old Crow Medicine Show. I'd be happy to. Here's the Wooly Bully with some more Cowboys content.
January 16th, 2023. That is the last time the Cowboys won a road playoff game as they spanked the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, they did.
And Tom Bleepin' Brady, 31-14. We got some takeaways. What were yours? 877-881-1053. I'm going to be out at Baby Dolls tomorrow night.
Oh, speaking of spankings.
Partying from 7 to 9, 10250 Shady Trail. Come on out and party with me as we celebrate this Cowboys victory.
Oh, man.
I'll motorboat you. You'll motorboat me.
Yeah, Walter's going to be very generous after a Cowboy playoff victory. You mentioned they spank them, but didn't they spank them 32 times for the amount of years that it had been? The drought. It was 32 birthday spankings, if you will.
Very red.
Very, very red. Gosh.
Very red.
Brady
a lot of
was not
handprints.
happy.
No doubt.
Are you kidding me? Brady was slide tackling people. It was his ultimate give up. He was distraught. He couldn't believe it before the game. He actually went into that game confident last night.
We just got a TD. They're re-airing the game right now on the NFL Network. Dak to Schultz. Number one. Let's party. All right, takeaways last night. The offensive line, my goodness gracious, and the moving parts, right? We kind of got a little bit of a surprise during pregame. They're going to reshuffle this bad boy. We're going to go Peters. We're going to go Tyler Smith. We got Biotish back. We're all pumped about that.
We got McGovern, our fullback.
We got the Hulk smash. We got the Big Mac. And then all of a sudden, Peters goes down. Credit Tyler Smith. He's got to go from left guard to left tackle. He played well.
Yeah.
Did a good job.
The law firm of Smith & Smith were outstanding in that
Tyron.
game. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. He was great. They did enough on the ground game, but a big takeaway for me, they did not force feed Ezekiel Elliott. They let Tony Pollard cook. And Tony Pollard ended up out-touching Ezekiel Elliott. And I said this last week. How many touches did Pollard and CD get? That's what we'd be looking at Tuesday morning. Did you win or did they lose? Pollard got a good amount of touches. CD Lamb, they made sure to get him involved. They finally got the tight ends going. But when you get both of those guys involved in your offense, it's going to be successful. CD Lamb, 4 catches, 68 yards, a touchdown. You targeted him 6 times. You probably didn't need to target him as much as I would have liked because you ended up getting a big lead. You're probably going to need to get him more involved next week. But Tony Pollard, 15 carries, 77 yards. Also adds in 3 catches as well. They got both of those guys involved. They were big parts of the offense. I thought that was huge and a great job, and more kudos to Kellen Moore. I will definitely eat the crow on that. I've been critical of you, but last night, sir, you were phenomenal.
Yeah, it was great, and I thought those outside runs that I wanted so much of last year were making a bigger appearance. Brian, you've seen the film. I'm looking forward to your film takeaways coming up in the corner here in about 15 minutes, and they only end up at 3.7 yards per attempt, but there were so many carries of like 1 to 3 yards that were successful runs and gave you exactly what you needed in those moments.
Yeah, very few negative plays and all that, and that's what the thing about it, you were having to find a way to run the ball. Inside was not going to be the path. The inside run was just, it's just difficult with those two. You're trying to move those guys, and you really can't. But if you can shield them, kind of keep them out of the play, and they did a great job of getting the ball to the edge. That 18-yard run that Pollard had, the balance that he was able to show, the explosiveness to get it down the sidelines there. They got a great block on the outside from Lamb to get that thing going. So everybody really contributed to running the ball better than I think a lot of people thought they were going to be able to do.
Hey, and it's only 24 yards, but Dak's 24 on the ground were huge.
Absolutely massive.
Great to see him tuck it and go a couple times.
And he'll need to do that a lot more as well against San Francisco. Those hidden yards, the dirty yards that Dak's able to pick up with his legs, they're big. We're getting requests for Club Cowboys. Maybe we'll be able to bring that a little bit later on in the show.
Has there ever been?
We did it once.
We've done a Club Cowboys before.
We might have
Philadelphia victory, right?
Yeah, we might have to.
Or maybe was it the Vikings?
It might have been the Vikings.
Might have been Vikings.
Might have been the Vikings.
Yeah,
we might have to open up Club Cowboys a little bit later for a postseason victory. The other thing would be the run defense. What a difference from week 1. Leonard Fournette, 5 carries, 11 yards. He averaged 2.2 yards a carry. They held him under 70 yards rushing as a team. The run defense was brilliant. I know, yes, Tampa Bay is not a good running football team, but they damn sure ran on you week 1. So give the run defense and Leighton Vander Esch, getting him back, Jonathan Hankins back. These guys were huge.
Give Wilson and Kearse some credit too.
Amen to that.
I thought it was huge that you got up, scoring multiple touchdowns in the first half. Put Tampa in a situation where they didn't want to run. Rashad White was at close to 6 yards per attempt. He only got 7 carries. But in those first 4 possessions combined, as they both punted, Tampa was making more progress. But as the Cowboys got that break to get across midfield and then that touchdown to Schultz and then followed it up for another touchdown, Tampa, I think a little early went away from the running game. And I think that was maybe the nail in their coffin. You put it all on Tom Brady, who clearly did not have it and was getting very little time to find anything. We were worried about the big play. By the time he was at the bottom of the top of his drop, it felt like somebody was in his face almost every single time.
Yeah, 19 pressures. 19 pressures. They only had to blitz 6 times, but the best part of it is how dominant Micah was, because he had 10 of those 19 pressures.
When he was messing around in the Bucs huddle. And they got to kick him out of there. That was hilarious.
He was tormenting them last night.
Finally, Cowboys have opened up as a 3.5-point dog against the Niners as they look to avenge the wild card round 23-17 loss last year. We cool with this spread?
Yeah.
It's a home spread, right?
Yeah.
Gavin, is that pretty much what it is?
That says the Niners are just a little bit better, and they've won 11 in a row. They beat you last year in the playoffs. I think that's a very fair spread. I want nothing to do with that wager right now.
All right. Pounding the Cowboys on that.
Love it. There he is. Zach Wolchuk. He'll be back a little bit later on with, of course, his top 10 list and more. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander is standing by with the G-Bag of the day. Happy Cowboys Tuesday to you, sir.
Yeah, happy Cowboys Tuesday to you, player.
As a lifelong fan yourself, that's okay.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off and on at times.
Yeah.
How you feeling now? Off and on. How you feeling now? Could you deny the fun last night?
It looks good, man. It's best for business, brother.
Yeah,
that's right. I want to see them keep going. I do.
Yeah.
And I like to see all the Cowboys fans happy. I'm not like a Cowboy hater or anything.
Yeah.
It's
pretty fun.
Yeah, I just have my convictions about things.
And those are fair convictions.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so our winner was the lady that had enough with customer service. Or is it the customer service being so calm with a demon on the line? Here we go.
Get me through to a supervisor now! Record the out of this call and get me to a supervisor now!
Let's go.
Do it!
Ma'am, there isn't anything that... Ma'am, there isn't any reason for me to... Ma'am.
Get me through to a supervisor, you little heartbreaker! Now there's your personal foul language! I said supervisor! No!
Okay. Okay, ma'am. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, give me...
When?
Don't say another word to me! Transfer me now!
I'm gonna put you on hold, ma'am.
She's got the patience of a substitute teacher. You hear me?
Yeah. The mean one.
Yeah.
Well
Nelson
trained.
is missing.
Very well trained there, handling the customer service department.
For the Cowboys right here. Who run it? Who run it? All right. You can do all the celebrating before you go see San Fran. Or maybe you can keep this energy with you.
Yeah. I hope so. Yeah. That's the hope.
And you got to go to San Fran to get that done, right?
Yes.
Oh, my. In the
Going
name
into
of
their
Jesus.
house.
Oh, my God.
Revenge game road momentum. They're the road warriors, bro.
We're gonna bring our own boombox.
Yeah. Erasing all the history. These are the erasers.
The erasers. I like that. Let's see. Manning cast last night. It's their reaction to Mr. Maher missing number 3.
Yeah, going left, throwing back right in the end zone. Oh my God!
Got to be kidding me.
I've never seen anything like it.
Why are we kicking it? Why are we kicking it?
Yeah.
What is going? He can't believe it. Talk about a buzzkill. No one's ever missed three extra points in a row. That's got to be a
guy
record.
at halftime of a playoff game.
Oh, wow. You know how Peyton feel about them kickers, too, anyway. He don't play that.
Oh, it's so bad. And I think, maybe the coaching staff is thinking if we start going for 2, it'll totally destroy his confidence. The problem is you got to acknowledge the confidence is already gone.
Yeah.
You can't make it any worse.
Yeah.
Go for damn 2.
Yeah. Was that the number 3 where he was just staring at it?
Yeah.
Like everybody was going in and he was just still just standing there like, I felt so bad for him, bro. Oh my gosh. And then they show like the booth and you see Steven just shaking his head like, that ain't it, father. That ain't it, partner.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for him, brother.
I know it was such a great redemption story. You know, Maher was around like 3 years ago and he just couldn't be accurate, but then he came back and he had it figured out. But then he lost it all at once.
I'm glad you got Stephen Jones being a partner guy too.
Yeah,
I absolutely
partner.
have him being a partner.
Big old white teeth, big old jug head. I say that respectfully, sir. A lot of football knowledge and business knowledge in that dome of yours.
Yeah.
How about this Bills fan that fell asleep in the back of someone's truck? And Bills Mafia, you know, the pregame, how they get kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. Jumping on tables.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my man got a little too drunk, fell asleep in the back of someone's truck, which he thought it was his father's truck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he thought it was his dad's.
Is there somebody in the bed of my truck?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
How did you get in here?
No idea.
Do you need help?
Were you at the Bills game?
Yes, sir.
Did you just like get too drunk or something?
No, I'm okay. Are you okay? Yeah.
I had no idea that you were in my truck. I'm so
Will,
sorry.
oh my God.
Well, cool. No, cool.
I have no idea.
I have no idea how I got here.
It's normal.
We're good. We're good.
It's all good, man.
I go Bills.
I'm so sorry.
Did anybody check and see if he got sick in the back seat there?
Yeah, I got to hose it out later.
Yeah, if all of a sudden, I don't know, I'd be like really cool, like what you're talking about.
No,
we're good. And then like, oh, no, he threw up.
No,
Dude, come here. What are you?
Long live Josh Allen.
Yeah. All right.
It's fairly common occasion for Bills fans.
Yeah.
They know how to handle this.
Super nice folks, though.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of on the other guy to not even check his trunk to see if there was a drunken Bills Mafia member there. Like, be a good teammate.
Yeah, that should be on the back of the ticket.
Check your trunks before you leave.
Please. And under your cars, please. Hey, this is last week. Mike Bassick was singing Red Hot Chili Peppers Can't Stop.
Oh, yes.
He is singing
Sing it now.
his version of that Chili Pepper song as loud as possible.
Yep.
I don't know.
Nailed it. Nailed it, bro.
He's jamming.
Good for you, sir.
He's having a good time. Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That was fire, bro.
Any other nominees, Lucius?
I mean, every time we are on time, you do this.
Okay.
You want to keep going? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Push it.
Brian?
I'm
It's a
good, man.
victory
Keep
TV
going. Yeah,
Tuesday,
we won.
bro.
No,
We just
we're all
beat Tom
good.
Brady.
Okay.
We're going
All
pedal to the
good.
metal here.
Go for it.
Okay, Dan Lebitard show. He had an awkward moment with Vince Wilfork. He's like, I guess he's a big fan of Vince Wilfork's wife. But Vince Wilfork done moved on in life.
I have always enjoyed the way that you talk about your wife and your relationship. You are very comfortable talking about how you met your wife, how much you love her, how important she is to you, and that's the reason that I asked the question. I've always admired that about you, that you have no problems whatsoever professing your love.
Well, the thing is, I got a new wife now. You know, me and Bianca didn't make it.
No, man.
So I moved on. We moved on. It was for the better for both of us. And but we are real, good friends. We are parents first. And the love I have for her, I have for her. But my new wife, that we just got married, October 8th, 2020.
Oh, jeez.
I'm happy.
Things just got a little awkward there. So let me be the first on this show.
There's that Stu Gatz guy.
Yeah, Stu
They're still
Gatz.
doing their show.
That's amazing,
terrific.
bro.
That's funny.
That's like the time I asked, right out of the gates by way of hello in the night show, I asked Babe what his wife calls him. If his name's Babe, like what's the cat name, whatever. He's like, oh, well, I don't have a wife.
Or Simi
anymore.
What his favorite drink is when he's Mormon and doesn't drink.
Yeah.
Well, that one's done too.
Yeah.
Got a new wife. I don't mind professing my love for her either, Dan.
2020.
Thanks for asking.
Right?
We didn't make it.
Is it customer service
Where you
needed
been,
now?
bro? You ain't checked the gram?
Yeah. What's going on?
I had to rebrand. She's not there anymore.
Here's some prep. Is it Manningcast on Maher missing the third one? Bills fan falls asleep back of a truck. Mike Bassick, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Dan Lebitard show. Awkward moment. Vince Wilfork. Brian, we're going to start the voting with you today.
I'm going to go with Vince Wilfork.
Okay. How about you, bully?
Oh, Lucius, this is a great grouping here.
Damn you, Lucius.
Saucy. I do it all on the toilet, too, by the way. It's my magical place.
Best word.
I'm going to go with Mike. I'm going to go with Baskey.
Okay, Lucius.
The lady had enough with dealing with the customer service.
We're tied at 1, Chiafalo.
Give me the Bills fan.
Oh my goodness. I swear, I was going to vote for the Manning cast, which would have created a 5-way tie at 1 for the first time ever. We can't create a poll that does that, though.
Why not?
Okay, we'd have to bring everything back tomorrow and just re-rack it. We don't want to do that.
Oh, okay.
We don't want to do that.
All right, sure.
Bills fan falls asleep back of a truck by a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, let's talk about these Cowboys and Buccaneers. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Pollard's come into the lineup. It's 4th and goal. They're going to pass up the 3.
What they're going to do is play action.
4th and goal. Man in motion left to right. Inside. A play action. Bootleg to the left. Prescott all the way. Runs it in for the touchdown. And he's fired up.
Shoot, yeah, he is. And when he gets to the playoffs, all he does is run for a touchdown every game. There he is, Dak Prescott. Time now for more on the Cowboys. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Just saw a really encouraging tweet from, remember last night with Russell Gage, the Tampa Bay receiver. He said, hey, I appreciate all the text, calls, thoughts, and prayers y'all have expressed towards my family and I. Just want to let you know that I'm doing great and in great spirits. Thank you. And so, good night.
He really got hurt.
Yeah, that was kind of an awkward shot, to the back of the head there. And so, and good for him. And some Cowboy information that I've learned about injuries. Jason Peters has a hip flexor problem. That'll probably keep him out for a little bit. And then Kerr should be okay. And then Izzy with the hamstring should be okay there. Everything else should be all right for your Cowboys.
So you think Peters is out for the upcoming game?
I think so. With the hip flexor problem, I would say that's probably going to take some time.
Man, that's bullet dodged with Curse. The way that he limped off and didn't want to put pressure on it, and the way that it bent, that can be a couple of days, couple of hours, or like 9 months. Just whenever something gets destabilized in the knee like that and it's bowing in a way that isn't, I always kind of brace for the worst. So that is awesome that it looks like he's going to be able to keep playing.
Yeah, they were just kind of got word before we went on the air, just asking about those guys. They don't usually get the information later in the day and stuff like that. So glad to bring everybody up to date.
Dude, and how special is it that the Cowboys have two guys like that are built the way they are, 6'4", just roaming the field. They can cover, they're athletic, they tackle. Like, what? That is badass.
Let me ask you guys a real quick question on that. After the one pass that you saw, the direction that went to, with the new addition there with Xavier Rhodes.
Oh, yes.
Are you comfortable putting him out there again after? I mean, that shot inside the 2-minute warning that went down the field where he was just completely we talked about that. He just can't run. It was very, very clear on that. I don't know. I think I just stick with Izzy then.
For sure.
They're throwing a lot. I mean, get Wright, Izzy, just. I mean, to me, I'll take my chances. I know that Rhodes is a veteran guy and all that, but I'm just, the way I watched him play, I just don't feel like that, in this game. Now, maybe you could use this, the toughness that you're going to have on the edge. Maybe you're going to have that guy that's the willing to tackler and stuff like that. I think you get it with Izzy. I think you get it with Wright. I'm just worried about the 49ers kind of throwing. I mean, we'll watch the 49ers tonight, but I don't know if I'm necessarily interested. Because what we talked about yesterday, the kid, he can't run.
No, so he can't play.
He can't.
That's it.
And that's what I worry about a little bit in this game. Though, are you going to get, if he's going to be in there, are people going to take vertical shots on him?
Well, you got to make sure
he can't keep up.
Roll help over to, and I think that he might have thought that he had some help.
He clearly, he was immediately looking back, like pointing the finger, like this ain't on me, bro.
No, I just feel like he got run by.
He did. Get run by.
The tape showed that.
Oh, he did get run by.
He got run by there. All right, we'll talk about what happened in this game. Just some plays that I pulled out from. I'm really happy. We talked about the. Are you going to be able to draw holding calls in this game? 3rd and 12, you get a holding call right off the jump with Parsons. He's going to beat Donovan Smith, with that inside move right there. I mean, he set him up. He set him up with the play. Smith had to hook him in all that, drew the call. You did a great job of rallying on the 3rd and 12, played the ball short. You tackle, it's declined. Great job, though, by the defense in the back end making the play, but great job by Parsons getting the pressure there. On Donovan Smith there. We knew that he wasn't going to be any good for this game. So that's I thought that was a really nice job. Really good job though on the scram. You guys mentioned the one I'm going to focus the pass that Prescott threw to Ferguson for 34 yards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Well designed play right there with the Ferguson and Dak and with the combination of the routes, and then they got Ferguson free where they busted coverage on the play, and Ferguson was able to get to a space, and Dak read that the coverage was busted along the way, and that's why he was able to get the ball to him there, and it ended up being, it was the only catch that Ferguson had the whole game.
That's all we needed, baby.
That's all we needed right there for sure. But it was a busted coverage by the Buccaneers. But it had to do with the way the route combinations were, and it confused the secondary and got Ferguson up the field.
Now time to get those tight ends involved again.
Well, hey, man, and big time, you've mentioned it, Walchuk, credit to Kellen Moore, but the two plays where a defense is just arms up, they have no idea what's going on, it's that play and then the CD touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to immediately go, credit to you, play designer, play caller, the way you set that up, because the defense was lost and you created a guy that was wide open. They did it twice for two of the biggest plays of the game, 34 yards to Ferguson, touchdown to Lamb. Are you kidding me? That's good stuff, Kellen Moore.
That is absolutely great stuff on Lamb. You mentioned Prescott, the runs he had. He had a 3rd and 6 scramble for 10 yards. That was a first down play. Nice job of him avoiding, kind of reading. They were covered on the back end. There was nobody open at all. Instead of forcing the ball right there, he just took off running and was able to get 10 yards out of the play. Nice job of him. Because like I say, the things we've kind of worried about Dak was, is he going to try and force the ball in a 3rd down situation? Nobody was open at all. He didn't try at all. He saw what the situation was, able to break the pocket, gets 10 yards on the run. Really nice job of him understanding what the situation was and understanding how to use his feet in order to make the play. There was another pass that Prescott had. You mentioned on 3rd and 4 to Lamb for 26 yards. That play in itself, you give total credit to Tony Pollard for the blitz pickup that he had on White. He's lined up to the left of Dak, and White's going to blitz off the right side. And everybody on the line takes who they're supposed to take. And Pollard knows he has the outside guy on the line of scrimmage there. And it happens to be White. They bring the blitz. He just crosses Dak's face. Sometimes when you get in that situation as a back and you cross the quarterback's face, there could be some problems, dealing with that. But no, it was a clean move across. Dak was able to allow him to cross. He picks up the blitzer, and then he throws the ball all the way across the field to Lamb for, that's a 26-yard play on 3rd and 4. So great job by him to make sure that we also talked about the pass to another pass to Lamb for the touchdown on the 4th and 4. They're going to run double pick on this play, and I'm glad that we're finally seeing the Cowboys come with some creative stuff on these 4th down calls, these 3rd down calls. They're going to run double pick. You're going to get 2 guys going inside, and then Lamb is going to come from the slot all the way behind it.
That's the one where he's wide open.
That's the one where he's wide open. And what happened was when the two receivers went inside, those 2 guys took 3 guys with him.
Yeah,
and they were confused on the play right there. And then all of a sudden you got Lamb right behind it. The protection was good out front.
It's viral on Twitter with Dalton Schultz with his hands raised, with his back to the ball. He knew it.
He knew exactly what was about to happen. But that's, again, a great call, great play design. I am surprised he went for it, though, there. But, man, with the field goal kicker situation the way it was, then maybe that was something you absolutely had to think about right there. Just go ahead and go for it there. Another one is on the Hankins sack of Brady on 3rd and goal. Towards the end of the game. Great job by him. Just the pressure and the push that he was able to get. That's the great thing about having. You got guys like, you talk about how well Van Der Esch played in this football game. Van Der Esch, Wilson, those are the guys. Curse, Hankins. That's why these guys, they had no chance. The Cowboys knew going into this game that Hankins and Van Der Esch could control the run inside. They knew that. So that's why they went with a lighter group. They knew they were going to be in a game where it was going to turn into a passing game. So that's why you had with Osa and then also with Golston, Bohannon and those guys, Gallimore, those guys didn't dress in this game because they knew they were going to be able to handle the inside running game with Hankins back. But great job by Hankins, though, getting the pressure, getting on the goal line. It set up the next play where it was a 4th and goal, where Golston then got the pressure after that on Brady. So they had back-to-back series. You talk about how the Cowboys played 2 different series in this game on the goal line where they were able to get stops. Great job by the defense of making these plays.
Osa Digizua is playing phenomenal football.
He was the highest graded defender according to Pro Football Focus.
The last couple of weeks, though, he has been outstanding. I could see him and Golston, when you put those guys next to Hankins, and you've got that power with the ability to get up the field with the other guy.
It's beautiful.
It is it makes this defense very, very difficult. But great job by with the two safeties in this game too. I mentioned Wilson, and I mentioned Curse and the way that he was able to play on that tape. Those guys were outstanding. At Van Der Esch, they didn't run
coverage, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In coverage, he was outstanding as well with the zone coverages and stuff like that we haven't seen here in the last couple of weeks.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Great film notes from Brian every day immediately after the game. Okay. We'll have Cowboys Game Day Twitter coming up. Segment of the G-Bag Nation brought to you by Window Nation. All the best reactions and storylines from the glorious dub as it transpired on social is next in the nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day as we got some Cowboys game day Twitter for you as we continue to look at a terrific Cowboys win over Tampa, a historic win over Tampa. There is Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in there at Master Control in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. I'm Gavin Dawson, and yes, I did eat crow about an hour ago. You can go back with the Odyssey app, maybe YouTube or Twitch, to any segment that you might have missed, and take it all in. You know, it was a historic crow eating session because that is what the occasion called for. Okay, before we get to what reporters were tweeting during and after the game, Woolchuck, you have some more Manningcast audio for us?
Yeah, I really just want to highlight the reaction to poor Brett Maher's 4th missed extra point of the night. This is Man Campbell himself, former Cowboy, former Texas A&M Aggie, Glen Rose, Texas. And it's Peyton, it's Eli, it's Dan Campbell, and Brett goes up there for attempt number 4, and this is how the fellas reacted to it.
Unbelievable.
Stand by. This is a big play here. This is a big play right here.
This kicker was hoping he was hoping he could kick it from the 2-yard line instead of having to go all the way back. Oh my goodness.
Just got the shanks a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. A lot. Dan.
I don't know.
Now we got lots of analysts up there in the owner's box, right? We got extra analysts up there. I think we good hold.
Listen, he's been money all season.
I know. Bless his heart.
He's a little bit of a funk right now. I think he just needs one of these long field goals is what he needs.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
I
too
think
close.
Eli called that early. The extra points.
Was that the one that hit the bar? Man, when it hit the bar, it's like, dude.
None of them were close.
You don't know what to say in the moment.
It was
so shocking.
There was only one of them where the snap was inside. When I mean inside, when you put it down.
Bad snap.
Yeah, everything
I
else.
saw you tweeting that last night. I was wondering what the film would say.
Yeah, laces away. So you really can't. I know when the Commanders missed, it was anger smothered the ball, but he got it up, laces away. Sometimes you worry about how much tilt, and some kickers like an extreme tilt when they take the ball and they put it down, and then you'll see them, they'll move it.
That's what I like in the paper football tournament.
Yeah, where they hit it on the side and then then that way. But the miss to the left might have been the worst kick I've seen him take all year.
And correction.
Yeah, I mean he just tried to shove it to the middle, and you wonder, now you have to look at all the things involved. You have to look at the hash. You have to look at the operation, Overton, the snapper, the hold, but that all appeared pretty clean. Just the one ball inside that he missed, but they just weren't even close.
Well, I'm glad the Manningcast was able to have some fun with it, but they felt horrible for him. Everybody did.
Oh, they did.
When a guy's messing up that bad, it's like, wow, he is in a psychological, personal hell down there on that field.
Yeah.
And can you imagine, in the Giants-Vikings game, the receiver that dropped the ball that would have clinched the game, I'm sure he had a similar feeling and he got bailed out, but eventually one of these huge mistakes is going to cost somebody a game. And, that's Bill Buckner-esque. If you lose that game for the Cowboys last night, that could cause 3 decades of psychological torment for the people involved.
Yeah, I was thinking about Nick Anderson the whole time.
Nick Anderson, the 4 consecutive missed free throws against the Houston Rockets. They end up getting swept in that series, and they never got off the mat. All he had to do was make one of those 4 opportunities that he had.
It's interesting, though, and David Beeler, former Cowboys kicker and USC kicker, is going to be on with Sean and RJ tomorrow morning. I was just listening to Adam Vinatieri, who was on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams, and he was talking about, it's one bad game. And for kickers, obviously, this stuff, because of the confidence and the psychological stuff that goes on with this.
It's like golf.
That's where it's so different to really kind of know, is this going to be something that lingers or not? But he was saying, you don't bail on him. If he's been good for you all year long, it's so deep into the season now where, if there was a better option for you, you'd probably be on a roster. So, no, you stick with him and you just hope that he does work through this, and then maybe in the offseason you readjust. But, gosh, this is a bad time to have to be worrying about this.
Man, that'd be a great story if they do stick with him and he's money next week.
I hope to God that's the case.
Like 6 for 6 on all kicks taken. I know he had to be so ecstatic throughout the whole year. Like, after having this dream in 2019, not going to happen. You go put the work in, you're back. Now you're one of the best kickers in the NFL. You're heading for free agency and like $2 million a year. And now everything is on the line. It's one thing just to have performance anxiety. Anybody can do that on the golf course or in other parts of life. But it's another when financial freedom and generational wealth is on the line. And then on top of that, really the thing that makes it even worse is this is happening on national TV. If it's true or not, it makes you look like a coward. It makes you look like you can't handle the pressure. Mm-hmm. It makes you look like you're caving. And no man wants to look like he's scared or he can't handle the pressure. That's like everything that being a man goes into. And now this is all playing out and it just compounds. And everybody's talking about how bad you feel. And you're like, I don't want to be part of the story. A kicker should never be part of the story. The only way it is if you mess up that bad. And I can't imagine being the guy right now, I guess you go out there and you just continue to kick and kick and kick, but it's like being on the golf practice tee as compared to the first tee when everybody's looking at you and it seems like whatever David Duval could work out in practice rounds, like he was the guy going neck and neck with Tiger like 25 years ago, number 1 in the world, and then he got the yips and he was Dunsky. It was just like, peace out, bro. You're now not even one of the best 100 golfers in the world, and it didn't matter how much he practiced. So hopefully the Cowboys psychologist has a good answer for him this week.
Yeah, and it's a bummer the position that you play as the kicker as well. Like Dak just came off maybe his worst performance ever versus Washington. He got to ease into the game. He's not immediately, hey, throw a touchdown pass right now on the first play. He gets to go through 2 or 3 series where accuracy's not there. Okay, work my way in, and then I can go. Like Brett Maher's just going to step into a moment versus the Niners on Sunday, and it's just here we go. You gotta make the kick right now. Yeah. You don't get to build your way up and knock the rust off a little bit, and so that's an extremely difficult spot to be in.
Well, the one thing that it can carry him is he did make the last extra point.
Right,
the last one he took, and that's if you want anything to kind of hang your hat on. I know you were talking about golf. It reminds me very much of like in 1996, Greg Norman blew a 6-shot lead at the Masters to Nick Faldo. And every shot he hit, you cringed a little more, And I got to the point where Zach and I were watching the game, and I'm like, you got to let him keep kicking. Something good has got to happen from this. And you worry about it because are you compounding the problem? Are you compounding the issues of him continually missing extra points? And so that to me is, but the fact that he made the last one, I'm going to try and build on that one. If I'm with Cowboys, I'm just going to say, listen, bad day at the office. Like Adam Vinatieri has said, he's made plenty of big kicks in his life. He's won Super Bowl. So I'd kind of trust what he's saying right there. But yeah, you've got to kind of figure this thing out right now. And I don't know if practicing all week is going to get you to figure that out.
You have to have that golfer's temperament that doesn't get too high and too low. And you can maintain like a robotic approach to things and just trust the process. I wonder if what we're seeing with Maher is that there's just a little bit too much volatility in the energy level and the response to competitive situations.
The one thing that people would say, I know Brad Sham had him on that show that he does, and he was talking about it, and people over at the organization feel like that he's a pretty even-keeled guy.
He seems like it.
That he's not, you had some guys that have been some strange kickers for this organization, but I never got the feeling that people talked about him as being one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean,
last night told the truth on him.
Well, the body of work for the full season shows that he's been a very good kicker for you that you can rely on. So, I mean, obviously last night was horrendous.
Moment got too big.
Do you think so?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Jerry and Steven know it. That's why they gave the answers that they did today. 972, Gavin at it again with the toxic masculinity. Listen, I didn't make it up. That's just how our world, what it expects of men. We can take everything and be tough and be robotic and just execute. And, that's the reality of it. John Machota here from The Athletic, tweeting a quote from Zach Martin on Dak. Probably gets talked about more than any football player there is right now, said Zach. You can't get him down. He's going to keep swinging. And that's what he did tonight. You couldn't ask for a better makeup for that position than that guy. Dak gets made fun of for the intangibles and, that doesn't matter. Who cares about your high five? And, let's have a more accurate player and all that. But last night showed, I think, that character, that resiliency, that positivity, after that first 2 drives, to be able to calm everything down and then execute your best football game ever. I think that those Dak intangibles showed up big time last night in a way that most other players wouldn't have been able to discover.
Yeah, we talked about getting rid of him yesterday, though, didn't we?
Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, last night could have been a huge turning point in his career.
Yeah,
you go win now. Can you back it up? It's got to be a turning point. It can't be one good win every 5 years. And to put things further into context, you haven't done anything that hasn't been done already. You won a wild card game, right? So let's go win a division game. Let's go get to a conference championship and start knocking these things down. Field Yates here. Micah Parsons last night, 3 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, a sack, 2 pass breakups, 2 quarterback hits, 9 pressures, the second most by any player in a game this season. Parsons himself had 10 back in week 2. He totally wrecked that game. Yeah, Micah Parsons.
Outstanding. Yeah. And we felt like that going into that game that the Buccaneers, with all the shuffling that they were doing on their offensive line, your shuffling was better than their shuffling. They got, with the center coming back and the guard situation for them, you knew you had to attack the tackle. Good for them to having a game plan of understanding and going after this offensive line the way they did.
Yeah, it can't be overstated just how dominant Parsons was last night. Like what a blessing it is to have that guy on our side. And what did Jerry say with them? Micah was dealing out bats to everybody, talking about bring the wood.
That was Dan Quinn?
That was Dan Quinn. Okay, because of the way I was like, is this Micah doing this? The way I'm hearing
bring the wood.
I asked him, I'm like, dude, I love the idea of Micah bringing a bat into Jerry's office.
Micah's sending all the messages.
We're bringing the wood this week, Jerry. Let's put the team on the back. I'm going to go get as many pressures as everybody else gets. I'll match, is what he said.
Man, Brian's listening skills have really rubbed off onto Greg over here.
Yeah. I had to rewind the question because I guess he asked about Quinn and Parsons. Sean did. And so then Jerry just goes, and I'm like, okay, is this Parsons just going crotch first, bringing bats to everybody? Either way, Dan Quinn was a stud last night too.
He was.
I mean, are you kidding me? With the way they were able to avoid really having to depend on Xavier Rhodes on a night where we felt like they were going to have to do it was just
really didn't.
Very, very special.
The secret weapon, Izzy McQuamu. He's been saving him.
Yeah.
So good.
Good for him.
Okay, let's give some love to the rookie, Michael Gelkin here. Morning News. Cowboys rookie Tyler Smith seems to dump a defender like this every game. This time, Bucs linebacker Devin White was on the wrong end, and he posted a video of him just throwing him into the end zone. Youngest player in the building seamlessly kicked outside on a playoff win after the Jason Peters exit. I wasn't sure several times throughout the season if Tyler Smith was going to be a satisfactory lineman or a good lineman. And after watching, last night, I just think it's a matter of time before he starts totally dominating. I think I'm there with you guys now. That was an awesome play.
He was probably relieved that he got moved from guard to tackle.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have to deal with Vita Vea the rest of the day. It's like, oh, thank God. I'm sorry, Peters, you got hurt, but oh, geez, what a relief. I get to come out here and block with these guys, yeah.
And then Rick Goslin. How about this? There was an average of 11 penalties for 92 yards during the NFL's regular season. In the opening weekend, it dropped to 8.5 penalties for 60 yards per game. That was something quite notable last night, that there just weren't that many stoppages in play with the flags. And it just provided a much better viewing experience for, I think, everybody involved, except for the Buccaneers fans. Must have been miserable.
Man, when we got that first holding call to start the game, it was like, oh, this might be a good night, boys.
Rejoice!
Yeah. What is his name? Craig Rolstad?
Yeah.
Craig? Did I nail
Craig,
that?
yeah, you did. You got
Craig.
it right.
Yes.
Yes,
Nice
Craig.
work, Craig.
Yeah. You got a holding and you got a roughing call.
Yeah. That was pretty dang special. 469 says they were listening this morning as well. Big time Tolo. I thought Micah brought the wood as well, not Dan Quinn, so it wasn't just me.
Well, he did bring the wood.
He brought the wood. He brought the wood, but I thought he brought the bats.
He did, man. It was quite a defensive performance, a historic one indeed. And when we come back, G-Bag Nation, Eric, where would you like to take us here in the Sports Hodgepodge?
Well, I'd like to continue to marinate in sweet, sweet Cowboy playoff victory. And I'd also like to have Peyton Manning present a bit of a football edition of Restroom Revelations. That's next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on a victorious Cowboys Tuesday across the Metroplex. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. It's time now for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, and we'll go ahead and dial up another. What do you think about this one, Dawson? I know you're a shrimp guy. You down for a little shrimp crow boy?
Oh, yes.
Does that sound kind of delightful?
Yeah.
Thought Broadus would like that, too.
I need some of that.
You guys come up with some pretty creative stuff.
Maybe a little croissant sandwich.
Ooh, I'll do that.
Croissant
for sure.
sando. Oh, I like that too.
I'm in on that. I'm also in on showing love to Israel Mukuamu because that dude was a certified bad A last night, and his teammates recognized it. Did you see this on Twitter? Malik Hooker. Everybody balled out today, but did y'all see them 6'4" Slim Reapers in that slot dancing with them boys? Ooh, them boys was showing they ass. And he was talking about Israel Mukuamu and JK, a.k.a. J-Ron Curse.
Hell yes.
And it is, man. What a lethal, like, we talk about matchup nightmares when it's like they got a 6'4", 6'6" tight end who's 270 pounds and he's running all over everybody, just a certified Gronk out there. We kind of have those defensively here with Curse and Mukuamu playing like that. And J-Ron Curse even shouted out, tweeted, young man, a damn player, no question. 6'4", getting busy in that slot.
Yeah, the thing about it is usually when you have these really tall, long corners, it takes them a while to turn. You know, especially if you're playing in the slot, because you have to be able to adjust quickly. So if you're a long-limbed guy, it takes you time to open, plant, and then be out of there. And the one thing that Izzy's kind of got it is Izzy will tell you, he's like, listen, I'm a corner. They keep trying to play me at safety. You know, that's something that he's like, I'm a corner. I just have a long body, you know, a lot longer body than what you're normally seeing. He made two really good plays. Both times, I mean, you know, Chris Godwin, I mean, is a guy that he's had over 100 receptions in a slot, knocks the ball away from him. I saw it on a third down play that he knocked the ball away, 3rd and 4 that he knocked the ball away. And, you know, you just got to give him a lot of credit for, and then another one on 2nd and 7 that he was able to make. I was just in my notes, just looking through my notes of him playing that type of player, a quick inside player and knocking the ball, being connected that well to, you know, good for him.
Yeah. Shout out to Dan Quinn for being resourceful, and shout out to the players for stepping up in a huge way.
Dan Quinn might be desperate. I don't know if we're resourceful. I don't know if we might be desperate now. And I mean desperate in a way that we're trying.
Hey, we got no other choice here.
They're showing that by just signing guys. Left
no,
and
that's
right.
what I'm saying,
yeah,
though. I mean, desperation does strange things to people. It makes you want. You're trying to survive.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're playing with Cooper Rush, and Kellen Moore says, "All right, let's do something."
I mean, I don't mean that in any disrespect to Dan Quinn. I mean, he. It's like he doesn't have a lot of great answers, and he's trying his best to come up with some answers.
But I think we've seen that's brought out the best in this coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does the discovery of Israel Mukuamu take away those jobbers off the field? Does it get Kelvin Joseph and Xavier Rhodes?
Yeah,
and why didn't he try this first? Why did we go through that month?
You know what?
Because he looks so good at it.
Well, you're in a situation, just like we were talking about, though. Izzy thinks, well, they're playing at me at safety. I'm a corner. Why they keep moving me back and forth. They keep moving me to different spots, and they never settle with me. You know, he believes he's a corner. I mean, he does. You
sure looked like it last night.
That's what I'm saying. And so all of a sudden, you're thinking Dan Quinn's like, well, I got to try. He put his neck on the line for Joseph. Didn't work. You know, he went out there and they've signed all these guys off the street that were getting cut, let go from teams on practice squads and all that. You know, sometimes you just figure out that like the best player, the best answer is right under your nose.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where he's at right now with Izzy. I think he's like, listen, this kid, you know, he's doing what I want him to do. He's not busting in coverage. He's covering, you know, tight. I mean, when we talk about the 49ers, we all know what the 49ers got running out of the slots and stuff like that. I mean, you better figure out something fast. And maybe this guy is that answer.
Yeah.
I'm with the
super
254
beast.
though. Like we noticed him being pretty good in camp. I was a little bit surprised that we didn't get him more involved.
Beyond that,
as
dude,
the defense, like if the season went along,
when he stepped in for guys like Jaron Kearse earlier in this season, Mukwamu stepped up and played well in games.
Yeah.
Earlier in the year. I mean, in training camp, he showed it. And then when he's had to fill in, even on short notice,
he's played well.
He stepped in and played well at every turn. So it is a fair question, Dawson, to be like, why did it take this long for him? Because anytime that he's had to play,
maybe they were saving it.
He's played well, but I'm glad they pulled it out at the right time.
I just think that the guy got caught in a position switch, and they weren't sure what he really was. But you're right.
We know now.
You're right. He has, I mean, to me, it's just for how the position of slot is played,
no doubt.
It's a different look having a 6'4"
100%.
guy out there
smaller
playing.
Deron Bland fits that much better.
Exactly.
The Jordan Lewis type, but credit to Mukwamu and even Jaron Kearse, who slid into the slot and played it pretty well yesterday.
Also, as we're acknowledging safeties, Donovan Wilson continues to be just a physical tone setter for this defense early in the game. Mike Evans catches a 4-yard pass, and he felt it. He ain't going to forget about that. Okay, Godwin, you got yourself a nice little play down the sideline. You thought you were going to score. You didn't. You ran into a brick house. That brick house is called Donovan Wilson. Shout out to that guy. Also, shout out to Mike McCarthy for the victory locker room dance.
Oh,
he only gave us about 4 seconds, but that's all we needed.
With the chain.
That was awesome.
Did you think he realized he saw the camera and stopped?
Yes, 100%.
I mean, it's like, oh, geez, what am I doing?
But he had already scored the touchdown.
Yeah.
For in my mind, he already scored the touchdown. I didn't need any more. That 4 seconds is going to live on forever, and I just appreciate that. I don't know what we're calling it, the McCarthy shuffle or whatever, but that thing was sweet.
And how about the chain? Is that a new deal? Can we get that showing up on the sidelines now? Does it have a name?
Diggs brought it in.
Diggs brought it in. Is who I first saw it with. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a chain if you accomplish something. Now I hope, because that's just fun. I love those things on the sidelines.
It's fun.
Me too, man. Me too. It was fantastic. Okay, we also need to address what Trevor Lawrence did after the game. After I believe the third most historic playoff comeback we've seen in a long time.
It is number 3.
Number 3. Trevor Lawrence was seen doing the post-game celebration. The local Waffle House.
Hell yes.
Like a real G. Now, here's
Did
why.
a fight break out?
I don't know that a fight broke out. Where Trevor Lawrence is, everything is just sort of calm around him. So it was a calmer night at the Waffle House, but it was really cool because Trevor Lawrence says that his wife, Marissa, made the reservation at Waffle House for the team. Okay, which is a Waffle House first, I imagine.
They can't hold 90 people.
No, and I don't think
people.
I don't think the whole team ended up showing up, but he promised guys like Brandon Scherf, EJ Perry, and a couple other dudes on the team that had never been. They had never. These guys had never eaten at Waffle House before. So Trevor Lawrence on the front end says, "Hey, after we go get this victory, and I know I'm going to show my ass for about 2 quarters, then I'm going to go save this thing, put the team on my back 4 touchdowns later. I'll see you guys at Waffle House."
You saying the NFL scripted?
And well, Trevor Lawrence might have seen this coming, but he knew they were going to have a victory party, and he said, if my guys have never been to Waffle House before, I'm going to make sure, and wifey's going to put the reservation in. So I did think that was pretty cool.
MVP move.
And they take reservations?
Well, listen, when you're Trevor Lawrence,
you're the NFL team in town. Yeah.
Can you rent the thing? Could you just rent it out?
I like that idea.
For birthday parties, hell yes.
I'll tell you what, it to me, absolutely. Rent out the Waffle House would be, and it probably wouldn't be that much. Have you ever get a bill from a Waffle House?
You see how happy he is? We need to rent out a Waffle House for Brian.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, Waffle Houses, even that salad they give you with the Thousand Island dressing on it is glorious.
Never had it. Never had it. Never will.
Oh, it is with the flat iron steak and all that. Man, that thing. You talk about eating now. That's some good eats right there.
Well, people are doing some eating on TikTok at Waffle Houses, doing some menu hacks, and they're putting together basically a waffle breakfast sandwich. And it's not on the menu, but it's a TikTok viral thing.
Like what they're doing.
So, and it looks incredible. They're going sausage, bacon, cheese, hash browns, and eggs. But what they also have now is some Waffle Houses are saying, "Hey, we're not doing this." Okay, and you had one location posted a sign calling out the offending item. While informing customers, quote, "We're not making nothing you've seen on TikTok." So it sounds like Waffle Houses are revolting against this new TikTok viral sensation.
That's fine. I'll assemble my own.
Yeah,
we're good.
And the original guy who created
More fun
this,
that way.
He assembled his own. But what you have is then you have these people walking in and just trying to order it, and the people in the back are going, "Yo, I'm not doing that. If you want a waffle, fine. If you want all your breakfast items, I'm going to give it to you. You put your sandwich together."
Yeah, we're busy back here, and we're turning over orders.
Yeah, we're kicking people's asses. Like, we got a lot going on here in the kitchen at a Waffle
And that's
House.
going to start more fights.
Did you see what the tradition that Zach Taylor has at with Cincinnati?
Yes.
Are you going to talk about that?
The beers? You take it, please. This is cool.
Did you? It's a tradition now of his.
He did it last year.
He delivers game balls to the bars, to the local bars. So
After playoff victories.
After playoff victories. So like he was at this place called the Blind Pig, which is right by the stadium. And they show him like coming in with the ball and the gear and all that.
Oh, I love it.
And like, yeah, this one's for you, the fans and all that. But it's like a tradition that he has.
So he picks different bars?
He picks different bars.
Oh, this guy's a freaking legend.
And out there, I think it actually started with one of his players did it first. And then, but he then kind of picked up on it that he would go around. I think it was, It was Von Bell gifted a ball to Crowley's Irish Pub in Mount Adams section of Cincinnati. So then now Zach, he's like, okay,
tradition.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it myself here.
That's how you keep that local Q rating.
Absolutely.
To the head man right there. That's a good call. Okay, we have restroom revelations we need to get to, but I also wanted to mention that Mattress Mac laid down $200K at plus 625 on the odds for the Cowboys to win the NFC. And he could get $2 million or whatever for winning this if that's the case. But he says he dreamed that the Cowboys won 3 straight, and he hopes his dreams come true. So maybe Mattress Mac is a visionary himself.
Lips to God's ears.
And let's go make that happen. Let's go get this Super Bowl thing going. Okay.
Would that be 49ers Eagles or 49ers Giants?
Well, I think it would be it's the Cowboys winning the NFC.
Yeah.
So
are you going to beat the 49ers and then the Eagles, or 49ers and then the Giants? I'm asking you who you think is going to win
Giants,
the game.
because this NFC Championship game needs to be at AT&T Stadium.
Oh, that would be so glorious.
Let's get that home game, man. We need one more day in that press box, don't we?
I think it'd be fun.
I think it would be. Okay, here's some restroom revelations.
Who does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
We will get through it.
Today's Restroom Revelations is brought to you by Peyton Manning and the Manning Cast last night. Listen to what he had to say about halftime adjustments.
Coming out of halftime, all those halftime adjustments, it really paid off right there. That I don't know about you, I don't think I ever made a halftime adjustment in my entire 18-year career. I think it's the biggest myth in football, the halftime adjustments, right? You go in, you use the restroom, you eat a couple of oranges, and then the head coach says, all right, let's go.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you're in there for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's no time.
Shout out to Brad Sham, who told us this exact same thing after the Giants game on Thanksgiving Day.
He called halftime basically a glorified bathroom break?
Yep. He said he doesn't believe in halftime adjustments because it's basically just a big line to go to the bathroom. You have no time to do anything.
It is a line to go to the bathroom, but I've seen quarterbacks in a meeting with Steve Mariucci eat po' boy sandwiches while they're making adjustments.
Okay. That's funny. Dawson's eating a crow boy sandwich right now.
I've seen him eat chili dogs. I've seen him eat Philly cheesesteak sandwiches.
Chili dog sounds dangerous.
Yeah. Hey, so this is more of like a glorified buffet situation.
No, I used to remember that Jim McMahon, we'd walk into the visiting locker room for the game. McMahon would walk over to the visiting clubhouse guy, give him like $200. At halftime, there was always some type of food in there while they were talking about what they were going to do in the second half. I've seen Favre eat a chili dog and go out there and play in the second half of the game.
Holy crap.
Yeah, like a foot-long chili dog.
Yeah.
And then play the second
with
half.
4 Vicodin laid out inside of it, right?
That was in his shoes, above his locker and stuff like that.
The same hot dog that Deckeroff is pounding at halftime.
Oh, jeez. Gene had a good time.
Don't worry, we'll get to Gene later, Greg.
Yeah.
Wait, so
like I've seen the year that Jim McMahon was with us in Green Bay in '96 and we went to Super Bowl.
You're just mowing through chili dogs?
Every road trip we had on the road, he would sit there and get food for the quarterbacks. He was always hungry, and they would eat.
This just made my day.
Yeah, they would sit there. Steve Mariucci or Marty Morningwig would talk about what they were going to do, and they would eat food while it was going on.
That's special, man. And it used to be a glorified smoke break, right? Halftime?
Oh, Lynn Dawson back in the day, yeah.
Lenny D.
When was their bathroom break? Because you know they had to use it.
I'll tell you what, there were some stadiums we went at. Would you ever go number 2 if you didn't have a stall around you? If you're just in the middle of it?
Grumping in the open?
In the middle of a game, yes.
I'm too shy.
Yeah, if I had to, I had to.
No, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Just
in
one
a full
toilet in a
locker
big room?
Yeah, I've done that at dive bars.
Yeah, just no petitions.
Yeah.
Wow.
Only if I'm in an orange juice on the golf course situation, brought us.
No, you just walk outside and go around the dumpsters and dumpster.
Downtown Portland, there's a bar called Dante's that's right next to the stadium where the Portland Timbers play. And you go into their stalls, and not only is there no door, but facing right in front of you is the line of urinals. So while you are handling business, there's dudes coming in like urinating in front of you.
Yeah.
And I went there once. It was an absolute emergency.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. That's what
So
it
you're
takes.
saying there are doors around you?
There was no door in front of me. There were doors on my side.
No. Completely
Oh,
open
this is
air.
nothing.
Open air.
Everyone can just
open
see.
in air.
Oh, that's
You're-
prison
you're-
style.
You're sitting there open air.
Wow.
I've
And
been
how
in-
many are we talking about? How many restrooms are in an NFL locker room?
Well, in the back area, there's probably 4 commodes and 3 urinals that
Wow.
they talk about.
And you got like 40 dudes that have to use it.
And you
Yeah,
talk about
that's
the
disgusting.
worst smell in
I
your
bet.
life.
Yeah.
Dudes throwing up back there and all kinds of stuff.
We're not
either
making
just-
any adjustments in that setting.
Just no self-respect, or just a ridiculous amount of confidence, man.
Okay, yes, at 877-881. That's old school. That's what that is. Those stadiums were built back with the greatest generation. They didn't care.
Trough.
Yeah, the
yeah,
trough situation.
yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Just a big trough.
No, okay, you still see their kind at gyms. They're going like in and out of the saunas butt naked. Hey, young man, that's them.
Made me use the kiddie pisser.
Ooh. All right, 5 things to know about Cowboys and 49ers. We want to hear from you at 877-881-1053. How you feeling about Cowboys Niners? Let's get that conversation started. We'll hit you with some things to know next here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app. By downloading Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell, presented by Boomer Jacks on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. A little bit of news from your guy, Todd Archer, tweeting that the Colts are going to interview Dan Quinn, or they've requested permission to interview Dan Quinn for their head coaching opening. He will be in Denver on Friday interviewing for that job. Before we talk 49ers, Jerry said this morning he has total faith. Dan's the consummate pro. He can go in there and not get distracted, right? Or is this a thing, Brian? I mean, you only have 5 days to get ready.
It's a distraction.
You think you'd make Denver wait till Monday or something?
I would hope, but you know what? These searches go so fast, and and you don't want to be that guy. But man, it's part of.
Can we do it on Skype? I'm not leaving Dallas for this.
Yeah,
am I?
there's court. Oh no, they're likely going to fly in because you got new ownership there.
We've come down here. If I'm Jerry, I'm like, yeah, you can talk to him, but we're not taking a day of prep off.
Absolutely. You could do that. That would be now.
Especially when you lost today.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's one of those things that you have to be very mindful of. And McCarthy's like, hey, I'm all for my guys, trying to get opportunity. They went through this with him last year, so it's not
You've already
easy.
Interviewed him.
But they interviewed him, like I say, with a different ownership group there. They did. It was the old, and I think that the GM in Denver wanted to hire him, and Joe Ellis and John Elway wouldn't let him do it.
Well, last night was such an amazing defensive performance that, I think it would probably hurt more than we'd hoped for. And I do expect him to get one of these offers, and it's going to be up to Jerry Jones to make it sound super sweet to stay. Denver's defensive personnel is so good, and the Colts isn't far away either. There's only so many jobs. I hate to say it. You've had Dan Quinn for 2 years, and you've had a hell of a defense, but he's probably coaching his last couple games here.
Yeah, and you're in a situation, too, at Denver where they have Russell Wilson, who has familiarity with him as well.
Yeah, Russ is going to put in a big vote for Dan.
Well, that's the thing about he's going to have to sell the Broncos ownership on that, hey, I can help him.
Yeah,
I can, and that's all these jobs that you're going to go try. The Colts, whether you're going to have to fix quarterback problems wherever you go. You have to fix the quarterback problem.
On the Niners, 575. Dak can't have any mistakes. We need him like he was last night. And one thing I will say is I'm glad we're playing them in the divisional and not the NFC Championship game. Have the harder game first, and then handle either the Giants or Eagles for the chance at the Super Bowl. I think it's amazing because it also gives you a chance to host the NFC title game.
I agree.
I'd rather have it the other way and get to that conference championship weekend, even if you give up your chance to play the home game. I want to try to get there. That's the next step that we've been talking about that the Cowboys need to get to. It's embarrassing they haven't been there.
Who would you rather play, a hurt quarterback or a rookie quarterback?
The hurt one, probably, with Hurts. I mean, he looked pretty banged up.
Yeah, because even Purdy, there wasn't like he played out of his mind the other day. He really didn't even play that well, and they scored 41 points.
Does that scare you?
Yeah, it scares me.
That's scary that he could be just average and they can run.
Yeah, he can misfire. He can run into sacks and do all sorts of stuff.
They're built on yak.
They put up 41 points. I mean, it's pretty crazy what they're doing. The team is almost too the team around him is too good to fail.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to make them fail. They're definitely going to challenge you more than anybody else on both sides of the ball with their yak and their defense. 817 says, much more hopeful after yesterday. The inconsistency Kellen has shown over the course of the season is fueling the doubt deep down. And I think that's fair.
Oh, they switched from the quarterback to the play caller, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but
I've been on board with that.
The Seahawks did have them by one, at halftime. It's only a 3.5-point spread. Brock Purdy almost threw multiple picks in that game. Okay, so we go to the morning news. 5 things to know about the 49ers here. Number one, there's no such thing as an irrelevant quarterback on their roster. Yeah, what is that? Is that the protection and the weapons? They make it so easy.
Yes.
I think there's a limitation of what Kyle Shanahan can do, and in the end, it's about your surroundings making it so freaking easy.
Well, it's a combination of great schemes and a coach setting up his players for great success, taking a ton off the plate of the quarterback, and then you also compound that with really good talent. Here's Christian McCaffrey. Here's Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Here's George Kittle.
McCaffrey put him over the top.
McCaffrey's been stellar.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Well, when you look at just for the wild card weekend, you had Christian McCaffrey was second in the sport in terms of rushing yards over expected, and then Deebo Samuel was fourth.
Yeah.
So they have two of the best runners in the entire league.
Yeah, I think they were 2 and 3 in the NFL for the season in yak. And then you add what Kittle can do and Ayuk can do, and it's just like, wow.
Just get the ball in their hands and let them go to work.
But they have been able to put a lot of with Garoppolo, it's here's a screen and we're getting yak that way. They're getting push the ball down the field with yak. We're going to catch the ball 15 yards down the field. We're not going to be 4 yards down the field when we catch it. And they still have that element, but it has been pretty impressive. Hey, we're going to throw the ball 12 to 15 yards down the field, and then our guy's going to yak it up for another 15 or 20. That's
I gave you that
cool.
number last week heading into the wild card round where he was first in the NFL in his 5 starts at 8.9 yards per attempt.
Wow.
So
he's better than Garoppolo.
He is pushing the ball down the field.
These guys play with a fullback. I mean,
Kyle Juszczyk.
That's all you need to know about this team is
game changer.
Their mentality is we're going to beat you up.
Physicality and speed.
They got 2 good tackles, McGlinchey.
We're going to hand the ball to a 230-pound wide receiver and let him run.
But they also have so much nuance involved with it. It's not just, we're bigger, better than you. We're just going to go out and beat you at the line of scrimmage. They have that with Trent Williams and these guys. And then they also have the nuance with the scheme to just put that offense over the top. Hey, quarterback, you can play relatively poorly and we'll still score 41 and win.
Okay, the second thing about the Niners, the defense packs multiple punches here. You know, they lead the NFL in points per game allowed, but it's with a great run defense and a pass defense, and they had 44 sacks this year and don't give up much on the ground. So I don't know.
Travaris Ward, remember him?
Yeah.
Cowboy. He went to Kansas City. He made that trade
for that guard that never played.
The guard that never played at Kansas City. He played well at Kansas City. Now he's just starting right corner at
DK Metcalf toasted him pretty good last week.
There you go.
Do you run with Dak more? I mean, do you pass more? You don't try to run, do you?
I'm interested tonight to sit down and watch. I'm going to watch a couple of games. I want to watch the Raiders game where all of a sudden that Stidham was able to they were able to throw the ball on them, and I'm wondering how they did it.
Looking for the result of that tomorrow in Krusty's Corner?
Absolutely.
Okay, McCaffrey trade is paying dividends. He's made it unfair. You know, he took them
He's healthy now. Carolina, he couldn't stay healthy. Now he never gets hurt.
We could use an injury. We really could.
Yeah, hamstring would be good.
And, you know, it's basically a playoff tradition. And with the Cowboys and 49ers, two storied franchises, high-flying defenses, both looking for their 6th Super Bowl ring and a lot of familiarity over the years, the 49ers hold the Cowboys have the edge over the 49ers, holding a 5-3 record in their postseason contests over the decades.
Make it 6-3, baby.
Okay, well, Chuck, what would you like to talk about next?
I think we do a little 2 guys, 1 booth. What do you say? We recapture the best of a 9-hour Cowboys game day yesterday with maybe some pregame highlights. Brad, Babe, Christy. Let's do a little 2 guys, 1 booth next.
All right, let's talk about Window Nation before we do that. You know, we love Window Nation here. They are a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys and, you know, official partner of the G-Bag.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go with hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up in about 15-20 minutes, the Mike McCarthy press conference. We'll hear from Coach on a victorious Tuesday here at Tolo Tuesday. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to kick you some Cowboys content. Here he is, Bully Bully.
Thank you very much. Let's relive a Cowboys game day in the best way possible with a little 2 guys, 1 booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Okay, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that,
Do
and
that.
then we'll do that.
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other thing.
Do that other thing, Wolchuk.
Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to start with the pregame show.
No, what?
Yeah,
What?
Yeah. And
Did Brada screw something up?
No. Nobody actually screwed something up between you two. Although,
Fire the cannons!
You gave a subpar performance. I'm accustomed to that, Eric. It was nice to hear Gavin. Gavin, you're going to have to come back in on Sunday because rules are rules, and we need to keep the good juju flowing.
Whatever it takes.
That way we got to, get that win over the 49ers. But you guys had Gene, whatever the face his name is.
Deckerhoff.
Yeah. And by the way.
With an E.
I'm not a big fan of his. He doesn't shut the bleep up.
You're not a Deckerhoff guy?
No,
I thought we loved him for TD Tuesday.
He's great. Great voice, big boomer. But my gosh, that guy loves to hear himself talk.
Man, he was putting all the mustard on that halftime hot dog, wasn't he?
He also just flat out disrespected my bestie.
He knew better. He knew who runs that pregame show.
He sure did. Now, he loves himself some Brian Broaddus, but I don't know who else is on this pregame show. Gene, take it away, baby.
I think Zeke has a game where he had 5 touchdowns by himself. I don't know. I'm making that up. But to put this in perspective, Greg and Brian.
And from this point on, Eric is now named Greg.
Yes.
What's up, Greg? Greg the leg.
Greg the pregame host.
I mean, did he think you were Greg Henson or Greg O?
I was trying to figure that out myself.
Oh, Greg and Brian.
Fire
them cannons. Oh, Greg, Brian. Oh, Greg.
Do you think Medford? This would have been a heady play by Medford if he's on like down line before he jumped on. Hey, you're getting on with Brian and Greg tonight. Brian and Greg, just to bleep with him and bleep with us. That'd be awesome if Medford is actually the one behind all this.
Maybe Little Red Medford is behind this. And by the way, shout out to Ruben Portillo, a.k.a. Pedro, who has pulled all this for 2 guys.
We made sure that one was put in the mix at 1 a.m.
I was walking around driving and was like, man, we got to make sure we get this.
So you heard it live when
I
he called
heard it
me
live.
Greg?
I immediately texted all of you. I said, Eric is now Greg for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
The thing about Gavin didn't even respond. I mean, you didn't react. You just kind of like, oh, whatever.
Just kind of powered through.
I thought it was funny.
Old crusty guy.
Gavin unimpressed.
Deckerhoff. All right. I'll be Greg. That's no problem.
It was better than when Babe called Xavier Rhodes Xavier Woods.
Oh,
yeah. Didn't react to that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
We had a couple mislabelings in yesterday's pregame.
512, how the
action packed.
Has Zach's facial hair grown back already? I don't know, but I'm very impressed at the quickness.
Yes. I like this look, by the way. It's looking good on him, man. Every time I look at the fan cam, I'm looking at Wolchuk going, hey, man, we might need to dial this 5 o'clock. It's like a step up from the 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, it's a good change up.
Right there in like a gruffy, classy, sexy, manly kind of vibe.
Thank you.
So you're excited going to Baby Dolls tomorrow with it like this?
Oh, yeah, I was going to send Peyton in my place if it wasn't back yet. I was still going to take the check, but Peyton Russell was just going to go for me and just sit down.
Oh, I see.
Now I'll go. So I'll be there from 7 to 9 tomorrow.
I do like that idea. We should get the video guys on the .com side to do our own version, 105.3 The Fans version of Peyton's Places, and he just tours all the gentlemen's clubs.
I told him, come on out to Baby Dolls. We'll see how it compares to Rick's or wherever the hell he went.
You better be careful, man.
Rick's in Houston.
Peyton's going to take that Baby Dolls endorsement right out from under. You're not even going to realize what happened.
Who'd you rather have?
No, they can't.
It's not a question.
The Tolos can't motorboat Peyton the same way they can motorboat you.
Damn right.
Okay, we finally got that one thing we've been wanting, and it happened early in the game, and even Brad was pretty excited about it.
Brady back, set. Oh, he slipped on the grass. Flag is down. His pass over the middle is complete to Evans. Oh, no, drop. Evans didn't catch it. What's the penalty? Say holding.
Yeah, they held on.
Say holding and turn it down.
Donovan Smith got Micah.
Holding. Offense.
Yes!
From that point on, we knew we were going to be in good shape.
Holding and roughing the passer in the first quarter.
How about that?
First holding call since Week 10 at Lambeau Field.
Amazing.
I was ready.
It took the most obvious one of the year for them to call. They were like, okay,
It was
he
like
got
a
him in a
rodeo
headlock.
move. Yeah.
Jeez, Donovan.
Throw the flag on this one. Brad, O, and Brady.
The Cowboys are, I feel a little bit like when I was doing baseball and the other team was pitching, and our guy was pitching a no-hitter, and I would never say it. I'm superstitious. But the Cowboys are 0 for Brady.
I'm a little stitious. By the way, everyone needs to wear the same thing, be at the same place, hold the same hands, do whatever you did last night, Sunday at 5:30, please. And I'm trying to get Mike to make sure that he stays at home and doesn't go to his parents. I think he might punch me in the face if I bring it up again, but I'm willing to do it for the sake of the Cowboys.
Yeah, we all have to do our part. And so if that means
I'll
I
wear
have
a
to
punch from Mike.
Do I have to get another 4 meat, 3 cheese with jalapenos cheeseburger from Whataburger again?
Is that a serious question?
Do I have to do that again?
Yes.
Where'd you watch the game?
I started at Pluckers and Grapevine, realized that the 2.5-hour wait was not going to cut it for me.
Ooh.
And also got the text that, hey, hun, since you're not putting the kids down, they're crying right now in their rooms. And then the dad guilt set in. And I said, all right, you know what?
So you did that shot,
I'm
you
going to
moved
bail
on?
out of Pluckers. I'm going to put the phone up. I'm going to drive and watch the game. Not very, but hey, listen, I had to do what I had to do. Peeled off at the Whataburger. They don't have the chili cheeseburger anymore, by the way. That was unfortunate for me, but I just went ahead and got the triple with the additional patty, threw some jalapenos on there. They backfired in a way that we all know that they would. It was a little bit of a rough morning for me, but Chuck, if I have to double down on that and do it again on Sunday in the name of Cowboy playoff victory, then no problem.
And you got to watch in your car.
Did you hear that, honey? I'm getting Whataburger again.
In your car.
She was like, I made time. I'm like, doesn't matter.
And you
I'm
are right.
starving, and I'm going to Whataburger.
You are right, 210. Cowboys are 1-0 when I've shaved my beard.
Keep the tradition alive. Okay, let's get to, we are going to objectify a gentleman and his body.
And Curse finally got him at the 28-yard line. You mentioned 235 before for Fournette. They listed, is that what they list him at?
Yeah.
I bet he's 250.
Oh, yeah. He feels 250 when you tackle him.
Look at the size of that man.
Look at the size of that man.
He said he feels like he's 250 when you get your hands on
Just
him.
need to isolate that. It is fitting that Eric teed that one up.
Is that Brad Sham fat shaming playoff Lenny who went for 2.7 a carry yesterday?
Might have been.
That is fantastic. Doesn't sound like Walchuk's too offended by that one, though.
It's good journalism. Yeah.
Yeah. And we don't hear Brad do it as often.
No.
And that's Brad painting the picture. And that's why we appreciate it, True Pro.
Okay, clarification. 817 wants to know, boys. My wife broke her foot during the game. Do I need to get the other one?
Yeah, you got to break the other one. Now, actually, I think you need to break the same one again.
Yeah. Ooh. You gotta re-break the initial.
Should be easy.
Recreate.
Probably won't have healed that much.
Yeah, just redo the entire thing. The trauma we need to relive it.
Hashtag do your part.
And tell her thanks for her sacrifice.
And we appreciate
you.
you.
A lot. Yeah.
Finish the fight.
And we love you. Finish the fight. Damn right. Speaking of finishing the fight, how about this? First red zone interception Tom Brady has thrown as a Buccaneer.
2nd and 10. Elliott's back in the game. Prescott in the gun. Back to throw. Well protected, going to the end zone. Schultz at the goal line, and he's in for the touchdown.
Well, this is
Brady almost cussed
pass.
himself out for that one. He had to feel like the worst rookie ever. That's worse than a rookie mistake.
Well, the Jaron Kearse interception was fantastic. That's a touchdown pass from Dak to Dalton Schultz, and that's how you start the game off right there.
Yeah,
man. That was watching Brady smack himself in the head.
Yeah.
Just like
you think he gave himself a concussion?
Stupid. Made me so happy.
I wish he'd done what that Pitt player did. He took off his helmet. You ever see that one on the sidelines this year?
And he smashes his face
smashes
into
his
his own
forehead.
helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And his teammates are on the sidelines like going, "Oh my God, what are you doing?"
This guy's nuts. He's like, I'm punishing myself. What do you think?
What are you doing?
I missed a block on the field. What else would I do other than smash my own face into my helmet?
Wasn't that the all-time announcer jinx, though? Wasn't it like 400 attempts? They were talking about it all drive, and then it happens?
That's true.
I mean, the Curry and Kyrie, they're 90%. This dude has been 0 over 400 attempts.
You could hear Reggie Miller going, why?
He did it again, Harlan.
Somebody was trying to get greedy, and here's what happened.
In the shotgun, Brady with a play fake, and he throws it in the end zone, and it is intercepted in the back of the end zone. Picked off by Jaron Kearse on a ball that went a little too high of the target.
Perfect. There it is. There's the interception. Now we get the greediness. And this is Brad Sham who, and I don't blame him. I think we were all feeling the same way watching this football game.
13-20.
Yeah, but I need more points.
You are a greedy son of a gun.
I am. And I really need another touchdown. 24-6.
Is it a want or a need, Brad?
Right now it's a want. We're about 3 minutes away from a need. I've seen Tom Brady play.
Yeah, man, I wasn't overly comfortable.
Nobody was. Nobody was.
Yeah,
nobody's.
yeah.
I mean, like,
especially every time Maher is missing an extra point, I'm going, this is all the little thing that Brady is going to need.
Crushing them, and it's 24-0. You know, it just felt like, please don't let this thing go the other way. And then, like I say, they get the onside kick and they launch that pass down the sidelines there, and you're like going, oh my gosh. You know, you're thinking this game is going to finish a lot closer than it really should be.
But the Cowboys, they absolutely prevailed in dominant fashion. Kelvin Joseph was, I think, running into his own players, and Brad he wasn't having it.
Turpin, the Pro Bowl punt returner, is waiting. Settles under this at the 21. A little room to run. Starts right, comes left. Bumps into Kelvin Joseph and is stopped at around the 29. Kelvin Joseph, get out of the way. At least get out of the way. Can you do that?
This move.
Oh, jeez.
Gosh, Brad. Brad having enough.
What
that was
hell?
very early in the game. I was still driving and, trying to decide how many patties to put on my Whataburger cheeseburger when I heard that. And I'm like, okay, Brad is he's in playoff form as well.
I thought you were saying you were taking a bite of your sandwich. Did the thing even make it home?
No, did not. I as soon as because I'm like, why would I go home and then try and eat? My girls are going to steal my fries. They're going to want to bite. Like, no, we're not having that. I had the game on the phone. I get the drive-through order. And when it's 4 patties, it's heavy enough to where the drive-through guy actually has to sling that bag over his shoulder and walk that bad boy out to you. He can't just one-arm that thing through the window, which credit to him, he did it. And then I just peeled off into a parking spot and crushed. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm proud of you.
It was the best 2.5 minutes I've had in a while.
You have always been a
really?
meat guy. And when it comes to
meat
triple,
guy,
maybe even a quad
I ate it
patty.
fast. I don't know that I took
guy.
a breath throughout the whole thing, but those jalapenos backfired in a way that we all knew they would.
We had kicking issues. This was a text message that Brad got during the game from an opposing announcer. And he just wanted to know, can Babe Laufenberg possibly kick?
I wonder if I should read this text to you on the air.
Uh-oh, am I in trouble? Or?
No. I don't want...
read it to me.
It's from Merrill Reese.
Oh.
Merrill Reese, the longtime voice of the Philadelphia Eagles. And he just texted me and he said, see you in 2 weeks. Can Babe kick?
Maybe the bucket, but that's about it. Merrill
Don't
Reese.
need him. Maher's back.
So he's already got us beating San Francisco. Merrill does.
He does,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
I like that, Merrill.
There you go, Merrill.
I'll never forget the 20-minute makeout sesh between Broadus and Merrill in the Brad Sham radio.
You know
booth
what?
on
You never know when you might
Christmas
see
Eve.
somebody again.
They were just loving
He's
each
to that
other,
age.
man.
He's to that age. You never know when you're going to see somebody
You guys
again.
were just loving each other. Huh?
It was awesome. It was like, no, you taught me more football. No, you taught me more football. It was great.
Don't worry about it,
Broadus and
Greg.
Merrill go.
Greg, we'll include you next time in the conversation.
I do like that, though. Merrill already has the Cowboys going to Philadelphia for NFC Championship football. That is absolutely beautiful. Okay, let's see. We got Brad. Oh, Brad had to put himself in timeout last night.
Prescott in the gun. Back, sets, stands. Heaves it. 1 for 1 for Hilton on the right side. Incomplete. Davis was running right with him. Down at the 35-yard line of the Niners. And now they have to punt it away. And did I say Niners?
You did. So you're allowed to say it, but I'm not.
I did.
So you're on to...
No, I'm in timeout. I'm in timeout.
I love that. Put yourself in timeout, Brad. All right, let's get the reaction from Brett Maher missing his 4th extra point. Here's Brad and Babe. They tee it up, and here is how it sounded.
And keep your fingers crossed here, Brad.
I'm just telling you, poor Brett.
Brett Maher has been standing out there.
It is 24-0 right now. Come on, Brett.
Come on, Brett. You can do it.
Here's the snap. It's good. The extra point kick is up. It kicked off the right upright and went out.
My goodness. Now, this snap was low. It bounced on the ground.
Yeah.
But you can't miss a 4th. Bounced on the ground. Anger got it back down in front of Maher. That's just crazy.
I've never seen anything like it.
And, well, otherwise a dominant performance, that was the one.
Yeah.
Where we're thinking, what can you do? But
Get
another great addition to two guys, one booth.
Yeah.
And hell yes, 31-14. We kicked the Bucs' ass.
Shoot, yeah, they did. Thank you guys so much, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Usually we do it 6 o'clock after the game, but Christy Scales has a full report coming up on everything she saw on the sidelines and where the Cowboys go from here with kicker and other things. And she is available coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, so we booked that there. Now, when we come back, it's time for the Mike McCarthy press conference. We'll hear from Coach as they come off the dub and get ready for the Niners next in the nation. here on The Fan, and coming up here in just a second, you're going to get the Mike McCarthy press conference, a victorious Big Mike coming off of his first victory as Cowboys head coach in the postseason. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Aaron Rodgers news. You know, he's got a couple of different decisions on his plate right now. Does he want to continue playing, and does he want it to be with the Packers? He says, I think I can win MVP again in the right situation. Is that Green Bay or somewhere else? I'm not sure. But he said it's got to be that both sides actually want to work together moving forward, and there are more conversations to be had. That'd be awful nice if he could take a job in the AFC, Brian. Do you think the Packers are done with this whole deal?
Man, I have not talked to anybody in Green Bay in a while about this, so probably need to circle back. I was going to kind of let the dust settle. You know, that was one of those when this was all going on. I know last year we were talking about it, and it was the vibe I was getting from those folks up there was like, there's nothing we can ever do to make this guy happy. You know, every time that we try and make him happy, something, you know, goes wrong or takes it the wrong way. He doesn't like this, you know, this, that, and the other. Brian Gutekunst up there is the thing about it is their whole backup quarterback plan just doesn't have any legs.
Yeah, it's not like Favre.
And that's where, like Ted Thompson back in the day, Teddy with Favre and Rodgers, he was able to say, okay, I no longer want you, Brett Favre, as a quarterback.
Let's go to Mike McCarthy.
Hi, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Before we get to the significance of the win and the San Francisco game, what were you doing in the locker room last night?
What was I doing? I was doing what I always do, celebrate a victory.
That's how you celebrate?
Yeah. Glad you enjoyed it, David. It was just a teaser, so that's, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was kind of stuck in between a break dance and the gritty, so I guess there wasn't so many damn cameras in there. I need a little more room. So
Nothing holding you back now?
Yeah. I'm on to San Francisco.
Can you talk a little bit about the significance of the win yesterday, and in some, as you're building something as you're doing here, do some wins play more of a role because of what has gone before?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing like playoff wins. There's so much more that comes out of it. I mean, just obviously to win to advance and to be here game planning for the divisional round, that's part of it. But just the experience, that you gain in those types of games. The intensity. There's so much that comes out of winning in the playoffs. Absolutely.
So Telegram. Can you just give us a quick injury update? What do you know about Curse and his situation?
Yeah, JK is he has the knee injury. We won't do a whole lot tomorrow just because of coming off the Monday night game. So we'll be in a walkthrough phase. He may be able to participate in that. So that's the early projection. Jason Peters, I don't see him practicing tomorrow, and I think is going to be fine. No practice. Those are the three injuries coming out of the game.
Is it fine? Okay.
Yeah.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. How quickly did you look at last year's playoff game against Ed, or is that even something you look at?
I actually watched last year's playoff game actually over the weekend, but I primarily just start watching the Seattle game and just going back through the breakdown games, Vegas and so forth. So yeah, I think we have the information we needed from last year.
With what Purdy's been able to do, how remarkable is a last pick of the draft to be able to do what he's been able to do?
Yeah, I think it's great example of it. It's not where you start. It's where you finish in this, and he's off to a great start. Super productive. Love his instinct. Like the way he plays the game. So. He's added a lot of playmaking to the quarterback position for him.
Did you guys meet with him at the combine?
Did not, no. Were you going to be criticized for that, or?
No, I didn't know if he was on the.
I personally did. Yeah, I'm sure our coaches did. And, yeah.
John Michelle, The Athletic.
Where are you at with the kicking situation? You guys plan on bringing anybody else in, or are you?
No, I mean, as far as today, I don't have anything to report on that. I mean, I think the biggest thing is, just to make sure, we got a good plan with Brett moving forward. Just make sure he's ready. He was up here earlier in the day meeting with John and Stu. So yeah, but we're going to forge ahead, and so that's as of right now, that's the plan.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Point News. Were you aware that you guys are down to your last K-ball?
No, I wasn't. It's great to walk in here and learn something finally. But yeah, no, that's I did not know that. So no one told me, which is very irritating right now, because I like to know what's going on with them K-balls.
When you look back on what happened to Brett, was it just a bad night at the office, or something else?
I mean, it's just like anything. There's always more to the story, and I think it's just like anything. You have to look at the facts and stay on top of it. But at the end of the day, we all have a job to do. He knows he has to put the ball through the uprights, and he's been super productive and consistent for us. And it's just like anything. We all work with each other every day, and and that's what I believe in, and believe in him and his path. And I just think like anything, I think so much in this business, especially this game, you learn more from your experiences where it doesn't go the way you like, as opposed to the success of it. So just look at our whole football team. We came out of Washington and got punched in the jaw, and I think we clearly responded, and I think he definitely has that in him.
Snyder Dixon with DAP. You backed him after the game, you're backing him now, but on 4th and 4, you picked going for it over a 36-yard field goal. Was that just situational, or was that a little bit what was going on?
Well, I apologize. I thought it was 4th and 3, so it was in our realm. So no, we had a good play call. Obviously, we converted it. So no, we were just playing the game to be aggressive in that spot.
Mike Drury of Yahoo Sports. I believe Xavier Rhodes had 24 snaps last night. How did you feel he played, and how did you feel about your secondary rotation?
I mean, I obviously feel very good about everybody, but I really don't have grades or specifics for you. Like I said, we literally, as soon as we got on the buses, the iPads were open, and we were on to the 49ers. I mean, I think it's all understood coming out of a Monday night game. So, as coaches, the coaches worked Sunday and Monday, on the 49ers, because that was the one team we had the least amount of information. So then obviously, once we won the game, and everybody it was important for us to turn the page.
Mike, last week, Micah said that playoffs are a time where legends are made. You define your story. What do you think of what he was able to do last night?
I mean, I thought he played with incredible intensity. I mean, he was. It was constant pressure, particularly when he had the one-on-ones. So, I thought he played at a real high level. I mean, you felt him all night. So I thought he played well.
Mike, John Javad, WFAA. With it being San Francisco and just how last year's game ended, does that add any extra juice or motivation for your guys? Do you think they're a little bit more amped up because of that?
Well, I think we're all excited about it, no question. I think, when the season ends the way it did, and I think that's natural. I mean, that's all part of the competitive spirit in our game. But I think just like anything, I mean, where we want to go, these are the games you have to win, and these are the teams you have to beat, and that's really what we're focused on. I think as we go through the process, I mean, literally just left the run game meeting to come here, and I think we're all going through the cut-ups, and and that game will be part of the cut-ups. So yeah, that'll resonate with our guys, but and I think that's all natural.
Mike, Kevin Gray, 105 through the fan. The quarterback-coach relationship is always unique. Can you speak to your relationship with Dak, and what did you see from him during the week of preparation that allowed him to go out and perform the way that he did?
Dak is super, super consistent. I mean, he really is. I mean, he's I think it's one of his best traits, clearly. When he comes to work every day, he's here early, leaves late, does a lot of the extra after hours. So to be honest with you, it isn't like he stayed an hour later. I mean, he's super consistent. when we get into the practice environment, things aren't right. He wants to do it again. So I mean that's all normal. But as a whole, I would say our football team was I won't say engaged. We just had a lot cleaner practice, and that's normal in playoffs week. But as far as him personally, his preparation is usually top notch.
Grant Silver, Star Telegram. Jerry talked about this game being like an impetus for something.
Who did?
Jerry just talked about how this can be an impetus, and your game more just about a win, the confidence, and everything else. Do you buy into that this could be more than just what it was, just because of the confidence you get by getting this win?
Well, I mean, confidence is such a huge part of our game, and it's you definitely have to have it to be successful. So, but it is one win. It guarantees us 4 more quarters to advance, and that's I think our perspective on how we approach each and every game has been pretty damn good. And the regular season's over. I mean, that's why when you walk through that door into the postseason, the intensity and the focus definitely is heightened. So yeah, I think that clearly the confidence that we had going into the game, we felt really good about the plan, our matchups, and everything going down there, and we converted it. So. Mission accomplished. Now this is a different mission. Obviously every game's different, and but yeah, definitely we got a lot of confidence coming out of this last game.
You lost Peters in that game. I don't know if you happened Sunday, but once again you got to juggle the line.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys have been able to do that this season?
Well, I mean we have a lot of experience in it. I mean it's been like that all 3 years. I think when you look back and we've talked about this in here a number of times. Why were we rotating the way we were? And it was just, frankly, just paying attention to the way it's gone. I mean, we haven't been able to line up with the same 5, but I think our prep for that has positioned us well for these circumstances. So I think it's just really paying attention to how things have gone in the last 2 years.
Michael Gelfin, Dallas Morning News. Did Tyron seem to have another week under his belt there at right tackle in terms of increased comfort? Did you see that he's moving?
Oh yeah, without doubt. You could feel it at the end of the week. I thought he had his best practice on Saturday. Even going down through the fundamentals. I think things were, the fits were better, the footwork. So I mean, it's just like anything. When you switch from the left side to right side, there is an adjustment. But I thought he clearly played his best game at right tackle.
Mike, you've talked a lot about handling success over the years. I know it's one game and y'all aren't done with what you want, but how much do you talk to players about that today, and what's the message in terms of the balance?
Don't have time for it really this week. I'm not concerned about it. I mean, this game's going to be on us so fast. I mean, our whole preparation is really totally flipped. Last week it seemed like forever. It seemed like we hadn't played in 2 weeks, in which I really was thankful for in hindsight, because it gave us an opportunity to watch all the 5 other preseason games, and there was a lot to see in those games. We've been talking about the end of the game situations. We have committed a tremendous amount of time and energy into it, and I think our players have done an exceptional job there. So, and then to watch 4 of the 5 games that were played before us, they came down to the last series or last play, and then to see the intensity. I thought the intensity of the playoff games jumped up. It jumped out on TV to me, so that was a great reminder. And I thought our players, were in tune with that, and because I thought we had great intensity throughout the game last night. So, but this is different. I mean, we're on a 6th day. It's everybody was here today getting their workout in, and going through the training room and doing the extra self-care things that are needed, and we'll be back at it tomorrow.
We asked you about the Cowboys-Niners playoff rivalry last year. You're pretty well in touch with that history. Now you go out there, different stadium than those 90s championship games, but what kind of feel will you get on the rivalry part of this when you go out there and play them?
Well, I think, anybody that was around in the 90s, I always remember a story. I thought it was interesting too. I didn't know any better, but, Marty Schottenheimer dressed the football team one particular year, 93, 94. I don't remember exactly when, but he talked about the league, and he talked about, how the league was, structured. He goes, you got 2 teams in the Dallas and San Francisco. They're clearly, because of their rosters, and they're elite right now. And then there's another group of about 10 to 12 teams. And he goes, and we're in that group. He goes, and he talked about there was another group below that was, going up or down, and then there was a group of, 3 or 4 teams that were going to be, that's who they were. So, and that's how it was. I mean, you knew that, the winner of that playoff game, whether it was in the championship game or the divisional game, was the team that was coming out of the NFC. So, yeah, I mean, I think we were all in tune with those teams. Those 90s teams were great teams for both San Francisco and Dallas.
Mike, this is 4 straight weeks where your team is having to travel. You study the science behind anything. Do you do anything different this week? Do you keep the same schedule, or how you go about it?
Well, I mean, the benefit for us, really, if you look at our regular season schedule, I don't know if there's a schedule that we haven't worked on. We've been on 8-day weeks, 6-day weeks, 7-day weeks, Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football, so Saturday afternoon football. So, I mean, I think all those experiences have served us well. Rest and recovery is built into every single week that we line up and play. I mean, I think our strength staff and our training staff, I think they're exceptional as far as, having their fingers on the pulse of where guys are, where their bodies are at. So that's something that I take a lot of pride in, spend a lot of time on as far as making sure they're getting ready to go. So that's part of your training environment. It's part of your planning. And, we'll have a good plan for our guys to make sure they're ready to go in San Francisco.
On football with Leighton, what kind of impact did he make on his return last night?
What did you think?
Looked pretty good.
You sound like my father. You ask questions you already know the answers to. I mean, yeah, I thought he played great. It was great having him back. We have 9-10 tackles, so, got his hands on a number of balls. Yeah, I thought he played exceptionally well.
When you guys drafted Tyler Smith, the vision was for him, you said, to be a left side player. His ability to start at left guard, slide out to left tackle, seemed very seamless. What do you think was elemental in terms of getting to this point, and what do you think of how he handled it?
Well, I think number one, I think what he's done is remarkable. I mean, I go back through the years. I don't know that I've ever seen a rookie. I mean, the only rookie that I recall, was Will Shields. He started in 1993, he played at Tampa. I think he got in the second quarter, third quarter, as a rookie, and then started the rest of the year, and then I think he started the next 16 years in a row after that. But, that's the only young lineman that I recall that played right away and played at a very high level. So, and I think what makes Tyler seem more special, he's done it at 2 positions. And just love what he brings to the table. Super consistent. Another young man that has, high work ethic. He's up every morning, 7 a.m. in Jeff Blasco's office. So, I mean, just once again, he's off to a really good start. He's built a heck of a foundation to build off of, and I think he's had a tremendous rookie season.
You've mentioned how part of your job is to support your staff too and to help them grow as coaches. With the Broncos scheduling an interview with Dan this week, how do you balance that with such a short preparation week? And do you expect him to be in the building with y'all until you leave to San Francisco?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think just like, I'm not going to get into specifics of anybody's other opportunities, but, the good thing for us is, we have some experience with both Dan and Kellen going through it last year. So, Dan's the ultimate professional, and he will not jeopardize anything, to do with the preparation of this game. I think that goes without being said. But yeah, we'll handle all these things the right way.
You spent a year as a play caller in San Francisco. What do you remember? It was a tough year. I think Alex Smith, your quarterback. What do you remember most about that?
5 quarterbacks, yeah.
What do you remember most about that time there?
Injuries and quarterback rotation. No, it was, I tell you what, great organization. Enjoyed it. I think the York family are top notch. Just like I said, it was a short time that I was there. I may have been the only guy that ever worked there that never made it to downtown San Francisco because I never left Santa Clara. But yeah, just a cool place. I think it's remarkable. I was blown away the first time I went to the new stadium. I couldn't believe that they fit it where they fit it. I didn't think there was enough room. But just a great atmosphere, and looking forward to going back.
Mike, it's obviously hard to win in the playoffs, but for those who are on the outside looking in, what's the most difficult part about leading a team through these stages as you try to win a championship?
Most difficult part? I think the biggest thing, I don't know if it's the most difficult, but I think just the biggest thing is just staying true to who you are. I mean, you got to play your game. This is not a time to change. I think this is an adjustment and emphasize mindset. And at the end of the day, you got to be comfortable that these games are going to come down to one or two big plays, and you can't win in this league without big plays. You just look at this wild card weekend. I mean, gosh, the games that were won and the big plays in the game. Just sitting there watching Baltimore and Cincinnati. You got one play that was a 14-play swing, and so that's playoff football. But I think not only it's not the challenge, it's just the mindset that you got to embrace that, and that's the beauty of winning playoff games. Is that's the kind of game you're going to play in.
That's the Mike McCarthy press conference for a victorious Cowboys team on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. Nothing new to report on the kicker. They said they want to make sure they have a good plan moving forward with Brett for now. Brian, have you heard anything behind the scenes?
Yes, I asked a gang of 7. There was nothing on the waiver wire that if the Cowboys, if they worked out somebody, they would have to put them on the waiver wire. Maybe they worked out late, got to the waiver wire late, but nothing today as far as a workout. We'll monitor that all week for you.
Okay, Jerry with Sean and RJ, was Dak saving something for the postseason? We'll talk about that coming up at 5 o'clock. But Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up next. We're going to snuggle that in for you here in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Wednesday.
Now they head west to take on the 49ers. Our pregame tailgate begins Sunday at noon with the Specs kickoff at 5:30 on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet would never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find the roads.
Welcome back, Nation. It is an abbreviated segment. We got to get it in here on a Cowboys Glorious Tuesday. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 440.
Thank you very much. Let's party. It's National Mentor Day. Who's a mentor of yours? 877-881-1053. I've got the top 10 movie mentors. Yes, that is the case. Now, coming into this business, I grew up idolizing Pat Summerall, the great Brad Sham, and getting into work in this building. How about the General Gavin Dawson?
Oh, that's cool, man. John Lund, who used to work at ESPN Dallas. I worked with him at the Fan in Portland.
He hired me here.
Okay, he hired you? Yeah, he was cool.
Was that a bitter, he hired me?
No,
liked it?
John
he also fired you.
No, he gave me my start in radio.
Good.
He gave me my start.
I worked on Colin Cowherd's show. He only talked to me like 4 times. Made eye contact to 2 of them. He wasn't the coolest guy, but I took a lot of notes of just watching him. You know, that was pretty cool.
Well, he does a good job. I mean, he's had a long career.
Yeah, he's a professional broadcaster.
So let's dive into the list here. At number 10, we've got Aslan and the Pevensey children from the Chronicles of Narnia.
Ooh, okay.
Good mentor.
Yeah, that's strong.
Absolutely. Number 9, we got Mary Poppins and Michael and Jane Banks.
Oh.
Who doesn't love Mary Poppins?
Mary Poppins was the best.
I mean,
great role model.
Spoonful of sugar.
Yeah. Or Dick Van Dyke.
I'd love that for a nanny.
Absolutely. Mary Poppins, she's a great mentor. Number 8.
Was she a nanny or a mentor? What she's a nanny, right?
Yeah, but she's a mentor.
Nannies can be mentors too, bro.
Yeah. Teachers are mentors.
I think we're kind of bending the rules.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Kind of don't
You
like
got
this
weird
list.
definitions for things.
I don't like this list.
Kind of don't like this list.
Number 8 is Sean McGuire and Will Hunting in Good Will Hunting. And if you haven't seen Good Will Hunting, you need to see Good Will Hunting.
Broadus, you haven't seen that?
Parts.
Dude.
How do you like them apples?
Come on.
Parts of it.
I got to see about a girl.
Is that
I'll see y'all
Robin
later.
Williams?
Yeah, that is Robin.
it's Matt
Okay,
Damon.
thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Number 7, we got Coach Herman Boone
Ben Affleck.
and the football team at Remember the Titans.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good mentor.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Brought those kids together.
Just worry about your
Taught them some
defense.
life lessons.
Number 6, how about Gandalf the Grey?
That's some make-believe BS.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord
Yeah,
of the
course it is.
Rings.
Number 5, we got Professor John Keating and his students in Dead Poets Society.
Okay. I haven't seen that one.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Is that also
It's also Robin Williams.
Robin Williams?
That
How
absolutely
about
is.
Chubbs and Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, there you
Epic.
go.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that
That's
is a
one
good
I know.
Don't you want to go home?
That is a good
Goddamn
one.
Hando.
Oh, I love that. Yes. Number 4, we've got Professor Charles Xavier in the X-Men series.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one right there. And he's very bald, and he just looks astute.
And
Jean-Luc Picard.
If you're known as Professor, you got to be a
Professor
mentor.
X. Number 3, we've got Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid.
Wax on, wax up.
And the Karate Kid.
How is that not number 1?
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised. Number 2, we got Professor Dumbledore and Harry Potter and the Harry Potter series.
How you like that, Broadus?
He's absolutely a fantastic mentor. And you kind of look like him a little bit.
Who?
You.
Broadus giving some Dumbledore vibes?
He's giving. If you grew out a nice long white beard, you'd be giving me some
good luck with
Dumbledore
that.
vibes. But number 1, the greatest movie mentor, Yoda.
Oh,
And Luke Skywalker.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said Mr. Miyagi number 1, and I misspoke. I'd like to apologize for
We got
that.
some love for Morgan Freeman, Herb Brooks and Team USA in 1980. Absolutely. The Waterboy's mother. How about that? Jordan Belfort and The Wolf of Wall Street.
The hustler, Paul Newman. Best
Yes,
mentor. Taught you how to.
I was kind of thinking of Ty Webb from Caddyshack.
I like that. I'd put out Gordon Bombay, The Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
Morgan-
all good nominees.
Morgan
there.
Freeman and Bruce Almighty?
I like that.
He was teaching him how to be God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
Or
one.
teaching him that he can't be.
Maybe Jennifer
Okay, can't be
Aniston's
God.
Jubbly is nice and big in that film.
Alrighty, it is a crow-eating, glorious Cowboys Tuesday. I've eaten multiple portions already. We might have to get some more in. But when we come back, Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning. Was Dak saving his legs for the postseason? What other kind of goods was Jerry sprinkling around that interview? We'll take a listen coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. It is a home season at
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time to take a listen to what Jerry Jones had to say this morning with Sean and RJ about the big victory. What do you make of Dak's performance, right? Maybe his best or definitely top 3 game in his career. One of the best postseason quarterback games of all time. Now it comes down to, can you follow it up? And I think he's, 1 or 2 games away from significantly altering his legacy. And if he does put this Cowboys team in a Super Bowl, maybe it can be a springboard. Once you have that kind of postseason success, you can start to get an aura about you. Winning starts to get a little bit easier to figure out, and the game slows down. Hopefully that's where we are headed with Dak Prescott. Coming off his worst game ever, might have played his best game ever. And, it's tough. This game can be cruel. But against a team that had confounded them so thoroughly in week 1, it was no doubt one of the greatest moments, in Cowboys history. I can't think of the last time, there was a game better than this. Maybe the Eagles first round in 2007. After beating them in week 17, you come back and beat them again. That was epic, to beat a division rival like that. To beat Tom Brady, snap a 30-year winless streak on the road in the postseason. That might be the best moment really since winning the last Super Bowl. I really think that's what we were looking at. So what kind of words does Jerry Jones give to these kinds of things? Here was his thoughts on Dak Prescott's performance. Cut 4.
Well, I think you saw the results of just absolutely a focused Dak Prescott that all year continued to strive to get better. I've said it a lot. Dak is unique in his preparation, unique how he takes what he does in the classroom, how he takes it to practice, and then how he takes that, really improve on it out of practice, which is what you hope, and just gets better. And I saw him ask a lot of questions before the game, and he was talking about he was just going to bear down from the Washington game and just get better. Well, he stepped out there and showed a lot of preparation, and then by being prepared, we got to see what a competitor of what he can do in a situation that everything is on the line. And there's, in my mind, it's the best game I've ever seen him play.
I mean, the touchdown where he's running left and hit Schultz, and the first down run where he's diving. It was just a number of plays that showed complete mastery of the game. Do you think he can do it again next week, Brian?
That's the thing about it is that, yes, he's capable of playing like that. Is he going to face a team that, and they really did a great job in that game last night of attacking a team that's got no pass rush. Their pass rush in Tampa is all about the up-front pressure in the middle of that D. And we saw it early. We all kind of felt like, oh, geez, Vita Vea, geez, he's going to swim, Biotish here. We're going to have to deal with this the whole game. There was really no pressure on the edge. And this is the problem is our teams are, when teams make him have to play fast.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a problem? And I just feel like the 49ers, and I haven't seen the 49ers on tape, watched a lot of their games on, but I just want to see some of the teams that they had problems with. I want to see how these teams, like the Raiders, how did the Raiders move the ball on them? But to answer your question about Dak, absolutely he's capable of playing like that, and hopefully that he can play like that again. But man, that game was so easy for him last night.
Well, I feel like if he doesn't, they're going to say, you just got to play a team that really didn't belong in the playoffs, that played in a horrible division. You don't want to take anything away from Dak on a day like this.
No, you can't because you beat the greatest player ever to play in the NFL.
Yeah.
Is what you did last night.
In his house.
Yeah, you can't take that is one of the we've seen Dak go toe-to-toe with the Aaron Rodgers, beat Ben Roethlisberger. We've seen him go toe-to-toe with some of the best quarterbacks ever to play this game.
Yeah.
and be, and come out the other side like, well, it wasn't really his fault they lost today, So to me, I kind of feel like, though, he's very capable of going in to San Francisco. You just got to figure out how to attack San Francisco. When he plays error-free, this team, like I said earlier, can beat anybody in the National Football.
Do you attack those ends with your running game? Get it to the edge.
See, that's what I don't know, because
you got to take a look at that Raiders game.
I need to see how teams handle, and there
Probably
might
Josh
be
Jacobs.
well, there's some things that with Jacobs, but Stidham threw the ball for over 300 something yards.
He did.
I mean, they lit San Francisco up, and I'm worried. I'm seeing
Took him to OT, right?
The protection.
Yes.
I'm worried about the protection. How do they handle Bosa in this game? This is going to be if you're the 49ers, how do they move Bosa around? Is it going to be Tyron Smith or Tyler Smith?
Yeah.
Having to deal with Bosa.
And then a huge challenge for your defense as well. Like, they've scored 30 plus in 5 out of 6 games and 40 twice. So, it's a huge challenge for both sides of the ball, no doubt. Maybe a big part of how you solve that. Stidham can run a little bit.
Yeah.
Here's Jerry Jones, cut 5. Was Dak saving his legs for the playoffs?
Well, saving would be the wrong word, because we needed it a few times. But I'll be very candid with you. In the regular season, I didn't see him saving anything. I saw him take advantage of some opportunity. He probably could have done it more times during the season, but the answer is, in some of those games that we might not have needed it, why do it? Why risk it? Here, we all understand why risk it. And so I think what you saw there last night, we're going to get to see a lot of when we play San Francisco, in terms of him keeping the ball and relying on that triple threat that he can have. And we've got to, if we can get it, if he's healthy enough to do it, his being able to instinctively take that ball and run with it physically is really a dimension that defense has a difficult time adjusting to.
Yeah, it was awesome. And if you missed it in there, he kind of stumbled through it, but he said you can expect him to run even more against the 49ers. I think he was kind of speaking out of both sides of his mouth. He wants to preserve the idea that every NFL game is a full-on fight to the death till the final whistle in the regular season. But sure, Dak just didn't want to risk getting injured in the regular season because it's not worth it. And now with the postseason on the line, it's absolutely worth it, not only to run, but to dive headfirst over the first down marker.
I feel like that he's become more confident that he can run and not get hurt.
I think you're spot on.
I think that it's like, man, I want to play rough. I want to play tumble. I want to be able to run the football. I just think that he was so nervous about, and I shouldn't.
Took him some time.
It's reckless on my part.
It's psychological.
But there are times where it's like he would get sacked at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
It's like sack for 0. And when you're getting sacked right at the line of scrimmage, you're right between, like, should I run or should I throw this ball? And I see now it's like, listen, I'm going to run.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna just commit all these rushers, 4 guys rushing, and I break pocket and I can run, and he did it last night, 3rd and 6, he got 10 yards.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's gonna potentially win you a game in San Francisco.
I think it's that confidence thing, just like a baseball hitter that's gotten hit in the helmet. For the first 300 at bats, he's going to be standing up there and bailing out anytime you get a curveball that's approaching, and you're like, man, I can't stay locked in to protect the outside plate. And now, I think Dak getting confidence that I can do this and I'm not going to break is probably a big thing for him in that mentality of just going for it, not hesitating.
Yeah. Then he gets to just play free, play instinctual, and dating back to college, Dak using his legs has always been a huge benefit to him. So, and it stresses a defense a ton when they have to account for, this quarterback can also take off and run. We see it firsthand all the time when the Cowboys are playing quarterbacks that are mobile and will take off and run on you. So, you're going to play man? Okay, great. Defense, they're all going to turn their backs to me, and I'm going to go steal a first down. Do that as much as possible, please.
Now, Stidham did have 34 yards on the ground in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So Dak running, I think, will be big in this one. You had Josh Jacobs run for about 4 yards a carry. So they were able to get something going on the ground. He ran for 69 yards.
Nice.
It wasn't an amazing day, but they beat him through the air. Devontae Adams had a monster game, averaged 22 yards a catch with a couple of touchdowns. Stidham had 3 touchdown passes for 365 yards. So, and you saw Geno Smith and DK Metcalf hook up and were able to beat them in the secondary. So I think much like this Tampa Bay game, it is probably through the air that would be your better path to success. But you've got to keep them honest, right? I think that Kellen Moore did a good job of keeping the game plan balanced for the most part yesterday. And I do think Dak with his legs is also something that, yes, you're going to have to account for now for DeMeco Ryans in that defense.
Yeah, I think whatever you think of Dak, and I think a lot of people have become highly skeptical. You got to look at what yesterday did with those 7 runs to freeing things up. That's the real Dak. The Dak in the regular season is the one not running, not threatening the defense with his legs, and trying to win it from the pocket to preserve himself. And maybe you have the ultimate card here now to play now that we're in the playoffs and you're going to need it. Let's just say you're probably going to need him to run 10 times to get the best of this 49ers defense because they are that damn good at all 3 levels. Do you feel more prepared for the 49ers this year than last year's Jerry Jones?
Well, just last night would say it all for me, since that's front of mind. But that experience of going down there and coming out of there with a win and playing it and winning the way we did and playing with at the level we played, you couldn't do anything and get better, readier to play San Francisco than have that night we had last night.
Yeah, I would say that win can give you all the confidence in the world. Of course, last year they had the big win in Week 17 where they scored like 50 points and came out a little bit flat against the 49ers. But I think the recent memory and trauma of that Washington game is going to continue to keep this team focused, and they know they can't let up. That's the blessing of having that late loss. Just like Argentina against Saudi Arabia, Brian.
Yeah.
In the World Cup.
Absolutely. Kind of focused them the right direction. Though, you look through the games and stuff like that, the scores and stuff with the 49ers we're dealing with. And, they had the games that were some close games. The games against after the bye week, the Chargers game was close. The Saints game was close. The Seahawks game was close, and then the Raiders game was close. Other than that, they pretty much during this winning streak has kind of just smashed their way through this schedule. Another game I need to look at right now, too, is the Kansas City game.
Yeah.
That they, I need to see how Kansas City, how do they put 44, and we all understand what Kansas City is, but they put 44 points up on this San Francisco defense. And the week before that, they took an L against the Falcons. Anytime somebody beats you, you want to go back and look and see where they're at. What did they do? How did they do it? That's we kind of got things I figured out with Tampa and the way to attack, especially that offensive line that we saw last night.
That's why he was confident yesterday. Brian Broaddus was the only one here. And the only wise thing I said yesterday was Brian's vote counts for more than all of ours combined. I think when it came to predicting this game, that was the only wise thing that I said. We just got to figure it out because there's ways to beat these teams. There's a way to get to Brock Purdy. There's a way to make him make mistakes. Yeah. You just have to, if you're Dan Quinn, the great thing you have to think, and it's really kind of a two-way street. Dan Quinn knows their head coach, but he knows Dan Quinn. So that's the thing. There's going to be some kind of, what have you going to show or what are you going to do to the other to get them really off their game? And I mentioned it yesterday. Something like the 2 game plans.
Yeah.
There's something I was thinking about with Tom Brady. You almost have to have 2 game plans. You can't show him the thing in the second half that you showed him in the first half. And I think that Dan and them did a really great job because of the way they dressed their team, the way that they dressed their defense, not playing with those big offense or those big tackles, keeping them inactive.
All right, Tolos, let's keep the party rolling. Bobby Belt is 13 minutes away. Our Cowboys insider is going to join us. LA Live with Lucius Alexander is coming up at 5:40. He'll replay the G-Bag of the day, hit some randos, have some fun with you every evening at 5:40. But coming up next, the Expressway and everything that's been developing throughout this broadcast afternoon, all the big headlines popping up are next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about D&M Leasing, though. If you want or need a new